The Fox Scroll by Spiritsage 124, link in the description. Chapter 1, The Strange Scroll. Konoha Gates. 3 men stood at the front gates of the Great Hidden Leaf Village for the last member of their group. Hey Naruto. Are you ready to leave for the mission? One of the men called out to a blonde teenage boy wearing a bright orange jumpsuit, who was running towards them with haste. Yeah, sorry Captain Yamato. I just forgot something. Naruto responded back while sliding to a stop in front of the group. He had been called to go on a mission with Yamato, Guy, and Aoba. What that mission was, he didn't know yet. So what exactly are we going to be doing on this mission? Naruto eagerly asked. The old lady Hokage had told him it was a super-secret S-ranked mission and that she could only trust him to do it, so saying that he was a little excited would be a bit of an understatement. Guy did his trademark nice guy pose and grinned. That is a most youthful question, Naruto. Our mission is to dash. Poof! Before he could finish explaining what their mission was, Naruto suddenly disappeared in a puff of smoke. Naruto? Harjan Town. Lucy was sulking to herself on a park bench. Stingy old man only giving a tiny discount and this old-looking scroll. What's in this thing anyway? She opened the scroll and found a drawing of a fox with 9 tails in it. A fox painting? Is this all my sex appeal is worth? While she was raging, Lucy unconsciously gave off a little magic, and some of it seeped into the scroll. Poof! Wah! Oof! Something suddenly appeared out of nowhere in a cloud of smoke and fell to the ground. When the vapor cleared away, Lucy was able to see what it was. Or in this case, who it was. It was a boy who appeared to be around her age. He had spiky blonde hair, bright blue eyes and 3 whisker-like marks on his cheeks. He was wearing a bright orange and black jacket with a matching pair of orange pants. Black open-toed sandals adorned his feet and his forehead was covered by a metal headband with a strange symbol on it. Who are you? Lucy all but screamed at the guy. Huh? What the heck just happened? Who are you? He asked but wasn't answered. Lucy looked at the scroll. Did he just come out of this scroll? I must have accidentally channeled some magic into it during my fit. She was pulled out of her thoughts when a hand waved in front of her face. Hello? Earth to Blondie? Hey! Naruto asked while growing impatient, not being the type that liked being ignored. Oh. Sorry, I'm Lucy. Were you trapped in this scroll? She asked with a bright smile. Well, that was a complete turnaround in attitude. He had to be careful of what he said around this girl. I'm Naruto Uzumaki, and no, I wasn't trapped in that scroll. Where am I? Naruto asked while looking around at his surroundings, taking note of the park and the harbor in the distance. Oh. Well, nice to meet you Naruto, right now you're in Harjan Town. Lucy responded, but she was really curious as to where this boy came from. Judging by the frown on his face, it must not have been anywhere close. Harjan Town? I've never heard of a place like that in the Elemental Nations before. Lucy blinked and tilted her head to the side. Elemental Nations? What's that? Naruto sent the girl a flat look. How did she not know what the Elemental Nations were? It's the name of the continent we are currently standing on. Lucy raised an eyebrow. Was he trying to pull her leg or something? This is the Kingdom of Fiori. As far as I know, there isn't a place in Earthland called the Elemental Nations. This time it was Naruto's turn to raise an eyebrow. He was about to call her bluff when they heard a commotion nearby. Did you hear? The great fire mage Salamander-sama is here. No way. Really? Salamander-sama. Lucy gasped, Salamander? The salamander from Fairy Tail is here. She squealed in excitement and ran off towards the crowd. Hey, wait a second. Naruto called out and gave chase. Seriously, what was up with this girl? When they reached the crowd, they fought their way to the front and found a dark-haired man wearing fancy robes signing autographs. Naruto scoffed. This guy doesn't look all that special. He commented and looked over at Lucy, and a bead of sweat rolled down his face when he saw the hearts in her eyes as she sighed dreamily. You've gotta be kidding me. Naruto looked back at the popular man again and felt something weird in the air. Something was nagging at his senses, almost drawing him towards the man in center of the crowd. This feeling? A genjutsu? Naruto thought as he shaped one hand in a seal and the other on Lucy's shoulder, then brought forth some chakra from his vast reserves. Release. With a burst of chakra, the weird feeling disappeared. Seemingly satisfied, Naruto looked at Lucy again to find her glaring at the man in the middle of the crowd. She really did change her emotions a lot. What's up with you? Naruto asked with a raised eyebrow. That guy is using an illegal magic called charm. Lucy replied without looking at him. Magic? What kind of jutsu is that? Naruto asked, earning a strange look from the girl. While they weren't looking, a boy with pink hair had snuck in through the crowd and ran up to Salamander. Igneel. Is that you? he shouted, gaining the attention of the whole crowd, including Naruto and Lucy. As soon as the boy's excitement had come, it vanished upon seeing the dark-haired man and he started walking away in disappointment. Another dead end, huh? The crowd didn't seem to like this and they pounced on the newcomer. Naruto chuckled awkwardly. Poor guy. He should have known better than to mess with fangirls. He said with a shiver, remembering the beatings he got from Sasuke's groupies back in the academy days. Seemingly satisfied with their beatdown, the girls walked away in a huff. Naruto and Lucy walked over to the fallen boy and helped him up. Hey, you okay? That was quite the beating you took. Lucy asked in concern. Yeah, thanks. What was their problem? Name's Natsu, by the way. He greeted with a bright smile. Returning the smile, Lucy introduced them. I'm Lucy, and this is Naruto. Those people were under the effects of an illusion spell, so don't take it personally. Spell? Okay, what exactly is magic? Naruto really wanted to know what Lucy was talking about. Though before she could say anything, both Naruto and Natsu's stomachs growled rather loudly. Ugh? Naruto grumbled while holding his gut. I was in such a hurry this morning I forgot to eat. Same, Natsu said, also holding his growling stomach. Lucy sighed and pointed towards a restaurant. We can talk while we eat if you want. Yes, please. They both replied in unison. Can I have some fish? Naruto and Lucy looked down to find a little blue cat wearing a backpack. A talking cat? Lucy yelled out in surprise. Are you a summon? Naruto asked looking at the cat. No, I'm happy. The cat replied. Oh, nice to meet you. Naruto greeted and casually walked towards the restaurant with Natsu and Happy, leaving Lucy standing there at a loss of words. He accepted a talking cat? Just like that? After 10 bowls of ramen, Naruto belched and rubbed his stomach happily. Lucy stared at the boy with a mixed expression of awe and disgust. Where had all of that food gone? Shaking her head, she decided to start up a conversation. So, you saved me from the charm magic, right? Are you a mage? What kind of magic do you use? She asked a little too eagerly, getting closer and closer to his face with each question. Putting a hand up to get some space, Naruto shook his head. No, I'm not a mage. I'm a ninja. What I used was a release technique to dispel that guy's genjutsu. Oh, a ninja. Like this? Neen. Natsu chimed in and wrapped his scarf around his face so only his eyes were showing. He then made a strange hand gesture and pointed into the air while making strange noises. Naruto's eye twitched, his expression turning sour. Sure. Well, thanks anyway. Lucy stuttered and smiled. She still didn't really understand yet, but she could always ask him about it later. Suddenly feeling sheepish, Naruto scratched at his whisker marks. It was no big deal, you know. She likes you. Happy teased. Hush, you. Lucy stuttered, her cheeks turning red. Who do you think is paying for your meal? The cat stuffed his face into his fish. I'm Soe Lucy-sama. Naruto laughed at their interaction. Hey Naruto, what's that chakra stuff you keep mentioning? Natsu asked between bites. Oh, well chakra is the energy I use to do my techniques. Like ninjutsu. Naruto then rubbed the back of his head. I would tell you more about it, but I'm not very good at explaining things. I didn't really pay attention when I was taught all this stuff, so I just kinda do it. Where exactly are you from? Lucy chimed in, taking the opportunity to dig for more info on the ninja. You say you don't know what Fiori is, or even magic. Wait, you don't know where this place is? Natsu asked with an amused look. Naruto crossed his arms and sighed. All I remember is one moment I'm about to go on an important mission, and the next I'm here. Lucy brought out the scroll and opened it. It's gotta be this scroll's doing. You did pop out of it? Naruto looked at the scroll with interest. Hey, let me see that for a second. Oh, sure. She said and handed him the scroll. This is... When Naruto opened the scroll, he was surprised to find a painting of the 9-tailed fox in it. The QB. Does that mean this is a summoning scroll? If this was a summoning scroll, then where in the world was he? Lucy raised an eyebrow. What's wrong? Where did you get this? Naruto asked with a bit of urgency in his tone. I got it from this town's magic store. Why? Lucy replied. He was starting to worry her a little. Naruto looked back at the scroll. I think this is a summoning scroll. Back where I come from, it's what we use to move things from great distances in an instant. Seeing as no one seems to know what the elemental nations is, I'm guessing I'm a long way from home. While Lucy processed the information, Natsu snorted. Maybe you got summoned from another dimension. He joked and snorted a laugh. Naruto's eyes widened, maybe he really was in another dimension. As silly as that sounded, it would kind of make sense. He couldn't read the menus of the restaurant, and he'd never heard of a kingdom named Fiori in his life. He shook his head. It was best not to jump to such conclusions. He'd never heard of a scroll that could pull someone into another dimension. Maybe he really was just far away from home. After all, his knowledge on geography wasn't the best. Having decided on a plan, Naruto stood up from his seat. "I'm gonna go ask that shopkeeper if he knows anything. Thanks for the food," he said and waved goodbye. "Hey, hold on a minute." Lucy put money on the table and turned to Natsu and Happy. "This should cover for the food. Nice to meet you guys." The two got up from their seats and got on their hands and knees in a formal bow. "Thank you very much," they said together. Growing flustered over the stares they were drawing, Lucy yelled at them and ran off after Naruto. She couldn't just let the guy wander off on his own and get lost. "Naruto!" Lucy called after the shinobi, who was currently standing in front of the restaurant with a hand on his chin. "Huh?" Naruto turned around and cocked his head to the side. "Lucy? What are you doing here?" Lucy stopped right next to him and sent him a flat look. "Do you even know where the magic store is?" Naruto realized he had no idea where he was going and scratched his cheek. "Hee, nope. Mind helping me out?" Lucy sighed. "You're hopeless, you know that?" But she grabbed his arm and led the way. "Sorry, but I don't know where that thing came from. I just found it in my shop and felt that it was giving off a special aura." The shop owner explained and the two sighed and left the shop. Where did this thing come from? Naruto wondered aloud while looking at the strange scroll in his hand. The idea of him being in another dimension was starting to sound a little more likely to him now. "We could ask a mage guild for help," Lucy suggested. Naruto looked up from the scroll and raised an eyebrow. "A magic guild? What's that?" "It's a place where mages gather and go on quests to help people and get rewards. I want to join Fairy Tail," she explained with sparkling eyes. Naruto grinned at her enthusiasm and shrugged. "Sounds like a good place to start." "Sure, I'm down. So where's this Fairy Tail?" They were both startled when a man walked out of the bushes behind them. "You guys want to join Fairy Tail?" It was revealed to be Salamander. Naruto pointed an accusing finger at the man. "Dude, not cool. Who randomly comes out of bushes like that?" Lucy smiled wryly. "Coming from a ninja." The man shrugged it off. "Never mind that, I heard you wanted to join Fairy Tail, is this true?" he asked with a glint in his eye, one that Naruto instantly disliked. "I don't like this guy, Lucy. Let's leave," Naruto said and started walking away, but he was quickly cut off by Salamander. Wait, he said frantically before regaining his cool. "I'm having a party tonight. If you show up I can probably get the master to let you join." "I can join Fairy Tail?" Lucy beamed, but Naruto remained skeptical. "I don't know." Something sounded a little off about all of this and Naruto didn't like it. "Yes, I am a famous mage from that guild after all. Just come to my party and you can join," he said, and he started walking away, but not before glancing back at Naruto. "Oh, and just the lady, no men allowed." With that he disappeared back into the bushes. "Well, I didn't want to go to your stupid party anyways," Naruto thought with a scowl and turned to Lucy, who was jumping for joy. "If I go to his party I can join Fairy Tail." Lucy cheered while clasping her hands to her cheeks. "I don't know, Lucy, that guy was pretty sketchy." She waved him off. "Ah, don't worry. I'll just put up with him for the party and we can go to Fairy Tail." Still unconvinced, Naruto frowned. But he reluctantly nodded. "If you say so?" Later that evening, Naruto sat at the docks as he waited for Lucy to return from the party. "Guess I might as well take a nap while I'm waiting." He leaned back to get some sleep when he noticed something in the sky, and it was flying towards the ship that Salamander's party was being held on. "Natsu?" Naruto wondered aloud when he took a closer look. Did Happy always have wings? A couple minutes passed and Naruto was about to go and investigate when he noticed the party boat was being carried by a rather large wave, and it was making its way towards him. Whoa! Naruto jumped out of harm's way and onto one of the nearby buildings. As the wave crashed onto the docks, the boat slid onto the harbor. Taking a closer look, he could see a fight breaking out on the ship between Natsu and Salamander. Well, fight was a bit of an overstatement. The pink-haired teen was beating the living tar out of the guy. Did Natsu just eat fire? Naruto. He looked down and saw Lucy and Happy waving at him, trying to get his attention. Naruto jumped down, surprising them with the action, and met with them halfway. When he got to them, he noticed that they were both soaked to the bone. "Hey guys, what happened?" Lucy gained a sour look on her face. That guy wasn't the real Salamander, he was a fake tricking girls into becoming slaves. Naruto frowned deeply and cracked his knuckles. "I'm gonna teach that guy a lesson dash." "That won't be necessary." Happy interrupted, gaining Naruto and Lucy's attention. Natsu is the real salamander of fairy tale. He revealed with a surprisingly dark expression, and the two looked at the cat in surprise. Natsu, having just finished his fight with the fake, was now walking towards the group. Naruto pointed at him. How come you didn't tell us you were a member of fairy tale? Natsu just stared at him blankly. You didn't ask. That's fair, Naruto thought while smiling bitterly. Get them. They destroyed the harbor. The group turned when they heard the shouts coming from across the street. A group of men in robes with a cross design on their chests were running towards them with angry looks on their faces. Natsu paled and grabbed Naruto and Lucy by the hands before he started pulling them. Crap, Rune Knights. We gotta go. He yelled as they ran, with Happy flying just above them. Where are we going? Naruto and Lucy both asked. Natsu grinned a toothy grin. To Fairy Tale. Chapter 2, You'll fit right in. Magnolia Town. Naruto looked up at the old building in front of him. So, this is Fairy Tale? Yeah, home sweet home. Natsu replied with a bright smile. Lucy was literally shaking with excitement. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go, she said and pushed the two boys through the doors. Happy just followed behind them casually. When they walked in, the place seemed like it was an ordinary bar. People were seated around the place, drinking and having casual conversations. That is until Natsu jumped onto a table, knocking a shirtless guy to the ground in the process. Hey, I'm back. The person who was knocked down stood up and growled in anger. What was that for flames for brains? Natsu looked down with a challenging glare. What was that, snowballs? The two then proceeded to brawl and eventually the whole place seemed to get dragged into it. Naruto and Lucy just stood there and watched the bar fight awkwardly, both not really sure what to do. This continued for a while until they noticed someone at the bar calling them over. Hello, can I help you? Asked a gorgeous young woman with long white hair worn in a small upward ponytail and wore a red dress with pink. Lucy gasped, immediately recognizing who the girl was. You're Mira Jane. The real Mira Jane. My name is Lucy, and this is Naruto. Mira Jane giggled at the newcomer's enthusiasm. Nice to meet you both. Shouldn't we stop those guys? Naruto asked and pointed at the chaos in front of them. If this goes on, the whole place might go down. The barmaid just waved it off nonchalantly as a bottle flew over her head, literally missing by a hair. Oh, don't worry about them. This is normal here. The fighting was getting crazier and everyone looked like they were about to get serious. Natsu's fists caught on fire, ice formed around the shirtless guy's hands, and various other forms of what Naruto assumed was magic was activated around the bar. This doesn't look good, Naruto thought and moved in front of the two girls defensively, earning a coy smile from the barmaid. That's enough, you fools. Naruto jumped in shock as the booming voice caused everyone in the building to stop at once. Daring to see the owner, he turned around to find a giant standing right behind him. The giant looked down at Naruto and Lucy. Newcomers? They both gulped. Why, yes, sir. The giant then shrunk down until he was only a small old man who wore what looked like an orange jester's uniform. Nice to meet you, he greeted cheerfully. All Naruto could do was look in disbelief as the old man proceeded to jump onto the balcony of the second floor of the guild. He then pulled out a bunch of papers before coughing into his hand to get everyone's attention. You did it again, fools. He yelled and began to read off some of the things that the members destroyed, and Naruto was surprised when he began to hear all the things the guild has destroyed. Shaking his head, Naruto then turned to Mira Jane. That's the master here? Mira Jane nodded. Yup. That's Master Makarov. Makarov burned the papers in his hands and threw them to Natsu, who gobbled up the flames. The council members are always mad at me. But who cares? If you worry about what the higher-ups think, then you won't get stronger. Do not fear those fools in the council. We are Fairy Tale. He yelled and the guild members cheered. Naruto smiled. This old man sort of reminded him of the third Hokage, if the third was a really short old man who wore silly elf clothes and didn't seem to care what the authorities thought. Maybe they weren't so similar. Makarov jumped off the balcony and landed on the counter next to Mira Jane. So, what brings you two to Fairy Tale? My friend here would like to join your guild. Naruto answered and Lucy looked at the master hopefully. I don't see a problem, since she's cute. Makarov replied while picking at his ear, causing Naruto to falter in his stance. Mira-chan, would you? Mira Jane nodded and took the cheering Lucy to get her guild stamp. And what of you? Well, here goes nothing. Naruto thought and let out nervous breath. This might sound crazy, but I'm not exactly from here. Oh? And where might you be from? The old man asked and took a sip of his beer. What if I told you I'm from a different dimension? Makarov spewed his drink all over in surprise, to which the shinobi narrowly avoided. He then looked at Naruto in disbelief and saw his serious expression. This brat's not lying. Makarov hopped down and started walking towards the stairs which led to the second floor of the building. Come with me to my office. Naruto nodded and followed. This is going to be fun. Makarov looked at the scroll in front of him. So, you come from a place called the Elemental Nations and were brought here because of this scroll? Naruto nodded. That's what I'm thinking, though I can't tell if the scroll is a summoning jutsu or your world's magic. I know it sounds silly, but seeing as no one seems to know what the Elemental Nations are, I'm starting to think it's true. Makarov nodded. He could see where the boy was coming from. Where did the scroll come from? The blonde shrugged. Lucy got it at a magic shop in that harbor town, but the owner didn't even know where it came from. Makarov sighed. I don't know what to say. The scroll somehow ripped you from your dimension and into ours. I've never heard of any magic like this. Except maybe. He paused. Maybe? Naruto repeated hopefully. There is a member in our guild that may know a little about dimensional travel. Naruto's face brightened at this information. Really? Who is it? Where can I find them? The old man chuckled at the blonde's enthusiasm. He was beginning to like this kid. His name is Mystigan. But he's out on a quest right now and is just about impossible to track. Your best bet would be to wait for him to come back to the guild for another mission. Oh? Naruto seemed to deflate into seat. Makarov put on a reassuring smile. Don't worry, he shouldn't be gone for long. You're welcome to hang around the guild until he returns. Naruto gave Makarov a thankful smile. Thanks, old man. Makarov faltered at being called old, but quickly recovered and coughed into his hand. Well, I'd like to know a little more about your homeland. It was called Konoha, I believe. Naruto nodded, not seeing a reason to be secretive. He was asking for the man's help, and he seemed trustworthy. Makarov continued. And in Konoha, your people don't use magic, but this chakra you called it? Yeah, there are 5 hidden villages in the Elemental Nations, Konoha being the one I'm from, and our armies consist of ninja, or shinobi. Naruto stated proudly while pointing at his headband. You are one of these ninjas? Yup. Ninja are ranked from Genin to Chunin, then lastly Jonin. With Genin being the lowest. Makarov raised an eyebrow. Which of these ranks are you? Naruto scratched his cheek awkwardly. Well, technically I'm still a Genin. But that's only because I wasn't there for the last Chunin exams. He said and pouted childishly at the last part. Makarov bellowed with laughter. I like you, boy. How would you like to join Fairy Tail? Naruto stopped pouting and looked at the master. Me, join? But I'm not even from here. Makarov shrugged. What if I told you that's not the strangest thing I've seen in this guild? You'll fit right in. I don't know how long I'll even be here. I gotta find a way back home. Naruto said with a slight frown. The people here seemed nice, and joining this place would probably be fun. But he had promises to keep. Sasuke? Seeing the troubled look on the youth's face, Makarov sighed. Tell you what, you can think about it for now. Go downstairs and get yourself something to eat, but keep the dimensional business between us for now. Naruto nodded thankfully and left the room. Makarov frowned at the scroll in front of him. This scroll? I hope it's not what I think it is. Naruto sighed as he walked down the steps, the reality of things hitting him like a train. He hadn't really given it much thought till now with everything that had been going on, but he was stuck in another world with no way back. What am I going to do if this Mystigan guy doesn't come back for days, or even weeks? I don't even have a place to sleep. He thought and walked over to the bar, which he assumed was where they served food. Oh well, best not to think too hard on it for now. Naruto thought and put on a smile. Hey Mirajane-chan, could I get something to eat? Sure. You can just call me Mira, everyone calls me that. She said, then walked off towards what he assumed was the kitchen. Thanks, Mira-chan. Naruto sat at the bar to wait for his food and his stomach growled from hunger. I wonder where Lucy is? He thought as he began to twirl a little on his seat. It's not like Lucy had promised to help him find a way home or anything, but she just seemed like the type who liked to help others. At least that was the vibe he got from the girl. She did go as far as helping him find the magic shop and get to Fairy Tail. Hey, are you one of the newbies? Naruto turned around and saw a guy in his boxers standing behind him send him a lazy wave. He noted that it was the same person Natsu had picked a fight with earlier. Where are your clothes? The guy looked down to see that he in fact had no clothes on. Ah crap. He then ran off to find said clothes. Naruto smiled wryly at the strange scene before feeling a tap on his shoulder. Turning around again, he found a brown-haired woman wearing a bikini top and jeans had taken the stool next to him. Her gaze felt predatory in a teasing manner, and he could already feel his face heating up from the way she was smiling at him. That was Gray, he has a bad habit of leaving his clothes everywhere, she said and rolled her brown eyes. Name's Kana, what's your name, sweetheart? Naruto laughed nervously, feeling his cheeks burn a little brighter. I'm Naruto. Nice to meet you, Kana. She leaned in a little closer. Those are some cute whisker marks. Are they real? Why yeah. Naruto stuttered, growing even more flustered. Did he just stutter? Curse this nervousness. Why was he acting like this? Kana almost squealed from the blonde's reaction. How cute. Hey Kana, stop teasing the new guy. It's unmanly. They both looked up to see a giant of a man walking up to them. Kana deadpanned. That's because I'm not a man. Hey, the name's Elfman, he said with a grin. Naruto grinned back. Nice to meet you, Elfman. Before long, people from all over the guild had gathered around to say hello to the ninja. Hey, what kind of magic do you use? Want to join our team? What's with those weird clothes? Not used to the attention, Naruto was beginning to feel a little overwhelmed. Mira Jane came to his rescue, carrying a tray of hot food in her hands. Now everyone, let's give Naruto some space to eat. Mira-chan, Naruto thought with tears streaming down his face. Mira simply smiled and placed a plate full of food in front of him. Here you go. Thanks. Naruto gleefully wolfed down the food. This is great. After Naruto finished eating, he spent the next couple of hours talking with some of the members of Fairy Tail. So far, he'd met some interesting characters. Gray, who was the ice guy that always seemed to lose his clothing, was a pretty chill dude. He learned that the ice mage didn't get along with Natsu at all and were constantly fighting. It kind of reminded him of his rivalry with Sasuke. Elfman, who he learned was Mira Jane's younger brother, reminded him of Lee back at home. Well, that is if Lee was a giant of a man that was obsessed with being manly. Then there was Kana, who was a mischievous sort of girl. She had long dark brown hair and brown eyes. She wore nothing but a pair of brown pants and a bikini top, which made it difficult for Naruto to look at her at times. Naruto was now sitting at a table with Kana, Elfman, and Team Shadow Gear, which consisted of a girl named Levi and two boys named Jet and Droy. So, Lucy left with Natsu to go find this Mikao person? Naruto had asked where the girl had gone since she was nowhere to be found. Yeah, knowing Natsu and his keen sense of smell, they shouldn't be gone for too long. Kana replied and took a swig from her barrel. Yes, a barrel. Naruto just couldn't get over how much the girl could drink. She was already on her second barrel. He was sure that Kana would even be able to outdrink old lady Tsunade, which was saying something. Hey Naruto, what kind of magic do you use? Levi asked, and the others leaned forward in anticipation. Oh yeah, dimensional stuff in a no-go. Naruto thought and rubbed his chin. Well, where I'm from, we call magic chakra. As for techniques, I know a few. Can you show us? It seemed they were eager to know, so Naruto shrugged. I guess I can show you a few. Though most of my techniques are a little too destructive to use inside. He got up from his seat and put his hands together in a seal. Transform. A burst of smoke consumed Naruto and he transformed into Elfman. Whoa! That's just like Mira-chan's magic. Elfman stood up and slung an arm around the transformed shinobi. What a man! Ha. That's quite a manly thing to say. Thanks, man. Everyone laughed and Naruto changed back to normal. What else can you do? Droy asked, and Naruto's response was jumping onto the nearest wall and sticking to it with chakra. He then proceeded to run up to the ceiling and stand upside down. He can stick to walls too? Cool. Sheepishly rubbing the back of his head from their reactions, Naruto dropped back down to his seat. I'd show you more, but I gotta save some tricks for later, you know? You said you're not from here, do you have a place to stay? Kana asked, and Naruto realized that he in fact did not. Now that you mention it, dash. Slam. Everyone's attention was drawn to the front of the guild when the doors suddenly burst open. Hey everyone! We brought back Mikao. Natsu yelled and charged at Gray, who was looking currently for his clothes again. Everyone went to see Mikao, who was a middle-aged man with short dark blue hair. He was a bit bruised up, but for the most part seemed alright. Naruto, there you are. Lucy said and walked over to the ninja. Hey Lucy, I see the search went well. Naruto noted while looking over at a now laughing Mikao. One thing he was quick to realize is that everyone in this guild treated the other like family, making the place feel rather homey. He could get used to this atmosphere. Yeah. Lucy slumped onto the seat next to him. Fairy Tail mages sure are amazing though. Mikao had defeated 19 giant monkeys before being taken over by the 20th. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Taken over? Lucy nodded. I just learned about it too. It's a type of magic that you can use to take over someone's body. That sounds creepy. Naruto shuddered. That magic reminded him of Orochimaru and how he tried to take over Sasuke's body. Hopefully he wouldn't have to deal with something like that in the future. Hey Naruto, are you going to join Fairy Tail? Lucy asked while showing off her stamp with a bright smile. I don't know yet. I just don't think it would be a good idea to join if I'm just going to leave when I find a way back home. Naruto admitted with a shrug. Lucy frowned, the thought of parting ways with her new friend made her a little sad. But it made sense. Naruto was from another dimension, and she was sure he had people waiting for him to come back home. I guess that's true. Did you get any information from the master about the scroll? Naruto shook his head. No, he didn't know anything about it. But he did tell me to wait here for a member named Mystigan who might know something. Mystigan? Lucy tapped her chin in thought. I think I've heard of him. Though I don't know anything about him, just that he's pretty mysterious. Naruto crossed his arms. Yeah, for now though I should worry about finding a place to stay. Oh yeah, that's right. He doesn't have anywhere to go, Lucy thought, and she couldn't help but feel a little guilty. After all, he was only here because she had activated the scroll. After giving it some thought, she spoke. Well, I found a nice cheap apartment today. If you don't have anywhere else to go, I guess you could stay with me. Naruto looked at Lucy in surprise. Did she just offer him a place to stay? Really? Are you sure it wouldn't be too much trouble? She played with her hair, suddenly growing sheepish. Well, yeah, of course. It's kinda my fault that you're stuck here and all, so this is the least I can do. Naruto grinned widely. Hee hee, thanks. Lucy smiled back, a tad bit of red in her cheeks. Wait, did she just offer to let a boy stay with her? They like each other. Happy cooed while giggling to himself. The cat must have sat at their table at some point in their conversation. Shut up, you useless cat. Lucy yelled and chased after the laughing feline. Naruto laughed at their antics. Since he was stuck here for the time being anyway, he might as well have some fun. A couple days later. The last couple of days with Fairy Tail were unique. In order for Naruto to stay at the apartment Lucy had found, the rent was raised since there were 2 people staying in it. They came to an agreement that they would split the rent 50-50 and took on a couple of jobs from the guild's request board. Their first job together at Fairy Tail was a request to find a book for the client and destroy it. The task was easy. All they had to do was sneak into a rich man's house to obtain the book. Being the skilled ninja he was, Naruto got them in with no problems. They obtained the book with no detection until they were about to leave. They were found by a round man and his ugly maids, one of which was a behemoth. Although the fight ended in no less than 5 seconds. It was at that moment Lucy had learned Naruto was strong. Like, incredibly so. The boy moved with a speed and precision she had never seen before. Having watched Natsu fight a couple times, she wondered who would win between the 2 of them. Naruto had been impressed by her celestial spirit magic, claiming that they had something similar to it back in his world called summoning and that it was difficult to master. Lucy insisted on reading the book before destroying it when she discovered that the client of the job turned out to be the author's son. The client had lied about being rich and wasn't able to give them a reward for the job, but it didn't bother them as it had been a touching conclusion for the man. That is until they realized that they still had no money for the rent. On the bright side, Lucy got a new golden key for her celestial spirit magic, so all was well in the end. Hey Natsu, which one of these missions aren't boring and pay good? Naruto called out to the Dragon Slayer. He was currently standing in front of the request board looking for a job to do. Read them yourself. Natsu answered back. You know I can't read this. The language in Earthland, while spoken the same as in the elemental nations, was written completely differently. Lucy and Levi offered to tutor him, but it was so boring he ended up leaving a shadow clone to learn for him. In the meantime, he had to rely on others. Why don't you ask Lucy to read it for you, or just learn to read? Naruto stamped his foot on the ground impatiently. Come on. Lucy doesn't want to go on a mission today, so help me out, man. We can go on a harder job if you want? That seemed to have gotten Natsu's attention, as he immediately stopped what he was doing and ran over to the ninja. Fine. Let's see. There's a mission to slay a demon that's been terrorizing a village. Looks like things are getting pretty bad. A demon? What's the pay? 200,000 jewels. It says it's too strong for the royal army to handle, must be a strong demon. I'm all fired up. Let's go, Happy. Aye sir. Natsu submitted the job request to Mira Jane, who acted as the guild's job handler, before he and Happy ran/flew out the door. Hey Mira-chan, could you tell Lucy I'm going out on a job with Natsu and Happy? Naruto asked while walking towards the guild's entrance. The white-haired beauty nodded and waved them goodbye. Sure. Be careful out there. Naruto gave her a thumbs up and ran after Natsu. Thanks, we will. Kana walked up to Mira Jane. He says he doesn't want to join, but it looks like he's already a part of the family. Mira Jane giggled. He's just as stubborn as Natsu. How cute. Upon reaching their destination, Naruto looked at the destruction in front of him. Geez, what happened here? Roads were torn apart and buildings were collapsed. But the most notable thing was the sand. The settlement was located in a large forest clearing, but there was sand all over the place. It looked like Gaara swept in and dropped a sand tsunami on the place. The town's gone. Happy sadly said from on top of Natsu's head. Natsu sniffed the air. It's this way. Naruto nodded, having learned about the Dragon Slayer's keen sense of smell from Lucy. You go find the demon, I'm gonna look for survivors. Natsu nodded back and ran off. Naruto waited until Natsu was out of sight before he closed his eyes and started drawing in the surrounding natural energy. Not long after he closed his eyes, he opened his now yellow eyes with toad-like slits in surprise. Whoa, this world is full of natural energy. I went into sage mode almost instantly. He then reached out with his enhanced senses for any survivors. He could feel Natsu and Happy slowly approaching. What is that? The demon? The presence was vile and felt unnatural, but there was also something familiar to it, but it was hard to tell from here. He'd better hurry up. There. Naruto ran to a collapsed house not too far from where he was standing and began to remove some of the debris. He then found a little boy that was hiding under a sturdy-looking table. The kid looked up at Naruto with teary eyes. Help me, sir. Naruto smiled gently and reached out his hand. No need to worry, kid. My friend and I are mages. We'll take care of everything. The little boy nodded and grabbed a hold. Do you know where your parents are? Naruto asked the kid as he pulled him out. The kid started to cry again and pointed to the rubble. The monster, was all he could say. Naruto frowned and put his head down. Groar. A loud roar shook the ravaged settlement, causing the child to shriek in fear. Looks like Natsu found it. Naruto thought and created a shadow clone. We're gonna to kick that thing's butt, okay? So stay here with my clone and wait for me to get back. But the monster is strong. The kid cried out, remembering how all of the people from the town who had fought back were struck down like flies. Naruto looked back and gave the kid a thumbs up. I'm stronger, you know. He then turned and ran off to help Natsu. Fire Dragon's Roar. Natsu let loose a spiral of fire from his mouth at the creature, but it seemed to have little effect. He wiped the sweat from his forehead. Damn, it's not working. Hey, Natsu! Naruto yelled out as soon as he was within earshot. Natsu glanced over his shoulder to see the shinobi running towards him. Naruto! Happy yelled and they all grouped up. Hey! Did you get all the survivors? Natsu asked. Naruto nodded, albeit sadly. Yeah, but there was only one. Natsu growled and turned towards the demon, his eyes filled with wrath. None of Natsu's attacks are working on this thing. Happy complained. Yeah, it keeps blocking everything with sand. The Dragon Slayer grunted as his flame-enhanced kick was blocked yet again. Sand? Naruto took a closer look at the creature. It was a giant squirrel-looking creature with a long bushy tail. It had to be at least 50 feet tall. Happy, fly me over it. Aye, sir. Happy picked the boy up and flew them into the sky. As soon as they were over the beast, the cat dropped his friend. Take this. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. Natsu drove his flaming hand down at the creature, but with the swing of its tail, sand collected in front of demonic squirrel like a shield and blocked the incoming attack. I can't get through. Natsu cried out in frustration as he landed back on the ground. The sand dropped to the ground and the creature swiped at him with its claws, but Natsu easily evaded it by jumping back. Its sand is just like Gaara's? Naruto thought as Natsu kept trying to land a hit, with each attempt resulting the same. Wah! Why can't I hit this thing? It keeps moving its stupid sand wherever I go to hit it. An idea formed in Naruto's head. Natsu! Do that fire roar thing again. He just looked at Naruto in confusion. Huh? It's just gonna move the sand to block it again. Just do it. I got an idea. Naruto yelled and started to circle around the creature, drawing its attention. If you say so? He said and took a deep breath. Fire Dragon's Roar. The fire sped its way towards the demon and upon noticing it, and the giant squirrel took its attention away from the ninja to move its sand to block the incoming attack. Heh, just as I thought. Naruto thought as he charged forward with a kunai. The creature yelped in pain before spinning in a large circle to fend off its attackers, forcing Naruto to back off. The monster's hide was tough, even with Sage Mode his kunai barely pierced it. He got it. Happy cheered. Your turn, Natsu. Naruto called before charging forward, and the demon squirrel put up a wall of sand to block his Sage-enhanced punch. Sand flew everywhere, but the shinobi continued lashing out at the barrier. I don't really get it, but okay, Natsu said as he ran towards the back of the beast, his fist lighting ablaze. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. The behemoth bellowed in pain when the Dragon Slayer's attack struck it from behind once more. But once again, the attack didn't seem to have much effort other than angering it. What a tough monster. Happy! Natsu shouted when the monster refocused its attention on him, and the little blue cat swooped in and carried the mage into the sky. Fire Dragon's Roar. As the demon defended itself against the flames raining down on it, Naruto summoned 2 clones and got to work. He put out a hand and they went on to form his most powerful technique. A loud screeching noise filled the air, earning the attention of both Happy and Natsu. They gaped upon seeing the large spiraling shuriken in the shinobi's hand. Then, Naruto lunged forward and threw it. Wind style, Raisin Shuriken. The spiraling blades hit the monster square in the back, which caused it to hiss in pain, the micro-wind blades easily slashing through its hide. He got it. Happy cheered. Then the Raisin Shuriken exploded, consuming the entire beast's form. Whoa! Natsu yelped as Happy backpedaled in the air to avoid getting caught in the blast. Did that do it? Naruto wondered aloud. After the explosion ended, the creature fell to the ground and remained motionless. Phew! Naruto thought and deactivated Sage Mode before walking over to the cheering duo. That attack was awesome. What was it? Natsu asked with excitement. Hee, thanks. It's the strongest technique in my arsenal, the Raisin Shuriken. When it explodes, the enemy is cut by a bunch of tiny wind blades. Naruto stated proudly. Wow. So how did you figure out a way around that dumb sand? Natsu asked looking puzzled. I noticed that it could only move sand with its tail. Natsu deadpanned. Well yeah, I told you that. Naruto laughed and put a hand up. Hold on, let me finish. I thought that maybe if the sand was only moving because of its tail, then maybe we'd be able to hit it if it was distracted, and it worked. But that thing was tough, so I figured we needed more firepower. Realization dawned on Natsu's face. Oh, you're pretty smart, Naruto, unlike Lucy. Happy joked while stifling his laughter at the celestial spirit mage's expense. Natsu snorted. You better hope she doesn't find out you said that. Naruto laughed in agreement before turning towards the town entrance. Okay, let's go get that kid I found to the Rune Knights and get our reward. Both Natsu and Happy flinched at the mentioning of the Rune Knights. Naruto smiled wryly. You didn't do anything bad this time, so you don't have to be scared of them. Omake? While on their way back from their first job, Naruto and Lucy had decided to take a break in the town square at an outdoor restaurant. It's too bad we didn't get paid. Lucy moped as she watched Naruto eat away the remainder of her cash. How can he eat so much ramen? Finishing his last bowl, Naruto leaned back in his chair and sighed. It's not so bad. You did get that golden key thing, you know? Lucy brought out her newest golden key and smiled. That's true. I'll have to sign a contract with her later. Though to be honest, I'm kind of scared too. That's true, Naruto agreed with a bead of sweat trailing down his cheek. So what other spirits can you summon, besides that little white dog thing and the crab guy? Naruto asked. Ever since Lucy had first used her magic, he'd been curious to see what other weird things she could summon. Oh, do you want to meet some of them? Lucy asked, and when he nodded she grabbed her keys, growing a little excited to show off her magic to the ninja. She stood up from their table and raised a silver key into the air. Open. Gate of the Clock. Horologium. In a flash of golden light, a grandfather clock with arms and a noble-looking face appeared next to their table. You called, Lucy-sama? The clock asked in a very polite manner. A talking clock? Naruto stood up to get a closer look. This is Horologium. I've had him ever since I was a child. Lucy revealed while gesturing to her old friend. Naruto grinned. I'm Naruto. Nice to meet you. Horologium bowed. Likewise, Naruto-sama. Sama. Naruto thought with an awkward chuckle. Well then, if that is all, then I shall return to the spirit world. Farewell Lucy-sama, Naruto-sama. With that said, Horologium disappeared. By Horologium. Lucy chirped and began to shuffle through her keys to decide which spirit to show him next. Maybe I'll introduce him to Taurus next. Hey, can't you summon one that can control water? Naruto suddenly asked. You were the one who caused that tidal wave back at the port, right? Because I don't think Natsu or Happy could have done that. Lucy felt proud to think that she had the ability to do something a fairy tale mage couldn't. Even if it was technically her spirit's power? That was Aquarius. Lucy said nervously. I'm not sure if it would be a good idea to summon her for something like this. She's kinda strict. There was a large fountain not too far from where they were sitting, but Ah, come on. Naruto whined childishly. I'm sure she's not that bad. What's the worst that could happen? If only Naruto knew the flag he'd just raised. Having given up to his pleading, Lucy brought out Aquarius's key. Well, it shouldn't be too bad. I'm sure she'll like Naruto. He's really easy to get along with. With her mind somewhat at peace, Lucy walked over to the fountain and dipped the key into the water. Open. Gate of the water bearer. Aquarius. Light shined in the water as a form rose to the surface. Naruto was in awe. Never in his life did he think he'd ever see a mermaid, but this was just what he'd pictured one to be like. She was beautiful, to say the least. Her elegant form was floating in the air as she cradled a large urn. She looked so calm and serene. I wonder why Lucy was so hesitant to summon her dash. TCH. Naruto thought, the pictures of a mermaid's in his mind going down the drain. Lucy's eyebrow twitched. Stop doing that when I summon you. Stop summoning me when I'm about to go on a date with my boyfriend. Aquarius shot back, causing her summoner to flinch. Lucy knew this was a bad idea. Sorry. I just wanted to introduce you to a friend of mine dash. Huh. That's what you interrupted my date for? Aquarius turned over to Naruto, who immediately straightened himself in a proper stance. You. Why yes? Naruto squeaked in response. This woman's wrath reminded him of Sakura, which triggered an immediate defense mechanism. Who are you? The spirit asked, looking the shinobi up and down. Naruto, not wanting to piss the mermaid off any more than she already was, answered immediately. My name's Naruto Uzumaki, ma'am. Aquarius grunted. I see your taste in men is as lousy as usual. This kid has no spine. Lucy and Naruto fumed, both for different reasons. He's not my boyfriend. I'm not a coward. Aquarius blinked and stared at them blankly for a couple seconds before bursting out with laughter. Ahaha. This might actually be pretty fun. Naruto sent Lucy a questioning look and the girl muttered a silent apology. You too? Aquarius yelled after regaining her composure. Yes? They both answered at the same time. I'm going to leave for my date now. That was a good laugh, so I'll let you off the hook this time. Have fun. The mermaid cooed and waved at them sweetly before disappearing, leaving the two blondes by themselves once again. What was she talking about? Don't worry about it. Chapter 3, Away Home? Naruto and Natsu had just gotten their reward for their mission and were walking down a road to the nearest train station. Happy landed on the shinobi's head and retracted his wings. Hey Naruto, why did your eyes look funny while we were battling that demon? Oh, that's an ability of mine called Sage Mode. I collect the natural energy around me and turn it into extra power. It makes me stronger, faster, and I can tap into nature to help me sense where people are at a pretty good distance. Naruto explained with a smile. Sounds complicated. Natsu groaned, earning a chuckle from the blonde. Where did you learn that? I learned all of my sage techniques from the toads at Mount Mayaboku. Naruto proudly stated. Natsu raised an eyebrow. Toads? Naruto nodded. Yeah, I signed a contract with them and I can summon them to help me out in battle. It's kind of like Lucy's magic, but with a blood seal instead of a key. Here, watch. He bit his thumb hard enough to draw blood and went through the necessary hand signs. Summoning jutsu. Naruto slammed his palm on the ground and an array of seals spread outward from the point of contact. In a massive puff of smoke, Gamakichi appeared in front of them. Yo, Naruto. What's happening? Natsu and Happy stared at the toad in shock. That's a big toad. Naruto laughed at their shocked expressions. Hey Gamakichi. You've gotten bigger. The toad looked like was more than half the size of his father, Gamabunta. Yep, I'll outgrow my old man in a couple of months. By the way, the hidden leaf is looking all over for you. The toad glanced around. Is this where you've been? Where is this place anyway? Naruto sighed. Yeah, long story short, we're in another dimension than the elemental nations called Earthland. I was brought here because of a strange scroll, but I have no idea how to get back. Gamakichi bellowed with laughter. Haha. Only you would get yourself in these situations. But why haven't you tried summoning us earlier to use the reverse summoning technique to go to Mount Mayaboku? Naruto palmed his face. Of course. The reverse summoning. Why didn't he think of that earlier? Reverse summoning? Natsu asked. Oh yeah, Natsu, Happy, this is Gamakichi. Gamakichi, this is Natsu and Happy. These guys are from a guild called Fairy Tail and they've been helping me out. Naruto explained, and they all nodded to each other. The reverse summoning technique is where the toads summon me instead, most of the time to Mount Mayaboku, which is where I learned Sage Mode. I can't believe it slipped my mind. So, do you want to try it now? Gamakichi asked. The blonde nodded. Yeah, let's do it. With a nod of his own, Gamakichi disappeared in a puff of smoke. Naruto turned to Natsu and happy. If this works and I can't come back, tell Lucy and everyone else back at the guild I said thanks for all their help. Natsu grinned, gave the blonde a thumbs up. Naruto smiled back and before he suddenly doubled over in a burst of pain. Naruto, what's wrong? Natsu looked over him in concern, but found no clear signs of injury. Naruto's dying. Happy cried out while flying around in a panic. The pain kept getting worse and worse in waves. He felt like he had just swallowed lava and it was melting from the inside out. Arg! It's not working. Naruto quickly did the summoning jutsu again and brought Gamakichi back. The pain stopped. Hey Naruto, what give? Whoa, you okay? Gamakichi asked when he noticed his summoner gasping for air. Naruto laid on his back and caught his breath. Yeah. Man, that hurt. Why didn't it work, and why did that hurt so much? I wonder if something is keeping you bound here. Gamakichi wondered aloud. But it's weird that you're able to summon us here but not the other way around. Naruto rubbed his chin and thought. Well, I'll summon a messenger toad later to write a letter to the old lady to tell everyone what's going on. Gamakichi nodded. Sounds good. I'll be going now then, Ma's cooking up some grub. And with that, he disappeared in a cloud of smoke. Naruto sighed. Too bad that didn't work. Well, at least we got this huge reward. Natsu raised up his and Happy's share. Naruto relented a sigh and picked himself off of the ground. Yeah, shall we head back then? At least he'd be able to see Lucy's reaction to their earnings. They continued their trip back to Magnolia. Blurg. Man, you really are bad with transportation. Naruto said as he helped Natsu off the train. They silently made the walk back to the guild to find that it was completely silent. Why is it so quiet? Naruto wondered as he looked around. Everyone was either sighting properly or shaking like they'd seen a ghost. Natsu paled and began to sweat, knowing exactly what was going on. Urza's back. Who's Urza? Naruto asked, and Natsu simply pointed. Following Natsu's finger, Naruto found a red-haired woman clad in armor that only covered her upper body and a blue skirt. An odd choice of clothing, but the woman was beautiful nonetheless. Urza must have noticed them, because she was now walking in their direction. There you are, Natsu. Keeping out of trouble I hope? He squeaked. Naruto took a step away from Natsu, shocked to see the normally hyperactive teen act so timid. Urza then turned her attention to the shinobi. Are you the other new member I've been hearing about? Naruto, was it? Naruto laughed nervously at her serious tone. This girl held so much authority to her presence that it kinda scared him. Yeah, that's me. But I haven't joined and I'm still not sure if I want to yet. She raised an eyebrow. Then why are you here? It's complicated. How so? Urza asked and crossed her arms, her gaze narrowing ever so slightly. She obviously wasn't the type to let things slide by her. Naruto began to sweat. It was kind of hard to talk to this girl. No wonder Natsu was acting the way he was. The master told me not to discuss it with anyone else other than him. At the mention of Makarov, Urza visibly softened. Oh, I see. If that is what the master wants, then I understand. She turned back to the other boy. Natsu. You and Gray are coming with me to help me with something. Natsu looked over at Gray in disgust, who was looking back with a similar expression. Those two really didn't get along. Naruto, taking the opportunity to leave, crept his way towards Lucy who was sitting at a table with Levi. Hey guys, we're back from our job. Lucy waved back. How'd it go? Naruto grinned and took out an envelope. Looks like we won't have to worry about the rent for another month. Exclamation point. While Lucy wept tears of joy, Levi laughed before pointing at Urza. So, what do you think of Urza? Naruto chuckled and took a seat. She's almost scarier than my teammate back at home. He shivered at the thought of seeing Urza when she was angry, flashbacks of Sakura punching him through literal walls coming to mind. Well, she is the strongest woman in fairy tale. Fine. But if I have to go with Gray, then we gotta take Naruto too. Natsu shouted and pointed at the befuddled ninja. Naruto balked. Urza looked at Naruto for a second before she nodded in approval. Very well. Naruto, you shall come too. Naruto just sat there with a dumb look on his face. On the train. Lucy sighed and leaned back in her seat. Why did I have to go too? Naruto sent her an apologetic expression before whispering. It couldn't be helped, Urza's scary. They both looked at Urza holding an unconscious Natsu on her lap. She had just knocked the Dragon Slayer out because he was complaining about riding on another train so soon. Gray spoke up and asked what they had all been wondering. What exactly are we doing, Urza? The female knight nodded and filled them in, about how they were going to take on a dark guild. They were just getting off of the train when she finished. That just about sums it up, we'll take on Eisenwald. Lucy gasped while Gray and Naruto both smirked, both liking the idea of a good fight. Sounds good to me. This should be fun. Natsu's still on the train. Happy chimed in while pointing at the now leaving vehicle. Everyone stopped in their tracks. This is all my fault. Somebody, hit me. Urza panicked and braced herself, expecting someone to hit her. Leaving aside the woman's strange remark, Naruto raised a hand. I can go get him if you want? They all looked at him in disbelief. You, catch up with a train on foot? I'll believe it when I see it. Gray scoffed. Naruto smirked before taking off in an orange blur, leaving everyone speechless. Even Urza seemed impressed by the shinobi's showcase of speed. Naruto was slowly catching up to the train and was now just behind the last cart. He pulled up to the side of it and was about to grab on when Natsu suddenly burst through the window right in front of him. Ah! Natsu crashed right into Naruto and they both fell onto the ground, tumbling painfully to a stop. Ugh! Naruto groaned in pain. Why would you jump out of a train? Sorry. Natsu apologized, his head still spinning. They both got up and dusted themselves off. Why did you jump out anyway? There was this guy making fun of Fairy Tail and picking a fight with me. Then the train started moving again and I didn't want to be on that thing anymore. I think he said he was from a guild called, what was it? Eisenwald? Naruto's eyes widened. Did you say Eisenwald? That's the dark guild Urza was telling us about. Oh, really? He also had this wooden flute thing with a skull. Natsu added while tapping his chin in thought. A flute with a skull? That's weird. They both heard a noise that was gradually getting louder behind them and they turned around to see a small vehicle driving towards them. As it got closer, they could see Urza in the front and Lucy leaning out of the window. Naruto. Natsu. The vehicle came to a stop next to them. You really did get him. Urza noted and motioned for them to get in. No more transportation, blurg. Natsu choked out. Naruto wasted no time and jumped into the seat next to Urza. Follow the train. It has a member of Eisenwald in it. What? Why didn't Natsu get him? Urza complained, centering her wrathful gaze on the cowering dragon slayer who reluctantly sat next to Gray. Never mind that, let's go. Naruto exclaimed, and the redhead nodded before surging them forward. Natsu also said that the guy had a flute with a skull on it. Naruto added, wondering if Urza knew anything about it. Lucy poked her head out. Did you say a flute with a skull? When Naruto nodded, she gained a worried expression. I've read about something like that in books, but I think that flute might be the evil magic lullaby. What does it do? Naruto asked, since this was obviously his first time hearing about it. Nothing good, and if those dark mages got their hands on it. Urza trailed off and frowned, and the group gulped. The group came to a stop in front of the station and found that there were rune knights trying to calm the people down. They took over the station? Looks like it. Urza walked up to one of the workers. What's going on inside? The guy just looked at her incredulously. Who the heck are yo dash? Crack. Urza headbutt him in the face, knocking him unconscious. What's she doing? Naruto asked as he watched Urza knock night after night out. Gray just shuddered and shook his head. Just don't question it, man. Naruto and Lucy shared a look as Urza did this a few more times. Let's just head up and see for ourselves. Naruto suggested and started running up the stairs. Once they made it up to the platform, they came face to face with a group of what they assumed was the Dark Guild. I knew you'd show up, Fairy Tail. A man with a large scythe said with a smirk. Aragorn. What are you planning to do with Lullaby? Urza demanded. A gust of wind picked up around Aragorn and he began to float. Oh, you haven't figured it out? He floated up to one of the speakers and tapped it a few times. Urza realized what they planned on doing. You plan to broadcast the lullaby? Everyone gasped upon hearing this. Ah. The man roared with laughter. Murderer. The dark mage scoffed. These people enjoy what they take for granted, their rights. So, the Shinigami has come to punish them. With death. Naruto clenched his fists. You think taking people's lives will get you your rights back? We seek not our rights, but authority. If we're in control, we can wipe out the past and command the future. The leader of the dark mages responded with another burst of cackling laughter. Bastard. Naruto counted the number of enemies. There's a lot of them. Aragorn let out a relieved sigh. I'll leave these flies to you while I go play the flute. He said and flew out through one of the building's windows. Urza turned towards Natsu and Gray. Natsu. Gray. Go after him. You can beat him if you work together. They grumbled but ran off anyways. The S-class mage then turned to the other two. Naruto, Lucy, let's take care of these guys. Naruto nodded and prepared for battle. What am I supposed to do? Lucy thought and hid behind the shinobi. Urza summoned a sword and charged at them, swiftly defeating a few in a couple of swipes and switched her weapon to a spear to hit a mage that was about to use ranged magic. She can summon weapons? Naruto wondered aloud. If he didn't know any better, it was like he was watching his friend Tenten fight. That's Urza's magic, Requip. She can also change her armor to her advantage as well. A lot of people can use this magic, but Urza can do it really fast. Happy explained, and as if to showcase his words, Urza's armor glowed and changed into a dress-like armor with metal wings. Swords were floating in a circular formation around her form. Dance my swords! Urza roared and the blades circled around her, cutting down the rest of the Dark Guild members with ease. She's strong. Naruto and Lucy both thought. Urza switched back to her normal armor and noticed a mage had avoided her attack and was running away. Naruto, Lucy, follow him. He might be going to Aragorn. Not wanting to anger the woman, they did as she commanded. A couple minutes later, Lucy groaned. Where did that guy go? We can't find him anywhere. Naruto closed his eyes. I'll just go into sage mode and find him. Boom! What was that? Lucy wailed as the building shook from an explosion. Naruto started running in the direction of the source of the sound. Let's go see what that was. Someone might have found Aragorn. Lucy nodded and followed him. When they met up with Natsu and Gray, they found the entire building was encased in a giant tornado-like barrier. They then learned that a man named Kageyama, who was needed to get out of a wind barrier, was stabbed in the back by one of his comrades. They were now trapped. Naruto tried punching his way through the wind barrier. Ow! It had cut up his hand. Don't touch the wind, it'll rip you to shreds. Urza warned them. Lucy ran up to Naruto and looked at his injured arm. Naruto, are you okay? Naruto waved her off. Yeah, don't worry. I heal fast. She watched in awe as the cuts closed right before her eyes. You weren't kidding. Gray kicked a stone wall. I can't believe we fell for this. Natsu stared at the wall of winds. Gramps. It hadn't been hard to figure out what Aragorn planned to do. The masters of the mage guilds were currently having a meeting not too far from the station. If they didn't stop the Dark Guild now, then Makarov was in danger. Lucy sighed. I don't think any of my keys would work here either. Hey Lucy, did you ever sign a contract with the key we got from that one mission? You know, the one that can dig holes and stuff. Naruto asked. If he wasn't mistaken, that spirit had the ability to dig tunnels. Lucy blinked. Oh yeah. She can dig us a way out of here. She grabbed the key and began the ritual. Open. Gate of the Virgin. Virgo. A magic circle formed on the ground and a girl with pink hair wearing a frilly maid's outfit appeared. Lucy and Naruto stared at her in shock. Is that really the same spirit? Naruto remembered her last form and shivered. She's like a different person. Lucy agreed with a curt nod. Would you prefer my other appearance? Virgo asked and started morphing back into her former appearance. And no, you're fine. They both said quickly. Shifting back once again, the maid bowed gracefully. If that is what you wish, my mistress. Don't call me that. Lucy said, and they proceeded to have a conversation about how Virgo would address her. Urza walked over to Naruto. What's going on? That's a celestial spirit that can dig tunnels and stuff. He idly explained to the knight. Hey Lucy, hurry up will ya? How about, Heim? Virgo asked, and Lucy finally nodded in acceptance. That's fine. Naruto sighed. Of all the times to be picking a title for herself to be called, and she was okay with Heim of all things? Then, here I go. Virgo dove right into the ground as if it were water, creating a human-sized tunnel as she went. Urza smacked Lucy in the back, knocking the girl flat on her face. Good job, Lucy. Naruto jumped into the tunnel. Okay, let's go. Everyone followed him in with Natsu carrying the injured Kageyama. Once they reached the other side, Gray stretched. Sweet, we're out. Urza looked around. Hey, where's Natsu and Happy? Lucy looked around as well. Naruto isn't here either. Naruto ran across the railroad as Natsu flew with Happy at their max speed. I didn't think Happy could fly that fast. Naruto yelled up at them. We gotta get to that Aragorn person as fast as we can. Aye sir. They soon caught up to Aragorn, and Naruto sped up and jumped at him. Surprise! Naruto yelled as he punched the guy right in the face, landing gracefully as Aragorn crashed into the bridge. The wanted man snarled. How did you get out of the barrier? Natsu landed on the ground with Happy in his arms. Natsu, I'm tired. The cat said sleepily. Thanks for the ride, buddy. You rest up now. Natsu said as he laid his feline friend on the ground. Hey, Natsu. Sorry, but I called dibs on this guy. He really pissed me off earlier. Naruto claimed and did some light stretches. The dragon slayer grumbled but complied. Fine. But when we get back, I want to fight you. Ever since they finished their job with the squirrel demon, he'd been itching to spar with the blonde. Naruto smirked and then charged at Aragorn. Sounds good to me. The wind mage snarled. What do you think this is a game? Stupid brats, thinking they can defeat the Shinigami so easily. He was cut off by Naruto, who kicked him in his side, knocking the wind out of him. You want to give me that flute before someone gets hurt? Naruto asked nicely. Aragorn recovered and took to the sky. Never. Eat this. He blasted a wave of wind at Naruto, who jumped straight up to avoid it. The dark mage met him in the air and brought down his scythe. Pulling out a kunai, Naruto redirected the blade away from him. The moment the shinobi landed, he threw a dozen shuriken. They were easily deflected by a gust of wind magic, but this gave Naruto enough time to create a couple shadow clones. Clone magic? Aragorn thought as he fought off the clones, slashing a few with his weapon that earned him a satisfying pop. His thoughts were interrupted when the wood splintered underneath Aragorn, and the original Naruto flew at him with a glowing blue sphere in his hand. From under the bridge? When did he dash? Rasengan. The attack hit the dark mage right in the gut, causing him to howl in pain as the orb launched him across the bridge until he eventually tumbled to a stop. Naruto calmed himself before walking over to Aragorn. He knelt down and looked over his enemy, confirming that he was out for the count. Turning and giving his friends a thumbs up, Natsu and Happy cheered. Now to get the flute. He thought just as the others in the magic vehicle skid to a stop behind them. And no way. Irisker-san was defeated. Kageyama yelled in disbelief. Yeah. Naruto was like, Huya, and Aragorn went, Kaya, and went flying into the air. Natsu began reenacting the fight, covering his face with his scarf to look more like a ninja. That guy didn't even see Naruto coming. Happy jumped onto Natsu's head and made a hand sign with his paws. Naruto really is a ninja. Your boyfriend's tough. Gray said to Lucy, and the girl flushed bright red. He's not my boyfriend. Gray put his hands up in defense, realizing he must have stepped on a landmine. All right. Geez, I'm sorry. Urza looked at the laughing shinobi and noticed that besides the dust and wood flakes, he didn't have a scratch on him. He defeated Aragorn without getting hurt? Just who are you, Naruto? The group's attention was suddenly drawn to the magical vehicle when it turned on and zoomed past them. What? Kage? Victory's ours, flies. The dark mage yelled and waved the flute in his hands. Naruto was about to chase after him when he realized he couldn't move. Urza pointed towards the fleeting car. Naruto. After him. I can't move. Naruto said as he tried, and failed, to move any part of his body. But it was like he was frozen from the neck down. Urza ran over to him and looked to see what was wrong. It was like Naruto was frozen solid, minus the ice. Damn. He placed a shadow binding spell on you. Urza cursed under her breath. How long will it last? Naruto asked as he struggled against the spell. I don't know. Not too long, hopefully. He seemed to be low on magic power. Come on, let's hurry. Urza replied and shoved the ninja's body into Natsu's hands. They all ran off in the direction Kageyama drove, with Natsu carrying the frozen Naruto on his back. By the time they had caught up to Kageyama, he was found standing with Makarov and looked like he was about to play the flute. Master. Old man. Before they could act, a big bald man wearing makeup and a tutu stepped in front of them and placed a finger up to his lips. Shoo, the best part is about to start. They all watched as Kageyama was about to play the lullaby, but he seemed to be hesitating. Are you not going to play it? Makarov asked. Why isn't he playing it? Naruto wondered aloud, and why weren't they doing anything to stop that dark mage? Oh my, those are some cute whisker marks you have there. Master Bob said and winked at Naruto, making the teen shiver. Nothing will change. Makarov suddenly said. Kageyama's eyes widened. The weak will always be weak. But weakness is not evil, since human beings are weak to begin with. Kageyama just continued to stare with wide eyes. Alone, we feel insecurity. That is why we form guilds. That's why we have comrades. Naruto grinned, his nerves relaxing as he could see where things were going. We walk together in order to live a strong life. The clumsy ones will run into more walls than others, and it may also take them longer to get there. Makarov continued, and Kageyama started trembling. If you believe in tomorrow and put yourself out there, you can naturally obtain your own strength. That's how you'll be able to smile and live strong. Makarov grinned. Without having to depend on such a flute, of course. Kageyama sank to the ground on his knees, dropping the flute as he did. I lose. Makarov nodded sagely. It seemed there was hope for this youngster yet. Master. Old man. What are you three doing here? The master of Fairy Tail asked, startled to see so many powerhouses bunched up in one group. That was amazing, Gramps. Master, I really felt your words. Thud. Ouch. Naruto laughed when Urza brought the old man's head to her armored chest. That looks like it hurt? But it seemed everything turned out all right. Zoo. Pathetic mages, you have no guts. What was that? The flute is talking. A demonic presence washed over them as a dark miasma poured out of the flute. It floated up into the air as it began to take shape to something massive. Naruto looked at the smoke with wide eyes. This feeling, it's the same as... The smoke formed into a massive wooden demon with 3 gaping holes for eyes. It roared as it towered over the forest. Let me devour your souls. Humans. It's a demon from the Book of Zeruf. Lucy exclaimed while hiding behind Naruto. Let's show this monster just how weak humans are. Natsu said as he ran towards the demon. Well said. Natsu, Urza, and Gray started attacking the demon from different directions. Naruto sat down and began to collect natural energy. Makarov walked over to him. Naruto, my boy, what are you up to? When Naruto opened his eyes, they were lime yellow and outlined with what almost looked like red eyeshadow. Makarov raised an eyebrow at the shinobi's change in appearance. Don't worry, old man. I'll finish this with one attack. Naruto formed 2 shadow clones and they began charging his most powerful technique. Makarov gulped, the way the attack screeched gave him a bad feeling. Not to mention the sheer potency of energy that leaked out of the now spiraling technique. Hey guys, get out of the way! Naruto yelled as he began to run towards the demon. Wind style, Raisin Shuriken. Huh. Do you really think such a puny attack can defeat Dash? Shing. Everyone gasped as the bladed sphere cut right through Lullaby, splitting the demon clean in 2. He cut right through it. Who is that mage? Lucy stared at Naruto in disbelief. I knew he was strong, but this... Makarov sighed in relief. At least they didn't destroy any T-dash. Boom. Their cheering was cut short when the Raisin Shuriken flew right into a building in the distance, destroying it completely. Makarov gasped as hair literally fell from his head. That had been the guild master's meeting hall. Naruto scratched his cheek awkwardly. Whoops. Fairy Tail. Retreat. Chapter 4, You're what? Naruto and Natsu stood in front of the guild, face to face. A rather large crowd had gathered around them. News of their fight had spread like wildfire upon their return from their battle with Lullaby. Natsu is going to fight Naruto? One of the onlookers murmured. This should be a good fight. Another exclaimed. Lucy pushed her way to the front of the crowd. Are they really going to fight? Yes, and we should expect a good fight between these two, Urza said as she watched the 2 combatants stare each other down. She was looking forward to seeing how the ninja fought. Especially after hearing about his apparent one-sided fight against Aragorn. I'm curious to see what happens myself. Lucy looked down to find Makarov walking towards the duo. Okay brats. I don't want to see the town get destroyed, so keep the magic tone down a bit, will ya? The 2 nodded and started doing some light stretching. A little warm-up before a sparring match never hurt anyone. Natsu got into a fighting stance. I'm getting fired up. Ready when you are. Naruto agreed as he tightened his headband. At the indication, Natsu ran straight at him with his burning fist reared back. Naruto sidestepped and stuck his leg out, tripping Natsu in the process. Charging head-on with no plan? I've been there. Rolling back onto his feet, the pink-haired mage smirked. I have a plan, all right? To kick your ass. He reared back his arm and launched himself at the shinobi once more. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. Naruto jumped straight up as the attack hit the ground, causing a minor explosion. He could feel the heated dust from the attack rush past him as he began to fall. His punches are heavy, but they're too hasty. Sorta reminds me of my old fighting style. Looking up, the Dragon Slayer found 10 Narutos falling right at him. You can't dodge if you're in the air. Taking a deep breath, he roared. Fire Dragon's Roar. The flame consumed the descending clones, destroying all of them in an instant. Natsu laughed victoriously. Huh. Serves you right for being cocky. Huh? Feeling someone tap his shoulder, he turned to see the real Naruto holding a kunai to his back. The ninja waved casually. Yo! Natsu widened his eyes in surprise. He could have sworn the real one was in the air with the clones. How did Naruto get behind him so fast without him noticing? Alright, that settles it. Naruto is the winner. Makarov sighed, relieved to see the match end with no damage done to the town. He then looked over at Naruto with a slight grin as the crowd began to cheer. Crafty kid. Urza nodded in agreement. Naruto had used one of his clones to throw him out of sight, she'd almost missed it due to the dust. He clearly knew what Natsu would do after seeing so many targets, and took advantage of the distraction. Natsu was outsmarted. It's no wonder Naruto had been able to defeat Aragorn. He is unpredictable with that cloning magic. As the crowd continued to chant Naruto's name, Natsu growled in frustration. Ah, come on. We were just getting started. He whined fruitlessly. If we were fighting for real, I would have won for sure. Gray walked over to the raging teen and shook his head. With a knife at your back? Face it, hothead, you were beat. Oh yeah? Wanna fight me next, pervert? Natsu challenged as they butted heads. I don't see why I'd bother with a weakling like you. The ice mage retorted. Their little feud was cut short by a loud clap. There will be no more fighting. I am a messenger from the Magic Council. Naruto looked at the messenger with a raised eyebrow. A frog? Seeing as he got their full attention, the messenger spoke. The one named Naruto Uzumaki has been placed under arrest. The amphibian declared, earning a collective gasp from the crowd. Eh? What did I do? The accused ninja stepped back, confused on why they would want to arrest him. He didn't do anything wrong. Oh wait, he accidentally destroyed the building where all the guild masters met up. Makarov walked next to him. It's best just to do what the council say, boy. It'll make things easier. Naruto nodded hesitantly, but ultimately left with the frog. If the old man thought it was better to go without question, then who was he to argue? Naruto followed the messenger down a rather long hallway. They stopped suddenly when a man with blue hair walked into view. The guy must be important because his escort bowed with the most respect the blonde had ever seen. Naruto Uzumaki, I presume? The man asked. Naruto nodded. Yeah, who are you? I'm a council member, Seagrain. He answered, amused at the teen's straightforwardness. What does a council member want with me? The ninja honestly just wanted to leave this place as soon as he could. What if that Mystigan guy showed up at the guild while he wasn't there? Seagrain grinned ever so slightly. I find you interesting. I can't find anything to prove you existed until a couple of weeks ago. For someone who is powerful enough to defeat a demon from the Book of Zeref in a single attack to go unnoticed until now. It's intriguing. I'm not exactly from around here. Naruto answered nervously. Did this man know he wasn't from this dimension? That couldn't be. The only people here that knew were Lucy, Natsu, Happy, and the old man. If the council member knew, he didn't show any signs of proving so. And where might that be? The blonde kept silent, thinking of a way to either fib his way out or maybe change the subject. He was pulled out of his thoughts though when Seagrain laughed. You don't have to answer. I was just curious. Naruto raised an eyebrow when the man faded out of existence. I look forward to the next time we meet, Naruto Uzumaki. Something about those words made the shinobi uncomfortable. He didn't like this Seagrain person. After about an hour, the trial ended and Naruto was on a carriage back to Fairy Tail. No one had gotten hurt when the building was destroyed, but he was charged with property damage. Although the payment had been covered by his slaying of the demon Lullaby, so it all worked out in the end. Was there even a point to all that? What a waste of time, Naruto said with a sigh. Poof! A messenger toad appeared next to him in a puff of smoke. What was with all these amphibians and messages today? Not that he was complaining, since this one was holding a scroll with a hidden leaf seal on it. The leaf has received your letter. It said before holding out a scroll. The Hokage asked me to give you this. Naruto's face brightened at the news. Oh, they got my letter? Thanks. He took the scroll and began to read it. With its task now done, the messenger toad disappeared in a poof of smoke. Naruto, it is good to know that you are alive and safe. Why do you keep getting involved in such situations? A different dimension? This would only happen to you. These fairy tale mages sound like very good people. Konoha's reconstruction is going well. We were all relieved to find out that you were okay. Now let's get down to business. Naruto Uzumaki. You have been assigned an S-ranked mission to stay with this fairy tale guild and try to find a way back home. We will do our best to look for a solution as well. Stay safe and try not to cause them any trouble. Tsunade Senju. Naruto laughed and stashed the scroll away for safekeeping. Well, I guess that settles it. What? You're going to join the guild? Lucy asked in excitement. Those within earshot cheered. Naruto rubbed the back of his head. Yeah, I found a way to contact my home and I was told to stay here for the time being, so I thought why not? Elfman clapped him on the back, knocking the smaller boy over. What a manly decision. Naruto chuckled as he picked himself up. So, what do I gotta do? Makarov gestured over to Mira-Jane. Mira-chan, if you would? The barmaid smiled and nodded happily. Of course, master. Naruto, if you would, follow. Mira-Jane's voice trailed off as she fell to the ground, asleep. In fact, every member of the guild seemed to have fallen asleep. Naruto was also starting to lose consciousness. Release. With a flare of chakra, the drowsiness faded. Makarov grinned, impressed to see that Naruto could resist Mystigan's sleeping magic. The front doors of the guild opened to reveal a man covered head to toe in dark clothing and bandages, with only a portion of his face visible. Hey! Was it you who put everyone to sleep? What was that for? Naruto fumed. A new member? The cloaked man wondered aloud. Mystigan. The master greeted. Naruto's eyes widened. That's Mystigan? The bandaged man walked to the request board and picked out a mission. He then placed it in front of Makarov. I'll be leaving. Mystigan, I'd like you to meet our newest member, Naruto Uzumaki. The master gestured to Naruto. The quiet man sent Naruto a nod and turned to leave the guild. Hey! Wait a second. Naruto yelled and followed the mysterious mage outside. As soon as they left, everyone in the guild began to awaken. Was it Mystigan again? His sleep magic is powerful. Lucy looked around and noticed that Naruto was gone. Where did Naruto go? He left to follow Mystigan. Makarov said, pointing to the doors. He left before getting his stamp. Mira Jane mumbled with a frown. So, the new guy can resist Mystigan's sleep magic, huh? A voice came from the second floor. Everyone looked up to find Laxus leaning on the railing with a smirk plastered on his face. Fight me, Laxus. Natsu challenged the moment he saw the older boy. Ignoring the ranting teen, the lightning-scarred mage looked at the guild's doors, his smirk growing into a malicious grin. Naruto Uzumaki, huh? Interesting. Why are you following me? Mystigan asked without looking back. The old man said you might know something about dimensional travel. Is that true? Naruto asked. The mage turned and seemed to study the blonde. Another dimension? Are you from Hiatus? Naruto shook his head. Never heard of it. I'm from the elemental nations. Mystigan continued down the road again. Then I'm afraid I can't help you. I've never heard of such a place. Do you know anything at all about dimension hopping? Naruto insisted, his voice growing desperate. Mystigan stopped, his patience wearing thin. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but I do not have information that could be of any use to you. Now if you'll excuse me, I have a job to do. Naruto stopped, disappointment growing on his face as he watched the mysterious man disappear into the night. That had been his only lead. With a heavy sigh, he turned around and began to walk towards his shared apartment. It was getting late anyway. How am I going to get back now? There sure are a lot of strong people in Fairy Tail. Lucy commented to a tiny white dog thing as she made her way home for the night. Pooh! It responded as if to agree with her statement. Walking up to her apartment building, she climbed the stairs and opened the door to her shared room to find Natsu and Naruto working out. Hey Lucy, hope you don't mind Natsu being here. Naruto greeted between crunches. Why are you working out in here? Where are your shirts? Lucy barked, her face heating up from the view. Natsu showed up and wanted to work out, so I joined him. Naruto replied with a shrug. Natsu offered her a pair of dumbbells. Wanna join us? No, you reek. Natsu, get out. Lucy yelled while pointing to the door. Why does Naruto get to stay? Natsu whined. Because he lives here. Wearing herself out from all the yelling, Lucy slumped onto the couch. Happy pat her on the head. It's okay Lucy, we'll leave so you and Naruto can be alone. Swiping at the laughing cat, Lucy noticed he was holding a flyer. What's that paper? Naruto and Natsu both smirked. We're going on an S-ranked mission. Lucy gasped. But none of us are S-rank mages. Speak for yourself. Back at home, I'm ranked S-class in the bingo book, run on site. Naruto boasted with his arms crossed. I don't think that applies here. Lucy thought with a deadpan expression. Why are you even in on this, Naruto? I can understand Natsu, but you? Naruto shrugged. Because all the other mission requests are either too easy or too boring. Besides, Mystigan was a dead end to getting back home, so I want to blow off some steam with a challenge. Lucy sighed in defeat. Whatever, do what you want. But I'm not going. Oh yeah, I never looked at what the mission request was. What do we gotta do? Naruto asked Happy. To save a cursed island. Natsu and Happy both said with spooky faces. Naruto gulped nervously. See cursed, you say? The Dragon Slayer gained a mischievous grin. Yeah, I bet there'll be ghosts and stuff. Maybe we should listen to Lucy and not go? Yeah. I don't want to get you guys in trouble with the old man. Naruto asked a bit hopefully. Natsu snorted. You scared of some haunted island? What are you, a chicken? Happy started making chicken noises for added effect, prompting Naruto to fume. I'm not scared. In fact, we're leaving first thing in the morning. He turned to Lucy. You're coming too? What? No way. Look, we get a golden key for doing this job. If you come with us, you can have it. Naruto said and handed her the flyer. Lucy looked at the paper to see if he was telling the truth. Well, I guess someone has to babysit you three. She finally said with an innocent smile, and it was settled. The three boys grinned and began to prepare for their trip. Harjan Port. So, what's the plan? Naruto asked while looking around the harbor. It may have only been a couple weeks, but he felt nostalgic coming to this place again. Did that make him weird? We find a boat to take us to the island. Lucy simply said. Natsu shook his head at the thought of more transportation. No way. We'll swim there. Rejected. Lucy swiped the air with finality, much to the Dragon Slayer's dismay. They asked around to see if any of the sailors would help them, but the sailors all denied them passage the moment they mentioned the name of the island. No luck, huh? Naruto asked, and Lucy shook her head sadly. I guess we're swimming. Natsu chirped, and he would have jumped into the water had Lucy not grabbed his collar. I can probably run us there if the island isn't too far out. Naruto suggested, and the other three looked at him incredulously. What? The island is across the ocean. You can't run there. Lucy stated flatly. Of course I can, watch this. Naruto jumped off the dock, landing on the surface of the water as if it were solid land. Natsu and Lucy watched in awe as Naruto showed off his ability. They wondered just how many abilities this guy had. Found ya. They turned around and found Gray standing behind them, and he did not look happy. Lucy raised an eyebrow. What are you doing here? Naruto jumped back onto the port. Hey Gray. Wanna go on the job too? He sent Naruto a flat look. No, I came to bring you guys back. If you come back now, maybe you can avoid being expelled from the guild. Lucy's eyes widened. Expelled? She had only been thinking about the golden key, but they really were breaking the rules of the guild. Of course they might get expelled for this. No way. We're going to do this S-class mission. Natsu yelled in defiance. I guess I'm going to have to use force. Gray snarled as his fists began to glow. The flame wielder ignited his own fists on fire. You wanna go? A nearby sailor noticed their magic and called to them. Are you mages? Are you here to stop the curse? They stopped their respective magics and looked at the man. We're from Fairy Tail. Naruto answered with a grin. It felt pretty good to say that. Here, hop in. He motioned for them to get on his boat. Lucy beamed. Really? You're a lifesaver. Natsu turned his attention back to his rival. Now all that's left is... He was surprised to see Naruto holding an unconscious Gray over his shoulder. Seeing their stares, the shinobi raised an eyebrow. What? He wasn't looking, so I knocked him out. He said and did a chopping motion with his open arm. Let's go on our S-class mission. Ugh. Please. No more. Blurg. Transportation. Natsu groaned. Is he okay? The sailor looked at Natsu worriedly. Lucy laughed sheepishly. Don't worry about him. He's just really bad with transportation. Gray, who was tied up and couldn't move, was laying right next to Natsu. Why was I forced to come? I'm gonna die. And stop complaining, you wimp. Gray yelled and headbutt Natsu in the face. So why did you change your mind? Naruto asked the sailor, ignoring the ice mage's rambling. My name is Bobo. I used to live on that cursed island. But I escaped. The now named Bobo responded. Happy raised his paw to get their attention. What kind of curse is it? Those who step foot on that island are cursed. He began and removed his cloak to reveal his demonic-looking arm. The demon's curse. They gasped at the man's arm. There it is, Garana Island. Off in the distance, they could see an eerie-looking island. It was dark, and shrouded in a chilling mist. Naruto shivered. The island isn't really haunted, is it? He asked and turned to see that Bobo was no longer on the boat. Lucy gasped and whirled around. Where did he go? A deep rumble started rocking their boat. What's that noise? Natsu mumbled. A tidal wave. The giant wave was rapidly making its way towards them. Their tiny boat didn't stand a chance. Thinking fast, Naruto crossed his fingers. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Each clone grabbed a person on board before jumping onto the water, easily outrunning the wave towards the shore of the island. After making it to the beach, he put everyone down and dispelled his technique. Phew! That was close. We're saved. Natsu whimpered as he and Happy wept tears of joy. Lucy smiled bashfully. Thanks for saving us, Naruto. Naruto gave them a thumbs up and took a look around. The sun was beginning to set, making the beach look rather ominous. Resisting the urge to shiver, Naruto turned back to his resting group. It's getting late. We should set up camp for tonight and look for the client in the morning. He then walked over to Gray and untied him. Still gonna try and stop us? Gray rubbed his hands, stared at the ninja hard, but eventually sighed in defeat. Well, I guess I might as well tag along. It'd be annoying if you guys got to the second floor before me. The next day. So, this is the village? They walked up to the gates and saw a sign that said, "Keep out." Hello? Is there anyone there? Could you open the gate? Lucy called out in an attempt to get someone's attention. Two people looked over the top of the gate. Who are you? We're mages from Fairy Tale. We saw your request. The guards looked at each other in confusion. We haven't heard of anyone accepting our request. She was about to say more when Gray stopped her. There must have been a mistake. Show us your guild symbols. They demanded. Naruto gulped. Whoops. Looks like I forgot to get my mark. The others all showed their marks, but when Naruto didn't, the guards looked at him expectantly. What about you? He scratched his cheek. I haven't gotten my mark yet, but I am a guild member. Technically. The guards murmured to one another. Are you gonna let us in or not? We could just leave. Gray asked coolly. The gate began to open. Come in. We'll get the mayor. Naruto bumped Gray's shoulder while giving the boy a thumbs up in appreciation. Walking into the village, they waited for the mayor to appear. After a few minutes, a frail-looking old man showed up and greeted them. Welcome to Garana Island, please heed our troubles. He then proceeded to explain the village's problems. It was a long and sad story about how the moon had changed colors and forever changed the lives of the inhabitants of the island. Which is why I had to kill my son. He said sadly and showed them a picture of Bobo. Naruto stiffened. That's that sailor guy. He was a G-ghost. The mayor continued. If this goes on, we will all become engulfed in darkness and become demons. We won't let that happen. Natsu yelled and the others nodded in agreement. The old man pointed up. Then please, destroy the moon. Later in the forest. We're not really going to destroy the moon, are we? Naruto asked. Not even knowing if his techniques could reach, he doubted any of them had the power to destroy something as big as the moon. Gray snorted. Of course not, there's gotta be a reason behind the moon turning purple. Guys, you have to be careful. Who knows what's in this forest? So she says. Horologium said. Naruto looked at the girl that had concealed herself within the clock spirit with a flat expression. Lucy, what are you doing? This forest is scary. So she says. Naruto waved his hand dismissively. Don't worry, I'll make sure nothing bad happens. Wah! Naruto and Lucy/Horologium turned to see Natsu and Gray running from an enormous rat. Trees toppled over as the rodent bulldozed its way towards them. What the? Run! The two boys screamed and took off running. Naruto, flashing into Sage mode, jumped towards the giant animal and punched it right in the face. The rat groaned and tumbled backwards, causing a minor tremor as it hit the ground. Naruto landed on the ground and deactivated Sage mode before walking back to the group. The abundance of natural energy in this world was convenient. See? Nothing to worry about. Gray looked at Naruto as the ninja passed him, completely baffled. This guy might actually be as strong as Urza? Lucy was snapped out of her amazement when Horologium disappeared. Must have run out of time. Oh? Having noticed something, Lucy pointed out in the distance. Hey, there's an old building over there. Let's check it out. They walked into the ruins and looked around. There was a variety of weird-looking symbols scattered across the wall, most likely the language of a past civilization. The stellar spirit mage traced one of the symbols with a finger. I wonder what they mean. Natsu looked at the ground and stomped his foot. Is this floor even sturdy? Stop! If you do that dash. Crack! The floor beneath them caved in and they all fell with it. Wah! They all screamed as they free-felled into the dark. Natsu, you idiot! Naruto caught Lucy midair and landed gracefully while the others landed in a heap. Thanks. Lucy stuttered, her heart fluttering as he put her down. Don't mention it. Naruto absent-mindedly said before walking off. Something was nagging at his senses, and it felt familiar. He'd felt it while in Sage mode earlier, but it was a lot strong now that they were down here. Naruto? She watched the ninja walk off on his own down the cave. Hey, why did you only save Lucy? Natsu steamed before noticing Happy landing softly on the ground with his wings. And why didn't you catch me? Happy shrugged. I was too surprised. As Natsu began to chase Happy around the cave, Gray picked himself up and noticed Naruto walking away. Where's he going? Hey guys! Get over here! Naruto called out to them from around the corner. They ran down the tunnel to where Naruto was. When the group reached him, they gasped. Concealed in what appeared to be ice, was a giant demonic-looking monster. What is that? Lucy gaped with a hand held to her mouth. Gray stared at the massive being with wide eyes. Deliora? Naruto looked at the creature intensely. It's giving off the same feeling as that giant squirrel and lullaby. What could this mean? Naruto? What's wrong? Lucy asked when she noticed his expression. Naruto snapped out of his thoughts and laughed. It's nothing. Don't worry about it. Gray was shaking uncontrollably. How can Deliora be here? It's not possible. Hey, calm down. What's wrong? Lucy said in an attempt to calm the boy down. Natsu's ears twitched when heard footsteps coming from the other side of the cavern. Someone's coming. They all hid behind some boulders. I thought I heard someone. A man with huge eyebrows said. His dog-faced companion replied. Toby, did you get moon drip in your ears? No, I didn't, Yuka. The now named Yuka cleared his ear. Calm down, I was only teasing. What the heck is moon drip? Naruto thought with a raised eyebrow. Yuka-san, Toby-san, I have bad news. Angelica was harassed by some intruders. A girl with long pink hair said while walking up to her comrades. It's just a mouse. She's not just a mouse, she is a knight that gallops the darkness, and... She looked off to the distance dreamily. Love. Naruto's face scrunched up. What? Let's get rid of these intruders before Riichi-sama finds out about them. After the three people left, Natsu stepped out and punched his fists together. We should have caught them and questioned them. Lucy shook her head. Not yet, we don't know enough about what's going on. She turned over to Naruto. What do you think we should next? Naruto scratched his cheek sheepishly. Getting more information sounds good, haha. He wanted to catch them too. Lucy thought with a bead of sweat rolling down her cheek. Naruto walked over to Gray, who was still glaring at the frozen demon intensely. Hey Gray, just what is this demon to you anyways? Gray clenched his fists. This demon attacked my home village when I was little, I'm the only one that survived. My teacher sealed it away at the risk of her own life. Naruto's eyes softened. So Gray had lost everything because of this demon, seeing it here was probably very painful. The shinobi unconsciously held a hand over a certain seal located over his gut. At the risk of your teacher's life? Lucy asked. The way Gray had said that made her feel uneasy. Gray nodded. Yeah, and it's just sealed up. It's still alive. Lucy gasped. No way. So we just have to destroy it, right? Natsu said and started walking towards the ice while cracking his knuckles. Naruto put a hand out. Wait, there's gotta be more to the story. Right, Gray. Gray glared up at Deliora. You used a magic called Ice Shell to seal it. It's an unmeltable ice. If it's unmeltable, then why did these people bring it here? Naruto wondered aloud. He knew close to nothing about seals, and magical seals were beyond that to him. But Gray didn't seem like he was exaggerating how powerful the ice seal was. Maybe they found out how to melt the ice. Lucy suggested. Gray kicked a wall. Damn it. Who would want to unseal Deliora? Let's follow those guys and find out. Naruto suggested. Lucy was right. They clearly needed more information, and following those people would surely lead them to it. Gray shook his head. No. We should wait until the moon rises. Naruto nodded in agreement. I think that's smart. This island's mystery seems to be surrounded by the moon. So we might find something out if we look around at night. Natsu groaned. But it won't be night for a couple hours. A few hours later. Natsu was snoring peacefully on the ground, with Happy nestled up on his stomach. Naruto cracked an eye open and looked at him. And he was just complaining about waiting too. He too was laying on the ground getting some rest. Lucy sighed. Even though we agreed to wait, this is still boring. She then smiled as an idea came to her. Open, Gate of the Lyre. Lyra. In a bright flash of light, Lyra appeared. Oh, Lucy. You haven't summoned me in ages. Lyra beamed. That's because I can only summon you in very certain times. Lucy replied while smiling bitterly. Oh, I haven't seen this spirit before. Naruto said and sat up to greet the spirit. In the time he had come to know Lucy, he found out that she really loved her spirits and treated them like friends. It was just like how he was with the toads. So far, he had only met a couple of Lucy's spirits, Horologium, Virgo, the little white dog thing, and Aquarius. Naruto shuddered remembering his first meeting with the mermaid. Upon seeing Naruto, a sly smile grew on Lyra's face. Oh? Is this the rumored Naruto I've been hearing so much about in the celestial spirit world? Lucy's face heated up. Just what were they talking about in the spirit world? Naruto, not noticing the hidden tease aimed at Lucy and himself, grinned a fox-like grin. That's me. Nice to meet you. Any friend of Lucy's is a friend of mine. Lyra blinked at the boy's dense response before cooing and hugging the ninja in a full embrace. Ah, you're so adorable. I'm Lyra, nice to finally meet you, Naruto. Thanks. Naruto stuttered a bit awkwardly as the girl let him go. Lucy sighed. She wondered how the other spirits were going to react to Naruto. Hey, do you mind playing a song? Your choice. The spirit nodded happily and began to sing, strumming her harp to complement her beautiful voice. Not bad. Naruto thought and leaned back onto his spot. The song was a bit sad, but it very calming and pleasant to listen to. It almost made him feel a little homesick. On the other side of the cavern, Gray began to shiver. Gray? Are you okay? Lyra. Play something more cheerful. The celestial spirit mage began to panic. You told me to play anything. Lyra complained with a pout. Naruto stood up and sat near Gray. He had a good idea what Gray was thinking of. My parents died protecting my home village from a demon. So I sorta know what you're going through. Gray didn't look at him, but even so, Naruto grinned. I don't know much about this person, but she died protecting someone important to her. So she's okay in my book. Let's figure this moon business and put a stop to these guys. Right? The ice mage grinned, if only a little. Lucy smiled at the scene, a smile that wasn't missed by her spirit. Ho ho, the rumors are so true. Lyra thought with a mischievous smile. She couldn't wait to tell the other spirits her new findings. A bright eerie light suddenly shined through the ceiling and onto Deliora. Having woken up from Lyra's song, Natsu jumped up with a sleepy happy in his arms. What is that? Let's go find out. It could be the people behind everything. Lucy claimed and everyone nodded. They quickly found their way out of the cave and ran up to the top of the ruins to find what appeared to be a ritual that was being performed by several cloaked people. They stood in a circle around the hole that they assumed was above where Deliora was. Are they gathering the moonlight? Lucy wondered aloud, and was startled when Lyra popped up right next to her. Yes. It's most likely to make moon drip. What is that moon drip stuff anyway? Naruto asked. It's a magic that has the power to break any spell. They must be collecting it to unseal that demon. Lyra explained, earning a gasp from the group. Gray's eyes were wide. They don't know what they're dealing with here. Lucy frowned as she looked at the dancing colors in the sky. This is probably what's causing the curse on this island too. A man wearing a cloak and a helmet came into view. The pink-haired woman approached the important-looking figure. Hiatus-sama, there are intruders on the island. We couldn't find them. Intruders? The masked man repeated with an amused tone. That must be the leader. Naruto thought and turned to look at the others, but frowned when he saw Gray's eyes wide like saucers. Gray? The villagers of the island are the only other people here. Destroy them. I don't want anyone to interfere, not when I'm this close. As you wish, Hiatus-sama. The woman replied with a bow and walked off with her companions. Lucy gasped. Destroy the village? Natsu growled and jumped into the open. I'm tired of sneaking around. That's Naruto's job. Hey now. Naruto deadpanned, but stood up as well. Their cover was blown anyway. We're the ones you're looking for. Natsu yelled while breathing fire into the sky. Naruto ran towards the cloaked man. If he could take out the leader, his followers would surely stop the ritual. Wait, Naruto. Gray called out, and the ninja stopped and looked back. What? Why? Gray ran towards Reiti while charging up a magic attack in his hands. He's mine. The ice mage let loose with stream of ice from his palms. Reiti smirked and countered it with his own ice stream. The frozen beams clashed, canceling each other out. Gray sucked his teeth, he knew this person. Leon, do you know what you're doing? Gray, do you know this guy? Naruto asked, earning a grim nod from the raven-haired teen. Yeah, he's also a disciple of UR. Gray glowered at his fellow ice mage. Leon took his helmet off to reveal his sharp eyes and bluish-silver hair. It's been a while, Gray. He said, then turned to his followers. Hurry and go, I can take care of things here. Yes sir. The trio said and ran in the direction of the village. Natsu charged at them and roared. Like I'd let you. Leon simply lifted a hand and Natsu's body was encased in ice, minus his head and limbs. Happy, take Lucy to protect the village. Naruto instructed, and Happy nodded before grabbing onto Lucy's back. Aye sir. What about you? Lucy yelled as the cat carried her off into the air. Don't worry, I'll meet you guys there. Naruto replied with a grin, then looked at the struggling Natsu, whose torso was covered in ice. The guy looked like a human snowball, and it would have been quite funny if they were facing off against the ringleader behind the moon drip. What's with this ice? Natsu was having a hard time keeping balance. He tried raising his body temperature with flames, but even that wasn't enough to break free. Gray walked over to the Dragon Slayer and pushed him down the hill. Wah! Naruto watched the tumbling boy with a raised eyebrow. You obviously have some beef with this guy, and I'm sure Natsu will be fine. So I'll be going back to the village to help Lucy. he said before taking off towards the village, leaving Gray to face off against his fellow student. Gray never took his eyes off of Leon. Thanks. After a bit of traveling, Naruto hopped over the village gate and softly landed on the ground. Hey Lucy. I'm Harak. The ground beneath him crumbled and the blonde fell into a pit. Ouch, what the heck? Lucy and Virgo poked their heads over the edge and peered down. Naruto. Sorry, I thought you were an enemy or I would have warned you. Naruto pulled himself out of the hole and dusted himself off. You made pitfall traps? Do you really think the enemy would fall for this? Lucy tried to conceal her laughter. You did. Happy walked over to Naruto. I take back what I said about you being smart. Naruto turned bright red. Well, I just wasn't really paying attention. Virgo popped out of the ground next to the pouting blonde, having just made another pitfall trap. Is it punishment time, Naruto-sama? He gave the maid a blank stare. What's with you and punishment? What happened with Gray and Natsu? Lucy asked, worried about her other friends. I left that Leon guy to Gray, and Natsu's somewhere in the forest. She gave him a questioning look. Naruto shrugged. I'm sure he's fine. It's them. The gate guards yelled. Naruto watched as the gate started to open. I still don't think they'll fall for it. Oh? Is little Naruto still mad about falling for such a stupid plan? Lucy teased. Naruto grumbled to himself and watched the gates open to reveal Natsu holding a bruised-up Gray. What are you guys doing here? So, Gray lost? Naruto thought with a frown. That Leon guy must be strong if Gray couldn't beat him. He knew Gray was about equal in strength to Natsu, and Natsu was no pushover when fighting seriously. Lucy noticed Natsu was about to walk over a trap. No, wait. Don't come any closer. Crack. Natsu and Gray looked down when they heard a strange sound. Huh? The Dragon Slayer poked the trap with his foot and they went crashing down. Ack. Naruto smiled wryly. At least I'm not the only one. Who's pulling pranks at a time like this? Natsu fumed from the bottom of the pit. Happy flew down into the hole. It was Lucy. How did you get here before the enemy, Natsu? They left before you did, right? Lucy asked quickly to change the subject. Yeah, they must be planning something. Naruto agreed as Happy helped the two out of the hole. The villagers then began to panic, their shaky fingers pointing at the sky. What is that thing? It's carrying something. What the? Naruto muttered as he looked up and saw the giant mouse he had defeated in the forest flying towards the village. Yes, it was flying. Its tail was spinning at an impossible rate to keep it airborne. It was truly an odd sight to behold. Hey, it's holding something, Lucy noted and pointed at the giant bucket in the rat's hands. A drop of the substance splashed out of the bucket and fell on the ceiling of a house, melting right through it. Lucy's eyes widened. Acid? They're going to dump it on us. Naruto shouted when the rat began to spin the bucket. Thinking fast, he bit his thumb and did a few hand signs. Everyone, clear a space. He ran to a large enough spot and slammed his hand on the ground. Summoning jutsu. In a huge puff of smoke a giant toad appeared under the ninja. Huge. Everyone thought. What do you want, brat? Gamabunta's voice boomed. Quick! Shoot some toad oil at that acid. Naruto ordered quickly. The chief toad grumbled but did what he was instructed. He shot a stream of toad oil straight at the acid. Since Naruto didn't know any fire-style jutsu, he threw a kunai with a paper bomb attached to it. Boom! Everyone covered their heads as the explosion went off, and acid was completely wiped out by the toad fire. That was way too close. Naruto thought and sighed in relief. That acid would have wiped out the entire village, and he didn't want that to happen to these good people. Natsu ran up to Naruto as he hopped off of Gamabunta. Naruto, that was so cool. It's not over yet. The people that were riding the giant mouse jumped off and landed in the village. What is that? A giant frog? Yuka asked. It's a toad. Toby yelled. Angelica, can you take care of that? The pink-haired girl asked. With a hiss, the giant rat flew down towards Gamabunta. You think I'd lose to an overgrown rodent? Ha! He met the beast head-on and they both crashed through one of the village walls. Everyone watched in awe as the two giants duked it out. After all, it wasn't every day you got to see a giant toad brawling with a giant rat. Taking advantage of the distraction, Naruto appeared in front of Yuka and punched him in the face. Natsu! Lucy! Yeah! The Dragon Slayer yelled and charged at the dog guy. I'll get the girl! Lucy called out. Naruto ran towards his fallen opponent and threw a couple kunai at him. How do you expect to beat a mage by throwing daggers? Yuka asked dryly while blocking them with a wave of magic. You haven't seen anything yet. Naruto replied and formed a Rasengan in his right palm. Magic doesn't work against me, the vibrations I make render it useless. the mage stated while putting up a field of vibrations. Naruto smirked and ran straight at his opponent. Then it's a good thing I don't use magic. What? Gah! Naruto's Rasengan went right through the guy's magic field and hit the ground, throwing Yuka into a wall. Naruto flinched when the now unconscious mage hit the ground. Good thing I didn't hit him with it directly. The guy I fought was dumb, I just tricked him into paralyzing himself. Natsu said while barking with laughter. Naruto pointed in the direction Gamabunta went. I'm going to check up on the Chief Toad, you go check on Gray. Natsu nodded and they went their own separate ways. The blonde noticed Lucy was no longer in the village. Her fight must have gone into the forest, better check on her later. Lucy bent over to catch her breath. I beat my opponent. I'm getting stronger. I'm a member of Fairy Tail after all. That is unless the master banishes you all as punishment. The celestial spirit mage yelped in surprise and turned around to find a familiar red head glaring daggers at her. Urza. You have some explaining to do. Naruto ran through the forest, following a path of destruction. At the end, he found Gamabunta smoking his pipe while sitting on the giant mouse. Hey Chief, you're done already? The toad grunted. Of course, this thing wasn't even a warm-up. Naruto laughed. Okay, thanks for the help. His response was another grunt and the giant toad disappeared in a cloud of smoke. I better look for Lucy. Nearing the beach, he heard the girl's voice. But we can't just leave the villagers. There she is. He was about to walk out when he saw Urza, his face paling. What's she doing here? He thought and quickly hid behind a tree. That's none of my concern. Urza responded, her face ever stern. Then let us finish the job and dash. Lucy was cut off when Urza pointed a sword at her. No. We're leaving. Scary. Lucy thought as her legs began to shake. Urza looked at the tree Naruto was hiding behind. Naruto, I know you're there. Come out. Naruto flinched. How did she know I was here? Naruto inched out into their view. Hey Urza. How you doin'? She just stared at him for a second then began walking. Let's go get Natsu and Gray. The two just looked at each other and followed her. Their heads lowered in silent defeat. A couple hours later, Naruto sat tied up next to Lucy and Happy, who were also tied up. He sighed. After all that hard work, too. Silence. Urza commanded. Naruto zipped his lips. After few minutes passed, Gray showed up. Urza? He gawked. She lowered her gaze at him. I got the whole story from them. She gestured to the tied-up trio. Where's Natsu? Urza asked and looked at her prisoners. Lucy and Happy shook their heads negative. The knight then focused her gaze on Naruto, who shrugged. Last time I saw him, he was here in the village. Urza stood up and made a move for the exit. Then we must go look for him. He must be lost and doesn't know where to go. Naruto smiled bitterly. What is he, a lost puppy? After we find Natsu, we're leaving. Gray looked at her in shock. What are you talking about, Urza? If you heard the story from these guys, you should know what's going on here. Urza's face remained neutral. So what? Gray looked down. His hair shadowing his features. I'm going to finish this job. Urza narrowed her eyes. What was that? She said challengingly and pointed a sword at him. Gray grabbed the sword by the blade, surprising everyone in the room as blood seemed out of his fingers. I made my decision. Sometimes I just gotta do what I gotta do. Urza just continued to stare at him. Gray stared back, his determination not wavering in the slightest. So if you want to stop me then go ahead. Gray turned to leave and saw Naruto standing right behind him. Well said, Gray. Everyone looked at the constricted Naruto only to see him stick out his tongue and explode in a puff of smoke. My thoughts are the same. It wouldn't sit right with me to leave these people to their doom. Naruto said and looked Urza right in the eye. Any objections, Urza? After a couple of seconds, Urza swiped her sword downward, cutting the ropes that bound Lucy and Happy before she walked past Gray and Naruto. I can't believe this. You'll receive punishment after we finish the mission. Naruto and Gray shared a triumphant grin. So where do you think he could have gone? Urza asked as they traversed through the jungle. Naruto pointed towards the ancient ruins in the distance. My guess is there. On their way to the ruins, they were shaken by an explosion going off in the direction of the ruins. What was that? It must have been Natsu. Let's hurry. The group picked up their pace in the direction of the commotion. Naruto pulled up next to Gray. What does that Leon guy hope to gain by unsealing that demon? He wants to defeat it because you couldn't. His goal was to surpass her. Gray replied, his eyes narrowing on the ruins. Naruto grit his teeth. He'd sacrifice the villagers for something like that? Once they got closer, they noticed the building was slanted. The entire structure was literally tilted to the side as if it were on an unbalanced scale. Natsu most likely did this. Gray said with a twitching eyebrow, earning nods of agreement from the others. The bushes around them began to rustle and cultists started pouring out in great numbers. When they were almost upon the group, Urza pointed to the ruins. Go. I'll take care of them. Gray didn't hesitate and left. Lucy was about to go too, but Naruto put a hand out and stopped her. Naruto? You and Happy stay with Urza. Naruto said, not taking his eyes off the ruins. I'm gonna finish this. Guh. Gray grunted as he defended against a barrage of ice projectiles. This isn't going anywhere. What's the matter, Gray? Weren't you going to stop me from killing you? Leon mockingly asked. Whatever, I've already wasted enough time and magic on you as it is. Deliora should be revived any minute now. Gray clenched his teeth and forced himself up to chase after his senior pupil, but the wound on his side stung with pain and he fell to his knees again. A pool of blood was beginning to form underneath him from the blood loss. Leon smirked and turned to leave when a shuriken flashed right past his face, cutting his cheek deep enough to draw blood. The ice mage touched his cheek and growled with anger. Who's there? I heard you're doing all of this, because you think it's the only way to surpass your teacher. Naruto said as he walked into the ice-filled room. He glanced over at Gray and frowned at the teen's state. What are you doing here? I told you this was my fight. Gray barked as he formed ice over the gushing wound on his side. Ignoring his fellow pupil's outburst, Leon kept his gaze on the newcomer. He didn't notice it before, but this person had a powerful aura to them. He must have been concealing his power earlier. Of course it's the only way I can surpass you. She's dead. How else am I supposed to surpass her than to defeat the monster she could not? Naruto took a couple steps forward. You say you want to surpass your teacher, but what you're doing now won't give you that satisfaction. What do you know? Leon snarled and formed a dozen icebergs around him before pointing at the ninja accusingly. Was my goal. My dream. I'm willing to sacrifice anything to surpass her. Naruto picked up his pace and danced around the ice projectiles. Growing frustrated, Leon formed another icicle projectile. This time, something much larger. Ice Make, Snow Dragon. The giant ice creation roared as it homed onto Naruto, and the shinobi slid underneath it just before it could clamp onto him with its frozen jaws. But its assault wasn't over when the dragon circled back and flew towards him again. Naruto jumped into the air and stuck to the top of the room. Leon smirked. You're fast, I'll give you that. As he said that, the dragon circled around for a third time, but this time aimed itself at Gray. So I think I'll just take out the trash instead. Naruto grit his teeth and disappeared in an orange flash. Gray put his arms up in a last-ditch attempt to defend himself, but his eyes widened when Naruto appeared right in front of him. What are you doing? Get out of here. Forming a single shadow clone, Naruto created a Rasengan. Your teacher was someone who was willing to sacrifice her own life for the sake of her comrades. For those who needed protection. He yelled and met the dragon head-on, using the spiraling chakra orb in his hand to drill through the icicle beast. Someone like you could never surpass that. When the dragon dispersed, he continued forward at an impossible speed and rammed the Rasengan into Leon's gut. Grah! Leon screamed as the chakra burned his stomach. Then the Rasengan sent him spiraling into a wall. Gray stared at Naruto's back as he landed on the ground, completely at a loss of words. Naruto sighed in relief before flinching in pain. He looked at his now bleeding hand and chuckled. He. That was probably a little too reckless, huh? Gray wanted to agree, but he was speechless. Not only had Naruto protected him from what was probably Leon's most powerful technique, but also defeated said mage by overpowering the attack. Even if it meant putting himself at risk. Sorry for butting in your fight, Gray. Naruto said sheepishly as he helped the ice mage up. I was just a little fed up with this Gudash. Rayawur. An ear-splitting roar shook the room, surprising both boys. Was that Deliora? Naruto asked with wide eyes, and Gray nodded grimly. You go on ahead. I'll watch over Leon. Gray said and limped over to the fallen mage. He now knew that if anyone could stop Deliora, it was Naruto. Not wasting any time arguing, Naruto took off running. Rayawur. After a couple minutes, Naruto entered the cavern and saw that the monster had just broken out of the ice completely. It was roaring and smashing the surrounding boulders like a mindless beast. Naruto noticed Natsu standing with a cackling masked person down below. Natsu. Is that an enemy? Natsu looked up and cheered, relieved to see the ninja. Man, am I glad to see you. They had a single person continuing the ritual up there and it was enough for Deliora to break free. Naruto clenched his fists. We were too late? Haha. Of course you were. Deliora is here. Naruto looked down and was surprised to see Leon crawling next to him. How did you get here so fast? Fool. I've spent the last 3 years on this island. I know this place like the back of my hand. Leon replied and grinned maliciously as the demon continued its rampage. Naruto's eyebrow twitched. I guess that's true, but then what happened to Gray? He was probably okay, but Naruto was still worried about his friend. Now I shall defeat this monster and surpass my teacher, you are. Ahahumph. Leon wheezed when Naruto kicked him in the side. Did you not listen to a single word I said back there? Naruto asked before closing his eyes. You want someone to surpass so bad. By now, Deliora had taken notice of them and took a massive step in their direction. Ugh. Damn you. Don't ruin this moment for me. Leon yelled before his face went pale. The shinobi's aura took a massive turn. He felt powerful before, but now it was like he was on a whole other level. When Naruto opened his eyes again, he saw Deliora's massive fist homing towards him. I'll give you someone to surpass. I can't believe I let that idiot out of my sight. Gray muttered as he hobbled his way into the cave where Deliora was kept. But the moment he entered the cave, Gray's eyes shot wide open as he was forced to dive out of the way to avoid being crushed. Crash! Gray quickly recovered and looked through the now gaping entryway to find Deliora flat on its back in the forest. What the? He then heard a series of footsteps, and he turned just in time to witness an army of Naruto run out of the cave with a pair of glowing blue spirals in their palms. Had Naruto just thrown Deliora? The platoon of Naruto clones leaped into the air and fell onto the demon all at once. Sage Art, Rasengan Barrage. Gray watched in awe as the all-out attack crashed into the demon responsible for destroying his home village. Clone after clone, blue explosion after explosion, until nothing was left behind. That ninja? What is his name? Gray turned to his left and saw Leon leaning against a boulder, but something seemed different about him. Leon no longer had a lost look in his eyes, like he had found a new purpose. A new hope. Gray grinned as Natsu ran past them and jumped onto the shinobi's back, cheering about the completion of their first S-class mission. Naruto Uzumaki. When the group had returned to the village, they had found that the villagers were still the same. But after doing a little questioning, Urza had deduced that it wasn't the moon that was changing, but rather a shell-like force field covering the island due to the effects of the moon drip extraction. In fact, the villagers ended up being demons all along. To group's relief, they were still friendly and they threw a celebration. Then, after a night of dancing and feasting, morning came and everyone was on board a pirate ship Urza borrowed back to Magnolia. Yes, an actual pirate ship with a crew of rough-looking pirates. But the bunch acted prim and proper in the female knight's presence. Naruto whistled at the redhead's handiwork. I'm impressed. You all better get comfortable. Because once we get back, it's punishment time. Urza noted darkly, causing them all to shiver in fear. Omake? Everyone stood before Urza as she questioned them about the curse. Naruto nudged Lucy. You made sure to get rid of all of the pitfall traps, right? Lucy gulped. Crap. I forgot to do that. She said and began to sweat bullets when Urza started pacing back and forth. I should be fine, right? I mean, what are the odds of her stepping on one of the traps? You should have seen the bright lights at the ancient ruins Kaya. Urza screamed as she fell into one of the pitfall traps. Lucy was frantically shaking her head. I didn't do it. It wasn't me. Naruto pat her on the back. You reap what you sow. The look on her face was priceless. Chapter 5, You messed with the wrong guild. I can't believe we did all that work for a key. Natsu sulked. Naruto nudged Lucy, who was walking with a skip to her step. I bet you're fine with it though. Yup. She chirped. There are only 12 golden celestial keys out there, and with this one I now have 5. Now, let's get to the guild to decide your punishment. Urza stated, and the group visibly deflated. Lucy's head hung low. Oh yeah? I forgot about that. An idea formed in Naruto's head and he grinned mischievously. Yeah, about that? I'm not really in the punishment mood. The S-class mage stopped and sent him a challenging stare. What was that? Naruto got right up in her face and smirked. You heard me. I ain't taking any punishment today. The others watched the scene in horror. Did Naruto have a death wish? Urza couldn't believe the words she was hearing. You broke the guild's rules dash. Naruto cut her off. But that only applies to members. Technically, I haven't officially joined yet. Naruto pat himself to show that he had no guild mark. Urza didn't know what to say. Having thought he won, Naruto began doing a little victory dance. Urza trembled with anger, her ears turning red. The rest of the group started backing away with the same collective thought. He's a goner. What broke the final straw was when Naruto turned his rear toward her and stuck his butt in the air tauntingly, smacking it a few times for added effect. Urza finally snapped and lashed out at him, but the ninja nimbly avoided all her anger-filled strikes with ease. Naruto laughed maniacally as he ran. Catch me if you can. You little. The redhead chased him all the way to the guild when they both stopped and stared in disbelief. What happened here? The others finally caught up and gasped at the sight. The guild hall was thrashed, windows were shattered, and multiple steel beams stuck out from multiple ends of the building. Naruto clenched his fists. Who did this? Phantom Lord. They turned to see a saddened Mira-Jane, who was holding a pair of grocery bags in her hands. Fairy Tale Basement. Yo! Makarov greeted them casually with a tankard in his hand. How can you be so calm after what happened? Natsu growled in the master's face. You're right, the old man said and put down his drink. His arm stretched and he smacked the boys on the head, and Lucy on her butt. Bad. Yeah. Lucy squeaked as she retreated behind Mira-Jane, who scowled. Master. Behave yourself. Why aren't you even bothered by this? Naruto questioned while rubbing his head. Makarov shrugged. I don't even know why Phantom decided to attack an empty guild. What do you mean? Gray inquired, and Mira-Jane spoke up. They attacked the guild at night while no one was here. Makarov waved them off. I'm sure this is as far as they'll go, so I'll let it slide. Natsu slammed his hands on the bar. We can't just let them step all over us like this. Let's go beat them up. Guild wars are illegal. The council won't allow it. Makarov replied with a stern look. I won't allow it. Naruto stepped forward. Then let me go. I haven't officially joined yet, so you don't have to worry about the council. The wizard saint stood and looked each of them in the eye. This discussion ends here. There will be no fighting with Phantom Lord. Am I clear? When they reluctantly nodded, he ran off towards the bathroom. Naruto was about to argue when Urza put her arm out in front of him. We will respect the master's wishes. Naruto pushed her arm away. I'm still going. I can't let those phantom people get away with this. Urza gave him a stern look. Listen to the master and stay put. Besides, you don't even know where their guild is. Naruto grumbled and sat down. It was true he wouldn't even know where to go, and he was probably already walking on thin ice because of the A-class job to begin with. Fine. Seemingly satisfied, Urza walked off. There were some things she had to discuss with the master upon his return, like how Naruto had dealt with Deliora by himself. Oh, you haven't gotten your mark yet, Naruto? Shall I go get the stamp? Mira-Jane asked, trying to lighten the mood with a change of subject. Naruto shrugged. Yeah, might as well get it now before I forget again. Wonderful. Mira chirped. Now, where and what color? Naruto thought about it for a second and then decided. He grinned widely and stuck his left hand out, palm facing down. Here, and in orange please. Okay, 1 orange guild stamp coming right up. The barmaid placed the stamp on the back of his left hand. It glowed for a second before she took it off, revealing his new mark. Naruto looked at the magical tattoo in awe. Sweet. Mira-Jane clasped her hands together and smiled brightly. Welcome to the family. Family, huh? Naruto thought with a sad smile as he walked over to Lucy. Hey, check it out. He said and presented his new guild tattoo. Lucy looked at the ninja's hand with wide eyes. You finally got your stamp, and on your hand too. Naruto grinned a fox-like grin. Yup. What made you get it there? The celestial spirit mage asked out of curiosity. Naruto's grin grew. I thought that since you have yours on your right hand, I'd get mine on my left. It's only natural a team should match, don't you think? Lucy blinked before smiling brightly. Why yeah. Happy landed on top of Naruto's head. They like each off dash. Shut up you dumb cat. Lucy yelled and began to chase Happy around the basement. Mikao and Wakaba walked over to Naruto. So, you and Lucy huh? Naruto looked at them and nodded. Yeah. Now that I'm an official member, we can make an official team. The older men looked at each other and deadpanned. Is he really that dense? Naruto and Lucy were walking home from the guild. Things have gotten pretty serious huh? Lucy noted as she walked along the edge of the canal. Yeah. Naruto sighed. It sucks, but the master is right about not doing anything. I guess we'll just have to wait it out until everything goes back to normal. Lucy covered her mouth and giggled. So you can be mature sometimes. Hey. I resent that. The shinobi barked while shaking an angry fist. Lucy laughed and hopped down from the ledge. So, you know how Levi-chan's team name is Team Shadow Gear? What's our team name gonna be? Naruto rubbed his chin and thought. I don't know, it's gotta be cool though. They walked up the stairs to the apartment. How about Team Summoners? Naruto suggested thoughtfully. Lucy unlocked the door. We both do summon things to fight with us, but HEY. What are you all doing here? Urza, Gray, Natsu, and Happy were all lounged around the place. Urza was seated at the table with a cup of tea. Yo! Gray greeted with a raised hand. Welcome home. Happy shouted as he flew around their heads. Naruto walked in and waved casually. Hey guys, what's up? Lucy pointed at them. Why are you all here? No wait. How did you get even in? Natsu gave her a dumb look. The door, duh. Naruto chuckled. Sorry, I told them about the key under the plant outside. Lucy's eye twitched before she sighed in defeat. So? What's going on? Urza put down her tea. It's possible Phantom Lord might strike at us when we're alone. Gray nodded. It probably won't happen, but Mira suggested we stay in groups for a while. Naruto nodded sagely. That does make sense. So everyone is having a sleepover today. Happy declared cheerfully. Lucy walked towards the bathroom. It was bath time, and nothing would get in the way of that. All right, if it's just for one night. Does anyone know why Phantom attacked us in the first place? Naruto asked. He wanted to know if there was any previous beef between the two guilds that would cause such an event to even happen. Urza shook her head. Our two guilds have never been on good terms, but this is a first. Natsu grumbled. I wish the old man would just let us blow them up. Naruto sat down on the couch. Me too, Natsu. But it can't be helped. The Dragon Slayer folded his arms stubbornly like a child. He's just scared. Gray scoffed. He's not scared, Natsu. Master's one of the 10 wizard saints. They don't get scared. Naruto raised an eyebrow. 10 wizard saints? What's that? The raven-haired teen sent him a strange look. You don't know what they are? The 10 great wizard saints are hand-picked by the council for being the strongest on the continent. Naruto hummed in thought. Strongest, huh? Sounds interesting, and old man Makarov is one of them. Gray nodded. Yes, so he isn't scared. It's just smarter not to fight. If our guilds were to battle, it would be catastrophic. Urza added with a nod. Are they really that strong? Naruto asked, silently cursing the fact that he didn't know anything about this world. But thankfully everyone was pitching in with very useful information. Their master, Jose, holds the title of a wizard saint and has the same amount of magic power as our master. There's also the Elemental 4, and Iron Dragon Gajeel. He's an Iron Dragon Slayer. Dragon Slayer? Like Natsu? Lucy asked as she walked out of the bathroom, looking refreshed in her pajamas. Naruto let out a laugh. So wait a second. If Natsu eats fire, then does that Gajeel guy eat iron? They all thought about it for a minute. The thought of eating metal was a weird one. That's kinda weird. I wonder if it tastes good. Natsu wondered aloud. Lucy smiled wryly. I doubt it. The next morning, it sure was fun having everyone over. Naruto commented with a smile on his face. We should all hang out like that again sometime. Lucy yawned. No way, I could barely sleep. Your snoring is bad enough. I don't snore. Naruto barked before he thought about it and poked his fingers together. Do I? She put her hands on her hips. Like an animal. And having Natsu and Gray in the same room didn't help at all. He put his hands behind his head. But Urza slept fine, didn't she? Lucy stopped and thought about it. The redhead had slept through the night without any problems, unlike herself. She had either worn earplugs, or was just one hell of a heavy sleeper. The two were passing by a park when they noticed a crowd gathering around a large tree. I wonder what's going on. Let's go check it out. When they got close enough they saw what they were all looking at, their eyes widened in horror. Levi, Jet, and Droy were posted on the tree. The only thing keeping them from falling were metal shackles that had been nailed to the trunk. Lucy gasped, mortified by her friend's current state. Naruto created 2 clones and ran up the tree to get them down. At the same time, Natsu and the others showed up. What happened to them? Naruto laid them down on the grass, and some of the onlookers could have sworn his eyes glowed red for a second. Is this a good enough reason to fight, old man? Naruto asked with a low, but even tone. The crowd moved out of the way as Makarov stalked over. He looked at the 3 victims and grimaced. They can destroy our shabby old bar, but no parent can stay calm after seeing their children's blood. His killer intent flared, scaring some of the townsfolk. This means war. Naruto walked into the hospital room that held Team Shadow Gear. How are they? He asked his partner quietly. Lucy wiped her tears and looked up at him with puffy eyes. They're still unconscious. I won't forgive this. He sat down next to her. The others just left to go fight. Lucy stared at the ninja in confusion. They already left? Why didn't you go with them? Naruto looked at her and smiled gently. I couldn't just leave my partner behind, you know? Lucy blushed, then smiled back. She was happy he waited for her. Naruto stood up. Shall we go? Go where? He extended his hand and playfully rolled his eyes. To help out our friends, of course. She took his hand and they left. Naruto scratched his head. So, where is Phantom Lord again? Lucy sighed. They have multiple guild buildings. But I'm guessing everyone went to their headquarters. Naruto cracked his knuckles. Then what are we waiting for, huh? Water slowly started falling from the sky and Lucy put her hand out. Rain? Naruto suddenly moved in front of her defensively, looking out in front of them with a battle-hardened expression. Naruto? Lucy asked when she heard the sound of wet footsteps. Juvia brings the rain wherever she goes. Lucy turned to see a lady with medium-length blue hair that curled at the tips walking towards them while twirling an umbrella in her hands. She wore a trench coat that hugged her form nicely and went all the way down to her knees. Naruto looked at the girl cautiously. Who are you? Juvia looked at him, then at Lucy, before she began to walk away. Sorry, Juvia is interrupting. The shinobi dropped his arms, a dumbfounded look on his face. Huh? The ground next to the strange girl began to stretch like rubber until it formed a person. Non. Bonjour with 3 nons. Lucy hid behind her fellow blonde. What's with these guys? Monsieur Soul. Juvia greeted her apparent ally. Juvia-sama, you can't just walk away from our mission. This mademoiselle is our target. Juvia looked back at Lucy. Oh my, she's the one? Naruto lowered his gaze. Why are you targeting Lucy? Soul tilted his head in an inhumanly way, unnerving the celestial spirit mage. Who might you be? My monocle has no information on you. I'm Naruto Uzumaki, the newest member of Fairy Tail. Naruto proclaimed, showing off his guild mark. I'll ask you again, why are you targeting Lucy? Juvia's arm seemed to dissolve into water and it morphed into a makeshift blade. He is of no use to Master Jose, shall I eliminate him? Naruto narrowed his eyes. Are you from Phantom Lord? That we do. We come to say Soul was cut off when Naruto suddenly appeared in front him and decked him across the jaw. The strange man detached from the ground and crashed into a stack of barrels. He's fast. Juvia's eyes widened and jumped back to put some distance between her and the orange-clad man. Naruto turned his gaze to the blue-haired woman. I'm not really into hitting women, but you guys hurt my friends. So don't think you're going to get off scot-free. Juvia stared at him for a second before she blushed a little. Why, you're right. I'm sorry, I will leave at once. She stuttered and scurried off. Huh? Shaking his head, Naruto turned towards the Earth Shifter. Non. We will be back for Mademoiselle Lucy Hartophilia-sama, you miscalculation. Our client Jude Hartophilia-sama really wants her back with 3 nons. He began to sink into the ground. My monocle tells me we succeeded somewhere else. With that he was gone. Naruto looked around to make sure they were really gone. He then walked back over to Lucy, who seemed to be shaking. The enemies must have scared her. Are you okay? His words fell onto deaf ears as Lucy was lost in her own thoughts. It can't be him, he wouldn't care enough to do something like this, would he? Naruto waved a hand in her face. Hey, what's wrong? Lucy looked at him and tears started streaming down her face. It's all my fault. Jude Hartophilia is my father. He must have hired Phantom to get me back. Levi-chan and the others were hurt because of me. Naruto cut her off by lightly chopping her on the head. What are you talking about? Is it your fault for joining the guild you've always wanted to join? I'm sure I can speak on behalf of the others that no one would think this is your fault. But. Lucy sniffled as she looked up at the shinobi. Naruto pat her on the head and smiled. No buts. Now let's go catch up with the others. She wiped her tears and nodded slowly. By the time Naruto and Lucy had arrived, Fairy Tail was in the middle of their retreat. Makarov had somehow been drained of his magic power, leaving the old man a sickening green. To the north of Magnolia, there apparently lived an old acquaintance of Makarov. A healer named Porliusica, and so they left him there to rest. They were now back at the guild. With the master's defeat, everyone's morale had taken a big hit. How are we going to beat Phantom without the master? Is this the end? Naruto growled and stood up. What are you all, babies? Look, I'm worried about the old man just as much as you are. But moping around and feeling sorry for yourselves is going to get us nowhere. They put their heads down, knowing what he said was true. The shinobi continued. If we regroup and work together as a team, we'll beat those phantom goons into the ground. We need to show the world what happens when you mess with Fairy Tail. For old man Makarov. The guild cheered and immediately got to work. Does anyone still need treatment? Someone go get the lacrima bombs. Satisfied with his work, Naruto turned to find Urza smiling at him. That was quite the speech. Naruto snickered. I may be an airhead, but I have my moments. How's Lucy? Urza asked, and they looked at the celestial spirit mage in question. She was sitting at a table by herself, her expression somber. She's pinning all of this on herself for some reason. Her father apparently hired Phantom to bring her back to him. Though I don't think that makes it her fault. The redhead nodded. None of us would blame her for this. Right? I'm going to try and cheer her up again. Naruto walked over and sat down next to Lucy. You know that none of us think it's your fault, right? Lucy looked up at him and sighed. I know, it's not that. It's just. I'm sorry. Naruto chuckled a little. What are you apologizing for? You said it yourself, your dad's a douchebag. I gotta ask though, why didn't you tell any of us before? Lucy looked down at her feet. I ran away from home, so I didn't really want to talk about it. Papa hasn't cared for a year since I ran away, but he suddenly wants me back. He's horrible. Maybe if I just go back, this will all end. You don't have to go anywhere. Not if I have anything to say about it. Naruto said and gave her a thumbs up. I promise that as long as I'm here, I'll make sure that you can have fun with everyone at the guild without worrying about a thing. You love this place, don't you? Lucy stared up at him, her eyes tearing up again. But she nodded nonetheless, earning a cheeky grin from the shinobi. Rumble. They both looked around when they heard a low vibrating noise. It then happened again, but it was getting louder. What's that noise? Someone frantically came down the stairs. Everyone! Come outside, quickly! Naruto ran out to the front of the guild and was completely befuddled at the sight. A giant building walking on 6 legs was slowly making its way towards the guild from across the lake that was located behind the town. A large cannon made itself known as it stared glowing brightly. This is bad. Everyone get down. It all happened in a matter of seconds. Urza ran forward, her body glowing as her magic activated, just as the cannon fired. There was a blinding light and a deafening sound. People were knocked off their feet. Naruto kept himself up by using chakra to stay grounded. When everything settled, he and a few others that recovered quickly ran over to the fallen knight. Urza, are you okay? First Makarov, and now Titania has fallen. A person speaking through a speaker from the walking fortress. Naruto looked towards the voice and glared. Jose. Give up Lucy Heartophilia now. The fairy tale mages yelled in defiance. No way. Get out here. Lucy's our comrade. Despite her wounds, Urza forced herself up from Naruto's arms. We'd rather die than give you our comrade. Everyone. Lucy began to cry again. To think that these people would go to such lengths for her, even if she'd only been a part of the guild for a short time. They were treating her like family. Fine. Then struggle for 15 minutes as we charge an even stronger Jupiter cannon. Just wait right here. I'm sick of this guild. Naruto said as he lay Urza on the ground. He then jumped onto the water before taking off towards the metal giant in a blur of speed. Naruto. The ninja looked up to see Natsu and Happy flying above him. We're going to stop Jupiter. Okay. I'll meet you guys up there. Naruto shouted back and watched as they flew straight into the cannon. That's right, the first thing they had to do was stop them from firing that thing again. Another shot and the guild, along with the town, would disappear. Climbing up to the cannon, Naruto crawled through just in time to see Natsu destroy a giant crystal. It was probably a lacrima that powered the cannon, which was something that Naruto learned was a crystal that was able to store magic power. W.O. The way he had come in ripped off the wall and fell into the water's bellow. Having stuck to a nearby wall, Naruto looked down with a look of relief. That was close? Okay. Now to finish off this guy. Natsu declared, pointing at a man with black and white hair. The man took a fearful step back. There's more of you? Fine. I, Totemaru of the Elemental Four, shall take you both on. Rumble. The whole room suddenly started shaking violently. What the heck? Totemaru's eyes widened. The master can't be thinking of doing that? This room doesn't have a way to stay upright. Naruto looked at the guy with a raised eyebrow. What are you talking about? As if to answer his question, the room began to turn upside down. What's with this place? Naruto stuck to the ground and waited for everything to stop moving. He watched as Natsu tumbled around like a helpless rag doll, apparently feeling the effects of motion sickness. When the room stopped moving, the blonde hopped down to what he hoped was the ground. Can someone tell me what just happened? Albeit a bit disheveled from the rotation, Totemaru looked at him with a smirk. It's now complete. This is our guild's most powerful weapon, the Super Mage Giant Phantom MK2. That's a weird name. Naruto stuttered and looked over at his pink-haired friend, who was on his knees and still feeling woozy. Well, he's not going to be fighting anytime soon. His attention was turned back to Totemaru when the man screamed out in surprise. Totemaru's entire body was now completely frozen. Elfman ran past Naruto and grabbed the enemy with his arm, which now resembled that of a beast, then proceeded to throw him hurtling out of the building through an opening. Naruto shrugged. Well, that works. Hey guys, how are things outside? Gray spoke first. Not good. Everyone is fighting off Jose's shade magic and now this thing just turned into a giant robot. We nearly fell off while climbing up. But real men don't fall off of giant robots. Elfman boasted while pounding his chest, earning questioning looks from the others. The room began to shake again. What was with this building? Was it a funhouse or something? I'm going to go see what's going on now. Happy said and flew outside. Gray kicked Natsu on the head. You're so useless, you know that? His only response was a groan from the Dragon Slayer. The shaking stopped and Natsu jumped back up to his feet. Oh, it stopped. He then turned over to Gray and shook an angry fist. What was that for, punk? While they were arguing, Happy flew back in with a troubled expression. Guys, it's terrible. This place really did turn into a giant robot and it's charging a super powerful spell that's going to destroy the city. They all looked at each other and gulped. We should split up and try to find this thing's power source. Naruto suggested and pointed up. I'm going to the top of this thing and summon Gamabunta to cripple it. You guys find a way to stop the cannon. They all nodded, split up to stop the building from leveling the city. Finding himself on top of the mechanical monstrosity, Naruto looked at the magic circle it was creating. I still don't know much about magic, but even I can tell that thing is almost complete. I better get the chief to cut off the arms or something. He was about to summon the chief of toads when it started raining. This again? Then that would mean. He turned to find the rain woman making her way towards him. Drip, drop. Hello again, Mr. Sunday. Juvia greeted, her dark blue eyes neutral as she stared at the boy. Naruto raised an eyebrow at the nickname. Mr. Sun? The girl blushed lightly and pointed at his hair. Looking up to where she was pointing, he realized what she was referring to. Oh, you mean my hair? Wait, no. How do I stop this thing from destroying the town? Juvia looked at him with sad eyes. Juvia's sorry, but Juvia cannot say. Please hand over Lucy if Mr. Sun wants it to stop. The shinobi crossed his arms. Sorry, but that's not gonna work. I told you before that I don't like hurting girls. But if you keep targeting my friends, then you're in for a world of hurt. Juvia blushed and turned around, confusing the blonde again. It's happening again, this pitter-patter in the chest. She turned and looked at the confused boy, who was now tapping his foot impatiently. I must make him mine no matter what. Running out of patience, Naruto spoke. Hey, are you okay? Woblub blub blub. A sphere of water enveloped his entire body. He fruitlessly tried to swim out but found that no matter how hard he swam, he didn't move an inch. I can't get out. This is just like Zabuza's water prison jutsu. She looked at him sadly again. No one can escape Juvia's water lock. Goodbye, Mr. Son of Love. What the heck is she saying? Wait, now's not the time for that. I'm running out of air. Naruto frantically thought of ways to escape when he remembered that time he was eaten by a snake during the Chunin exams. He crossed his fingers and shadow clones started popping into existence around him, slowly filling up the water dome. I'm not done yet, was his last thought as he kept creating clone after clone. The water bubble, having reached its limits, finally burst and Naruto gasped for air. Juvia's eyes widened in shock. He escaped the water lock? Juvia was sure it was inescapable. Is this fate? She thought, her heart thrumming strongly in her chest. Naruto fell to the ground and glared at her, water dripping down his face. Why is he looking at Juvia with such cold eyes? Ah, this man is an enemy. Juvia must be strong. It is war. Her eyes now determined, she shot streams of water at him. Water slicer. Naruto ducked out of the way and threw a couple shuriken at the water women. The throwing stars merely passed right through her with a splash. What the heck? Is your body made out of water? Yes, Juvia is made of the rain itself. The water woman replied while cupping her red-stained cheek. That's so cool. Naruto exclaimed excitedly, this time catching her off guard. What? Juvia was completely taken aback and started pacing. He said Juvia is cool? He likes Juvia? Love. Her head began to steam up. He said he likes me. He said he likes me. He said he dash. Hey, watch out. Naruto called out, snapping Juvia out of her thoughts. She realized she was now dangerously close to the edge. Wah dash. The building suddenly shook, which caused Juvia to lose her footing and fall off. Ah? Naruto lunged over to the edge and grabbed onto her hand. Hold on. Juvia looked up at him with wide eyes. He saved Juvia. Naruto pulled her up and sat down. That was close. What were you thinking walking so close to the edge? Juvia lowered her head as the blonde scolded her. Why would you save Juvia? We're enemies. Naruto stopped talking and scratched at his whisker marks awkwardly. Well, enemy or not, I can't just stand by and watch a pretty girl like you fall to her doom, can I? Pretty? He called me pretty. Juvia's mind was going in all these different directions when Naruto spoke again. You know, you're pretty weird. You know that? You kinda remind me of someone back home, even if it's only that you're both weird. Though, I like weird people like you. He said and flashed a fox-like grin. Juvia's mind overloaded as a puff of steam was released from her face. She then fell back and passed out. Are you okay? Naruto asked, waving a hand in the girl's face. This woman really was weird, but she didn't seem like a bad person. Naruto. Elfman and Mira-Jane were running towards him. Naruto stood up and walked towards the siblings, meeting them halfway. Mira-chan? What are you doing here? The barmaid shook her head. A lot happened, but there's no time for that. Is she one of the elemental four? Mira-Jane pointed at the unconscious Juvia. Naruto shrugged. I think so, she was pretty strong. Elfman pumped a massive fist. Then we just need to beat one more. So the elemental four are this thing's source of power? Naruto asked as they ran through the building. Mira nodded. Yes, now all that's left is Arya, the wind. Elfman growled. He's the bastard that drained the master's magic power. Naruto nodded grimly. He was lucky to have run into that Juvia girl then. Where's Natsu and Gray? There was a slight explosion and the building started rumbling again. This place is really starting to get on my nerves with all the shaking. This must mean Abyss Break was stopped. Mira-Jane cheered with hope in her tone. Attention fairy weaklings. We have succeeded in capturing Lucy. Jose spoke through the speakers. The three gasped. How did they get her? Let me go. Lucy's voice shrieked. Stop it. Mira-Jane screamed. A red aura suddenly started foaming around Naruto, making the Strauss siblings take a step back. Naruto? What's th-? Their words stopped there as Blonde's appearance changed. Naruto's eyes were now bloodshot red and his whisker marks were thicker. His nails both on his hands and feet grew long and sharp, giving him a more feral appearance. To put it simply, he looked possessed. Naruto, that appearance. Mira-Jane nearly whispered as she reached out towards the boy, but one moment Naruto was just standing there, and the next he was gone in the blink of an eye. The two just looked at each other worriedly. Chapter 6, Family. Jose! Naruto roared as he stormed down the hallways of Phantom's moving guild, any and all unfortunate Phantom member he came across making a fine human-shaped indent in the wall. But the shinobi finally came to a stop when he entered a room with Natsu, Gray, and Urza. They all looked at him in shock. Naruto? What happened to you? Natsu sniffed the air. You smell funny. I'll explain later. Where's Jose? Naruto all but growled at them. At that moment, an intense wave of pressure hit them. Gray gagged. What's this vile feeling? My, what a ferocious appearance. A sinister-looking man with dark hair tied in a short ponytail commented as he floated down from an opening in the ceiling. His purple cloak flapped as he descended, a smug expression adorning his face. Naruto looked up and glared death at the man. Jose! Where's Lucy? The guild master put a hand up. Now, no need to be so impatient. Don't play games with me. Swinging an arm out, a red hand made purely of red energy extended towards Jose. The attack went right through the man and his body flickered. Urza's eyes widened when she saw this. Naruto, that's just a thought projection. Be careful. Naruto looked around for his target. Show yourself, you bastard. A bunch of dark human-shaped figures emerged from the shadows and latched onto the shinobi. Shade entangle. Their grip on Naruto increased tremendously, causing him to grunt out in pain. The real Jose came out of hiding and chuckled. Don't bother struggling, it will only make it worse. He mused and watched with glee as his shadows strangled the blonde. Naruto. The rest of the group sprung into action. The wizard saint responded by extending his hand and dark shades began to swirl around his palm. Dead wave. He swung his arm towards the younger mages and a large purple beam completely engulfed their forms. They screamed in pain as they flew across the room and slammed into a wall, falling to the ground with a sickening crunch. Growling. Naruto called upon more of the Kyuubi's power, gaining a complete cloak complete with ears and a tail, but it still wasn't enough to break free of the spell that ensnared him. Jose watched with mild interest. Now what is this malicious power you're calling upon? With one final grunt, Naruto shattered the spell binding him. He then lunged at Jose, easily twice as fast as before. Such speed. The master wizard barely dodged the slash, escaping with only a minor cut on his cheek. I'll have to play a little more serious with this one. How about this? Jose swiped his hand horizontally and the area around Naruto exploded with ghosts and other evil spirits. I'm not done yet. He continued to do this until he sensed something from underneath him. He jumped just as another red arm burst from the ground and tried to grab him. Is that all you got, brat? The chakra limb retracted back to Naruto with a silent snap before he burst towards the smirking mage once more. Ducking under a horizontal swipe, Jose charged another shot in his hand. Death Wave. The beam hit its target at point-blank range and his smirk grew wider. Naruto was pushed back by the stream of vile magic, his QB-amped limbs held up in a defensive manner. Jose followed up with his assault by extending his arms outward, and dozens upon dozens of spiritual projectiles towards the blonde. The possessed shinobi's arms became blurs as he fended off the barrage of spells. At the same time, the very shadows underneath the blonde gripped his ankle and yanked hard. Naruto cursed as he was flung into a nearby wall. Jose shouted as he gathered a tremendous amount of magic power, causing the mages on the ground to groan from the pressure it brought. Dark Pulse. The man traced a circle with his palm, which resulted in a fiery explosion that led all the way up to Naruto just as the boy had pried himself from the wall. Jose cackled with laughter as the room was encased in spectral flames. Ha ha ha. Yes. Feel despair, you whelps. I cannot wait to see the look on Makarov's face when he awakens to find his guild and comrades all gone. A silhouette appeared in the flames, and Naruto emerged with various burns all across his body. Jose snickered and pointed a finger at the teen. A thin stream of purple magic shot out of the tip, piercing through Naruto's chest. But the boy continued walking as if nothing happened. Raising an eyebrow, the wizard saint fired another shot of magic. Then again, and again, and again, until the blonde was standing face to face with the older man. Blood dripped to the floor from the various holes on the ninja's body. What is this brat? Does he have a death wish? Jose's eyebrow twitched when Naruto looked directly into his eyes with bloodshot irises. It was only for a second, but Jose could have sworn he saw an image of a massive fox. On top of that, Naruto's wound seemed to heal right before his eyes. The burns faded away within seconds as the punctures closed up as if they'd never been there. It was terrifying. What are you? Naruto Uzumaki. The shinobi answered while raising his palm, and energy began to swirl in his palm. Blue mixed with red to make a vile-looking shade of purple. And this is for hurting my family. Sensing the danger emitting from the technique, Jose's face paled. He tried to back away, but quickly found that the red energy was now binding him in place. When had he dash? Vermilion Rasengan. Naruto thrust the sphere into the evil man's gut. Jose's scream was silenced by the deadly attack's explosion. Lucy was propped against a wall, her hands bound by an iron shackle. Her body ached as it was covered in numerous scrapes and bruises. If only I had my keys. Ching! She flinched as another iron dagger embedded itself into the wall near her head. Hi. She opened her eyes and glared at the man responsible for throwing the projectile. Gajeel Red Fox, Phantom Lord's Iron Dragon Slayer, was messing with her like a predator toying with its prey. I almost feel sorry for you all. Lucy stated with pity in her eyes. The Dragon Slayer smiled wickedly. His arm morphed into a sword and proceeded to slowly walk towards her. What was that, girl? A Phantom Lord member ran in front of him. Gajeel, stop. We can't kill her, the master said dash. Wham! Gajeel backhanded the mage, knocking him into a nearby table. Out of my way, I don't give two shits. Lucy continued defiantly. You all just made enemies of the strongest guild in Fiori. The only thing you fairy tale flies are good at is being weak. Gajeel brought his sword up and struck down at her. Lucy squeezed her eyes shut. Naruto. Crash. A man suddenly smashed through the wall and tumbled to a stop in front of Lucy. What? Gajeel looked at the now unconscious mage with wide eyes. Master Jose was defeated? He sniffed the air and turned towards the hole in the wall his master crashed through. What is this scent? Lucy followed her captor's gaze and gasped upon seeing her partner's appearance. Naruto looked at Lucy, saw her bruises and the knives that were sticking to the wall around her. He lowered his head, his bangs shadowing his crimson-colored eyes. Lucy, who did this to you? Lucy didn't get a chance to answer when Gajeel laughed. That would be me. Are you the one who defeated our Mas Dash? Bam! Gajeel was completely cut off by Naruto's fist carving into his face. Gajeel flew across the room and he caught himself in the air. Once he landed he barely had enough time to cover his arms with iron to block another blow. Now fully covered in iron, the Dragon Slayer roared and thrust his fist with all his might. Everyone in the room had to shield their eyes from the shockwave that followed the mighty punch. Lucy's shackle broke off the wall and she fell to the floor. When she managed to pick herself up, she found that Naruto had caught Gajeel's fist, his own hand steaming from the impact. Gajeel gulped and began to sweat. What are you? He wasn't answered. Naruto brought his clawed fist back and rammed it into the metal man's stomach. Guha! Gajeel fell on his knees and coughed up a wad of blood. How could this guy inflict so much damage on him through his iron skin? Naruto kicked Gajeel in the chin and the man bounced off the roof and back to the ground. He then jumped on top of Mage and continued to beat down on him. Gajeel attempted to defend himself, but quickly lost the ability as he lost consciousness after the fourth strike. The phantom mages cowered in fear as they watched their strongest member get pummeled into a literal pulp. A monster! Naruto stood up, palming Gajeel by the face and effortlessly lifting him off the ground. He reared fist back for the final blow. But just as he was about to finish the job, someone grabbed his arm. Growling, Naruto turned to look at who it was when his face softened. It was Lucy, and she was crying. Why was she crying again? He was saving her. Lucy struggled to remain standing, let alone hold on to his arm. It burned. The corrosive chakra ate at her skin but she refused to let go. Stop, please? This isn't you. The vile chakra began to seep back into the seal, and Naruto's features slowly reverted back to normal. Seeing a familiar pair of ocean blue eyes, Lucy let go. Naruto dropped his crippled enemy and caught her in his arms. Lucy. I? Lucy smiled weakly. She could already feel herself slipping away into unconsciousness. Let's go back to fairy tale. Having pushed way past her limits, she fell limp. Naruto's form began to tremble. I'm such an idiot. You're right, you are an idiot. Naruto turned to see Makarov perched on some of the rubble. He was covered in various bandages, but otherwise seemed all right. But the look in the old man's eyes brought a wave of shame. Gramps, I dash. Makarov raised a hand and Naruto clamped his mouth shut. We'll talk about it later. He then looked at the fallen phantom mages. You didn't kill them, did you? Looking at the enemies and seeing their chests move, albeit slowly, Naruto sighed in relief. He had completely lost it. Anymore and he surely would have broken Fairy Tail's most important rule. Never again. The sounds of cheering could be heard outside. Makarov spoke. Let's go. We've won. Naruto looked down at Lucy one more time before picking her up bridal style and following the master of Fairy Tail. 1 week later. Naruto took a bite of his food. I can't believe the stupid council questioned us for a whole week. He looked up and saw Natsu and Gray competing against one another to see who could carry more wood. But one of them tripped on a rock and they both crashed down, the wood beams buried them. The shinobi laughed at them, slapping the crate he was sitting on. Haha, you guys suck. I bet I could carry 10 times the amount you had, and more. Natsu's head popped out of the pile. Oh yeah? Then do it. Gray's head came out next. Hey, where'd you get the food? Naruto looked at the pink bento box in his hands. Oh, this? I sorta just found it after I woke up from my nap. It was probably Lucy, I'll have to thank her later. Natsu and Gray shivered when they suddenly felt an intense killing intent. What was that? Naruto just looked at them, oblivious of what they were feeling. What was what? Natsu. Gray. Quit messing around. Urza scolded. She had requipped into a construction worker's outfit complete with a yellow hard hat. The rivals grumbled under their breath as they began to pick up their mess. What was that? The redhead growled challengingly. And nothing Urza. Naruto laughed at their panic state. Urza turned her attention to the laughing teen. Naruto, you too. Stop eating and help out. Naruto simply pointed behind her. Following his finger, Urza saw that there were over a dozen Narutos helping all over the construction site. Ignoring his smug expression, she sighed. At least do something productive. Naruto got up and dusted himself off. Yeah. I was going to go find the old man anyway. What for? Urza asked, curious as to what the boy could be hiding. Naruto looked back at her and scratched his cheek. Complicated stuff? Urza frowned. I hope that you will share these complications with the rest of us sometime? Or do you not trust us? Naruto sighed. It's not that, it's just... I'm not ready to tell you all yet. I will though, I promise. Humming in approval, Urza left without pressing further. Sighing again, Naruto went off to go find Makarov. It was getting more difficult to keep this secret from them. Now where is that old man? Oh right, the giant. He walked over towards the towering mage who was currently setting up some large wood planks. Hey, Gramps. Got a minute? The giant looked down, and upon seeing Naruto looking up at him, shrunk back down to his original size. Yo! Naruto my boy, how can I help you? The blonde put his hands in his pockets. I dreamt of a fox while I was slacking off and I wanted to tell you about it. The old man nodded. Follow me, I'd like to hear more of this dream of yours. They walked to a secluded area and sat down at a bench. So? You ready to share? Naruto steeled himself and nodded. Yeah. It all started on the day I was born. My home village was attacked by a giant nine-tailed demon fox. They couldn't defeat it because it was so powerful. So the current leader at the time, the fourth Hokage, sealed half of its essence into a newborn baby. Makarov closed his eyes. That infant was you. The Jinchuriki nodded. Yes. The old man stayed silent, his expression neutral and unreadable. Naruto looked down. I can leave if you want dash. Smack. Makarov smacked the back of Naruto's head. Ow. What was that FO dash? The blonde stopped yelling when he heard laughter. Why are you laughing? Now why would I kick you out for something as silly as that? Makarov asked while wiping away a stray tear. Naruto frowned. Silly? You saw what I was like while only using a portion of its power. What would happen if I lost control? Your family would stop you. Makarov answered with a serious tone, and Naruto's eyes widened. I've told you once before, here in this guild we treat all of our guildmates like family. If one of us is in trouble, we help them. Naruto remembered what Mira Jane had said when he got his guild stamp. Family. His face reddened when he realized he'd called this bunch his family while fighting Jose. Makarov stood up and started walking back towards the construction site. Why don't you tell everyone about this, Demon Fox, and see how they react? Then you can decide whether to stay or leave. It's up to you. Naruto sat there alone as he thought about what the old man had. A fond smile grew on his face. He really is like the old man Sarutobi. With a new plan developed, Naruto ran off to go gather everyone up. Naruto was walking to his and Lucy's shared apartment, but he wasn't alone. Why are you guys following me? He looked back to see Natsu, Happy, Gray and Urza walking behind him. Because we're worried about Lucy. Gray elbowed him on his side. Or did you want to be alone? He asked slyly. The blonde shrugged. Makes no difference to me. Just don't be too crazy, I bet she's still a little sore from. He remembered the burn marks left on Lucy's arms from the Kyuubi's chakra. Urza put a reassuring hand on his shoulder. It wasn't your fault. It was a nice gesture, but she still didn't know about the demon sealed in his gut. So Naruto offered a weak smile. Hey, Naruto. The shinobi turned to see an exhausted-looking Loke. He didn't know the guy all that much, just that he was constantly flirting with the women of the guild a lot. The guy was also scared of Lucy for some reason. Hey, you okay? Yeah. Here, can you give these to Lucy? He asked and tossed a set of keys to the ninja. Naruto's eyes widened. Oh. I totally forgot she lost them. Thanks. Gray looked at Loke worriedly. Are you sure you're okay, man? Were you looking for those this whole time, because I haven't seen you around lately? The womanizer smiled weakly. It's hard being a feminist. Natsu snatched the keys from Naruto's hands and ran off. Let's go see if Lucy wants to play. Naruto chased after him. Hey, remember what I told you? He turned back and waved. Thanks, Loke. I owe you one. Urza and Gray ran after them, leaving the tired-looking man behind. Natsu opened the front door. Lucy, how's it going? He yelled, Happy mimicking him. No one answered. Huh? She's not here. Everyone else walked in. She's not? Naruto knocked on the bathroom. Lucy? You in there? When no one answered, he opened the door to confirm that no one was inside. Not here either. Where's Lucy? Happy cried out and opened a cabinet. Wah! A bunch of letters fell and piled onto him. Natsu picked up the letters and skimmed through some of them. These are letters to her mom. Gray looked at Naruto. Did you know these were here? The blonde shook his head. That area is off limits for me. She gets mad whenever I try to read her stuff. Guys. They turned to see Urza holding a piece of paper. What's that? Naruto asked and looked over Urza's shoulder. I'm going home. She read, shocking all of them. She went home. She probably still feels responsible. Naruto dashed out the door. Naruto? A couple seconds later, he came back. Do you guys know where Lucy used to live? They all looked at the boy with flat expressions. Lucy walked through the hallways of the Heartophilia mansion. Are you sure you don't want to change before seeing your father? One of the maids asked her. She shook her head. No, I won't be long. Stopping in front of the large doors to her father's study, she took one final breath before opening the doors. Hello, father. Naruto and the rest were running towards the giant mansion just as Lucy was walking out of it. Lucy looked up and was surprised to see a crying Happy fly into chest. What are you guys doing here? Naruto stopped in front of her and pulled out the note she left. We found this note and thought you weren't coming back. She looked at the note before laughing. They all looked at her like she was crazy. What's so funny? She wiped a stray tear before answering. I just came here to visit my mother's grave. Hey, Naruto, stop pouting. You're acting like a child. Lucy got no response. Look, I'm sorry, I should have left more than just a note. Nothing. Honestly, this boy is such a child. Lucy thought with a sigh. Though knowing he was so worried about her made her kinda happy. Wanna go get some ramen at the guild? Naruto's ear twitched. Can we get miso ramen? Bingo. Lucy shook her head in amusement. Sure. Naruto and Lucy walked up the construction site of the guild and heard Mirajane yelling. We can all finally take jobs again. Thank you all for your hard work. The guild members cheered. Naruto looked at his partner. Hey, wanna take on a job? It's been a while since the last one. Lucy plopped on one of the stools and sighed. Not today, I'm still sore from Aquarius's but whooping. Not gonna lie, that was pretty funny. Is she always like that? Naruto said with a chuckle. It probably would have been worse if you weren't there. Lucy shivered as she thought back to her spirit's wrath. Mirajane walked over to them. Hey you two. Are you going to do a mission today? Naruto sat down next to Lucy. Not today Mirachan, but can I get some miso ramen please? The barmaid giggled. Of course, just give me a minute. Before she left, they heard a crash behind them. I dare you to say that again. Urza? Naruto saw the redhead talking to a tall blonde man with a scar going down his right eye. Who's that? Oh yeah, you didn't see him because you left with Mystigan. That's Laxus, one of the strongest members in our guild. Mirajane explained with a troubled expression. Then I'll say it again. Our guild doesn't need weak members. Laxus repeated with a shrug. Just from one sentence and Naruto already didn't like this guy. You bastard. Urza growled. The tall man pointed at Levi, Jet, and Droy. I heard you were beaten up by Iron Dragon Gajeel. Pathetic. Lucy frowned as she watched her friend get badmouthed. How mean. Laxus turned to Lucy and sneered. Well, if it isn't the princess who caused all of this herself. Naruto stepped forward and got right into his face. Hey, back off. Laxus smirked. Oh, sorry if I offended your girlfriend. What was your name again, newbie? The tension was intense and some of the guild members unconsciously took a step back in fear of a fight breaking loose. Urza grabbed Naruto's shoulder. Stop, he isn't worth it. Naruto stared at the man for another second before turning away. Huh. It's disappointing that you have to be protected by women, and here I thought you might be worth something. Naruto growled but sat back down. He didn't want to cause any trouble, not after he'd almost lost control during the guild war. Laxus turned and started walking away. Once I take over this guild, I'll make all the weaklings disappear. Ha ha ha. Lucy let out a breath she didn't know she was holding. That was tense. At first I thought you two were going to go for each other's throats. Naruto grunted. Him, become the next master? Don't make me laugh. It's actually quite possible. Mirajane noted sadly. Naruto blinked. Eh? The barmaid smiled bitterly. Because? Laxus is the master's grandson. Eh? Naruto looked at her in disbelief. How could someone like that be that old man's grandson? Urza walked over to them. That's why you should just avoid him altogether. Here, I have an idea. Let's take on a mission. She handed Naruto a job posting. Destroy an illegal magic school? He managed to read. Those shadow clones were really doing their jobs. He'd have to thank Levi for the tutoring. Urza nodded. Yes, Natsu and Gray will come too. The two rivals glared at each other. Naruto looked at Lucy, who nodded happily. Okay, we're in. Why do you guys have to be so destructive? Lucy yelled at her partner who was sheepishly sitting in a bar stool. Here she was, hoping to go on a job to blow off some steam. But she didn't get a chance to do anything because she was too busy babysitting the group of powerhouses because they seemed to destroy everything they touched. Naruto scratched his cheek. It couldn't be helped, the enemy was about to activate a bomb. You probably did more damage than the bomb would have. Lucy huffed and sat down. And because of that, we don't have enough money for this month's rent. Sorry. Naruto stuttered before he suddenly stood up. Naruto? Sorry, I just remembered I had some things to do. I'll be back in a couple of days. Lucy raised an eyebrow. Couple of days? What things are you doing? Naruto waved her off and ran out of the guild doors. See ya. Lucy pouted as she watched her partner run off with suspicious eyes. Just what is he up to? Stepping off the carriage, Naruto read the job description again. Mysterious destruction in forest. Please investigate. 400,000 jewels reward. If I do this solo, I'll get enough money for rent and maybe even find a challenge. Naruto snickered, imagining the look on Lucy's face when he brought home the reward money. You best be careful out there, kid, there's a terrifying beast in this area. The carriage driver warned. Naruto grinned. Don't worry, I'm a trained Niner, mage. I can take care of myself. The driver shrugged indifferently. If you say so? Thanking the man, he waited until the carriage was out of sight before he jumped into the trees. Man, I miss doing this, Naruto wistfully said to himself as he jumped from branch to branch. The first thing he had to do was look for a sign of where this supposed beast could be. Naruto continued this way of travel until he spotted an unnatural-looking clearing. What do we have here? Hopping down to the ground, he was greeted by the sight of scorched trees, shattered boulders, and giant claw marks in the dirt. But what really caught his attention were the color of the flames. They were white. Whatever did this must be massive. Sitting down in a meditative position, he began to call upon natural energy. Opening his now toad-like eyes, he reached out with his senses for anything that seemed out of the ordinary. Nothing but wildlife. He stood up and jumped back into the trees. Better go somewhere higher for a better look. Stopping at the foot of a nearby mountain, he jumped onto the side and began to climb it. Once he reached the top, he looked around for anything suspicious. But all he found was a gorgeous bird's eye view of the terrain. What a view! The entire forest could be seen from where he was. It was like an ocean of green. Oh? Naruto noticed some trees that were shaking violently in the distance. Got you. Naruto dropped from his post and began to descend back to the earth. Crashing through the leaves, he grabbed onto a sturdy branch and swung off of it. He landed on a nearby tree and began to travel in the direction he saw the trees moving. The closer he got, the stronger a certain presence became. It was very familiar. This feeling, it's just like those demons. He then began to hear something. It almost sounded like someone screaming. Picking up the pace, Naruto finally reached his destination, and what he saw surprised him. A 50-foot tiger stood over a broken horse carriage, its fur was a striking black and white. But what surprised him the most were the two tails wisping back and forth behind it. Somebody, help! He was drawn out of his thoughts by the panic scream. Running towards the beast, he crossed his fingers and created a group of shadow clones. Hey! Ugly! The beast looked over in his direction and snarled, its massive paw pressing against the carriage as if staking a claim to its prey. Pick on somebody your own size. You overgrown hairball. The demonic tiger turned away from the carriage and stalked towards the clones. While the creature distracted, the real Naruto snuck around. There was an old lady holding an unconscious man in her arms. There was blood on the man's head, likely from when the carriage had been upturned. Hey, you okay? Naruto asked, nearly shocking the woman out of her skin. She quickly got over her surprise and pleaded. Please, help us. We were just taking our stock through this trail when that thing appeared out of nowhere and devoured our horse. Naruto nodded. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. At that moment, he felt the memories of his shadow clones enter his mind. Looking over the crashed carriage, he saw the two-tailed tiger walking towards them again. Turning back to the merchants, he created 2 more clones. These guys are going to take you to safety. She nodded gratefully. Oh, thank you. Please be careful, dear. Naruto jumped over the carriage and slammed a nature chakra-enhanced fist into the beast's nose. Groar! The tiger roared in surprise as it smashed into a tree, knocking it over with a crash. I'm not done yet. He jumped onto its back and started wailing on it, though he had to retreat when the tiger's fur burst into white flames. Whoa! He dodged a swipe and jumped back to get some space. So those white flames really did come from this guy. The two-tailed tiger let out a deafening roar, causing the shinobi to wince and cover his ears from the sheer volume it produced. But he didn't have time to recover as the beast pounced on him. Naruto rolled to avoid being crushed, but the sheer heat from the demon singed his skin even through his clothes. Talk about white-hot flames. The tiger opened its mouth and shot a white fireball, which the blonde easily evaded by jumping into the trees. As he hopped from tree to tree, he glanced back to see the creature was hot in pursuit. Persistent guy, aren't ya? The demon shot another fireball, evaporating the tree Naruto was about to land on. The shinobi created a clone and kicked off of it to avoid falling down, landing on another tree. Chomp! Naruto grimaced as the clone fell into the feline's jaws. Creating a couple more clones, the little group dispersed into the canopy. The demonic feline was on the prowl, looking back and forth for any signs of its nimble prey. Up here, ugly! Whoosh! The clone yelped as he quickly jumped out of harm's way as a fireball pelted the branch he was standing on. But before the tiger could advance on its target, another clone rammed a pair of Raisengans into its back, yowling in pain. As it swiped at the doppelganger, another clone fell upon it in a similar fashion. This happened a few more times before a wave of white flames erupted from the demon's body as a sort of defense mechanism, destroying its attacker all in one go. Growling in pure wrath, the white tiger let out a steady stream of flames from its mouth and began to aimlessly destroy the forest. I think it's time we ended this before that thing burns down the forest. Summoning 2 clones, Naruto put out his hand. While the clones did their job, he noticed something interesting. His replicas didn't have guild marks on their hands like he did. That's interesting. Upon completing the jutsu, the shadow clones ran forward to make one final distraction. The demon took notice immediately and released another heat wave, destroying the clones that had attacked on both fronts. But it was now a sitting target for the spiraling disc that was currently flying towards it. Hearing the loud screeching from a mile away, the giant tiger tried to slash at the raisin shuriken with its flaming claws. But the S-rank jutsu cut right through its arm and hit true, dealing a fatal amount of damage. Boom! Naruto watched the giant blue explosion of tiny wind blades with a half-baked smile. I can never get over how crazy this technique is. He then hopped down from his hiding spot when the jutsu was finished to check to see if it was truly over. Kicking the demon once and getting no response, he assumed it was dead. Sitting down, Naruto relaxed and closed his eyes as he drifted into his mindscape. It was time to stop putting this conversation off. When he opened them again, he found himself in a familiar sewer. Walking down the seemingly endless hallways, he knew exactly where to go. He'd done it 1,000 times in his nightmares. Entering a large room, Naruto looked at the enormous bars that were held shut by a single tag. Giant, bloodshot red eyes opened and glowered down at him with a hatred that seemed to have festered for generations. It's about time you came to see me, human. Naruto just looked up at the nine-tailed fox. I got a couple questions to ask. The QB snorted. You have some nerve to barge in here and demand from me. Very well, ask. What do you know about all of this? This dimension, these demons like the one I just defeated. You've lived for a long time, surely you know something. The fox grunted. Yes, in my years I have learned a vast amount of knowledge. Too much for your feeble mind to even comprehend. A tick mark grew on Naruto's head. Are you going to tell me anything, or am I just wasting my time, you stupid fox? He got a laugh as a response. I'll tell you one thing, brat. You've just stepped into a deep load of dash. Naruto didn't even bother listening to the rest and cut their mental link. Sighing, he stood up and dragged his prize towards the nearest town. Chapter 7, A Vacation? Nope. A crowd was gathering where Naruto dragged the demon he'd slayed. Though it was to be expected. It wasn't every day you saw a teenager dragging a giant tiger into town. Is it dead? Who is that guy? I heard he's from Fairy Tail. Smiling at their astonishment, Naruto spoke with the mayor. I believe this is the cause of the destruction in the forest. Giving a shaky nod, the mayor handed him a large envelope. Why yes, I believe so. Here, this is for you. You've well earned it. Thank you for your service, young man. Taking the package and sealing it into a storage scroll, Naruto thanked the mayor and turned to leave. Cool. Huh? A blonde man with a funky hairstyle ran up to him while holding a notebook in his hands. Naruto pushed him back to get some much-needed space. Whoa man, too close. Are you the rumored new member of Fairy Tail? He eagerly asked, his pen at the ready to write at a moment's notice. Why yeah. The ninja answered hesitantly. Cool. Naruto took a step back from the strange guy. Who are you? I'm Jason, a reporter for Weekly Sorcerer magazine. What is your name? The now named Jason replied before firing off another question. The shinobi's eye twitched. Naruto Uzumaki, but dash. Cool. What kind of magic do you use? The reporter interrupted while taking an eager step forward, his eyes wide with anticipation. Naruto took a step back, a little weirded out by the man's enthusiasm. I guess it would be cloning magi dash. Cool. 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 Jason was basically frothing at the mouth at the information he was receiving. Was this really that exciting? Naruto wasn't so sure and was actually starting to get a little annoyed. Well, if that's all, I got a train to catch dash. Is it true that you defeated Phantom Lords Master Jose and Iron Dragon Gajeel single-handed? Was Jason's final question before Naruto took off running, since the interview was clearly not going to end anytime soon. Yeah, see ya. As he ran, he heard a fading series of cool as he got farther away. Talk about a nut job. Naruto hoped he didn't run into that guy again anytime soon. Hey guys. I'm back. Naruto announced as he walked through the guild's entrance. The other members that were present greeted him before going back to whatever they were doing. He sat down at the bar in front of Mira-Jane. Hey Mira-chan, can I get some miso ramen? I'm starved. She giggled. Do you eat anything besides ramen? The blonde shrugged. What can I say? It's the food of the gods. Kana sat down next to him. Hey Naruto, long time no see. Hey Kana, how's it been? Naruto greeted, and adopted a bitter smile when the woman took a swig from her barrel. It's been pretty boring lately. Want some? Kana asked, offering him a drink. No thanks. Naruto readily declined. He never really saw the appeal of alcohol. Whenever the pervy sage had made him drink the stuff, the effects only ever got in the way of his training. Kana shrugged indifferently. If you say so? Have you seen Lucy around? Naruto asked while looking around for his partner. Looking around as well, Kana shook her head. Not sure. Last I heard she was getting ready for a trip or something. She then gained a mischievous glint in her eyes. So, you and Lucy, huh? I hear you've been living together. You must be serious. Naruto nodded. Yeah, we split the rent 50-50. Although she gets the bed and I get the couch. Kana grinned slyly and elbowed him lightly. Have you made your move yet? Naruto sent her a puzzled look. Move? Did she say we were moving? Rolling her eyes, she pat the boy on the back. You really are dense. Naruto gained a tick mark. Hey, why does everyone keep saying that? I've told nothing but the truth. At that time, Mira-Jane walked back with his steaming bowl of noodles and placed it in front of him. Here you go. Naruto smiled at her gratefully, completely forgetting about everything else. Thanks. A bead of sweat rolled down Kana's cheek. What a simple guy. The ramen addict was chowing down when he suddenly heard his name. Naruto. You're back. Noodles dangling from his lips, Naruto turned to see Lucy and the rest. He quickly slurped the ramen up and swallowed before waving a hand. Hey guys. I just got back from my job. Happy jumped on top of Naruto's head. Hey Naruto. Did you know Loke was a lion? He's a grown-up cat. Huh? Naruto turned to Lucy for an explanation. Long story short, Loke was a stellar spirit. Leo the lion. She chirped, showing him Leo's key. Naruto blinked in surprise. Huh, I can't believe I never noticed. But in his defense, it was hard to notice something you were never around. He also gave us tickets to a resort. Natsu added, flailing his ticket around. Naruto looked at the paper in bafflement. A resort? Sweet. Can I go? Lucy readily handed him a ticket. There was one for you too, so of course. Grabbing it, he jumped in excitement. Yahoo, a resort. Thank you Leo. Natsu and Happy joined in the cheer and everyone laughed at their enthusiasm. At the resort. After a long day out in the sun, Naruto found himself in the resort's casino. A small crowd was starting to form around him. Everyone had decided to go their separate ways and explore, so Naruto had decided to play the slot machines, and he was doing good. But since he had already gotten money for this month's rent, he didn't really have a need for it all. Who is this guy? He just keeps winning. Naruto sighed. Gambling is so boring. I wonder why the old lady Tsunade likes it so much. Having played enough, he picked up his buckets of coins and walked off to cash in his winnings. He laughed internally at the looks on the crowd's faces though. Sitting down at a bar, Naruto waited for someone to come over and take his order when he felt a tap on his shoulder. Naruto-sama. Sama? Naruto turned and to his surprise, the weird blue-haired girl from the Elemental Force stood behind him. She was wearing a beautiful blue dress that revealed a large portion of her sizable chest, as well as a slit that showed off one of her legs. Oh, you're from Phantom Lord. Juvia sat down in the seat next to him. Yes, though Phantom has now been disbanded. Juvia is now an independent mage. Naruto had to cover his eyes when something shined into his face. He noticed the large necklace of Fairy Tail's insignia that she wore and raised an eyebrow. I take it you want to join Fairy Tail? Naruto asked and looked away nervously to hide his growing blush, not wanting to stare. Juvia nodded eagerly. Very much so. Juvia saw how friendly everyone is at Fairy Tail, and Naruto-sama's a member. She mumbled the last part. Naruto thought about it for a second. Well, I personally don't mind. You didn't seem like a bad person when we fought. Juvia smiled at him brightly. So, Juvia has a chance? Her question having more than one meaning. Naruto folded his arms. It's not for me to decide. Seeing her face saddening a little, he gave her a reassuring smile. But thinking back, you didn't really hurt any of us, so I'm sure the old man would let you join. Juvia clasped her hands together in joy. That would be wonderful. Suddenly, a shadow loomed over the two and they looked up just in time to see a giant of a man raising a massive hand. Hey, look out! Naruto tackled Juvia out of her chair just before it was destroyed. People around them began to panic and flee the area. Hey, what's your problem? Naruto barked and looked back at the guy. He was a tall man with a muscular build who wore a bundle of bandages on his head. Strangely enough, he also had a plate of metal under his jaw. Hearing the strange noise, Naruto blushed furiously when he saw that his hands were grasping Juvia's chest. Soft. Juvia looked away bashfully. So bold? Quickly regaining his senses, Naruto jumped off of the girl and prostrated himself. Sorry. The giant coughed and looked away awkwardly, seemingly embarrassed. Naruto's ears burned bright red. It's not what you think. Regaining his composure, the stranger pointed at Naruto. Are you the one called Naruto Uzumaki? Naruto straightened himself and leveled his gaze up at the man. Depends who's asking. What do you want? Where's Urza? The stranger demanded. You ask that after attacking us? Naruto thought with a bead of sweat rolling down his cheek before narrowing his eyes. What do you want with Urza? Something seemed to catch the man's attention and he began talking to himself. Oh, you found her? Okay, I'll be there shortly. Juvia stepped in front of Naruto defensively. I won't let you hurt Naruto-sama. The shinobi was about to tell her not to worry when his vision went completely dark. What the? He suddenly heard the stranger's voice. You can't escape the darkness. Naruto sensed an incoming attack and pulled Juvia and himself away to avoid it. Looking around and still seeing nothing but darkness, he put his hands together. Release. Nothing happened. Why can't I break through this illusion? The voice came again. Because it is not an illusion. My dark moment takes away the light and leaves only darkness. Growling in frustration, Naruto lashed out randomly. His fists hitting nothing, he was forced to stop when he suddenly fell into water. Was I near a fountain or something? He tried swimming where he felt was up, but he got nowhere. His senses were in complete disarray. I still can't see anything. At this rate, I'm gonna drown. After a couple seconds of panicking, Naruto felt the water rushing away. No, something was pulling him out. He hit the floor and gasped for air. Drowning while not being able to see a thing? Worst feeling ever. Naruto, are you okay? Opening his eyes, he found Lucy and Juvia both staring at him worriedly. Yeah, but what the heck happened to me? Juvia twiddled her fingers. Juvia wanted to protect Naruto-sama. Juvia put Naruto-sama in her body. Resisting a nosebleed, Naruto shook his head. Thanks, just warn me next time, okay? He then turned his attention to Lucy, who was blushing a little herself. Where is everyone? Shaking away her own thoughts, Lucy became panicked. These random people just showed up and kidnapped Urza. Naruto's eyes widened. What? Hey guys. What happened? It was Gray, who ran up to them. I heard panicking before I lost my vision for a second. Ouch! That hurt? They turned to see Natsu going on a fiery rampage. What normal person would shoot someone right in the mouth? He yelled, holding his jaw in pain. Natsu! Where did they go? Can you still smell them? Naruto yelled up at the raging teen. Natsu looked down at them and growled. Of course I can. He sniffed the air. Blocky bastard, you're gonna pay. He said and stormed off in a random direction. Naruto turned to the others. Ursa's been taken Gray, let's follow Natsu. Gray's eyes widened before he nodded and they ran after the Dragon Slayer. Are you sure we're going the right way? Naruto frantically looked around, but saw nothing but open ocean. Are you sure you can still smell them, Natsu? His response was a weak yes. Poor guy. Motion sickness must suck. They were currently on a small boat in the middle of the sea. Gray suddenly stood up in a fit. Damn it. I can't believe they took Urza and Happy. Juvia nodded her head sadly. It's hard to believe a mage as strong as Urza-san was defeated. The ice mage glared at the outsider. Urza sure as hell didn't lose. You don't know anything about her. In fact, what are you even doing here? Juvia yelped at his cold stare and hid behind Naruto, who put an arm out in front of the girl defensively and frowned. Hey, calm down Gray. Getting angry isn't going to help anyone. Gray sucked his teeth and sat back down. Hey Lucy, you were with Urza, right? What exactly happened? Naruto asked his partner, and the celestial spirit user put her head down in thought. She said something about those guys being her former comrades. Lucy said with a sigh. Although when it comes to Urza, no one really knows anything about her. Noticing something out in the distance, she blinked. Oh! Look, there's a tower. Following the girl's finger, they saw a giant tower sticking out of the ocean. It looked roughly made, with multiple parts of the structure being made of different materials. It almost seemed like someone took parts of random buildings and welded them all together. What's a tower doing in the middle of the ocean? Gray wondered aloud, seemingly calmed down for now due to the distraction. Naruto stood up at the front of the boat and pointed at the mysterious structure. I don't know, but that's where Urza and Happy are, and we're gonna get them back. He declared, with Juvia cheering at his heroic display in the background. Erp, blurp. Natsu groaned in agreement. Lucy and Gray sent each other a worried look. Are we going to be okay? After stashing their boat, the group hid behind some rocks to survey the area. That's a lot of guards. Lucy meekly said as she peeked her head out. There had to be at least 30 people standing guard in multiple places. Naruto and Natsu both cracked their knuckles. Bet I could beat more than you, Natsu. The pink-haired teen laughed. Yeah right. I'll beat twice as many as you, and I'll save Happy and Urza. Lucy smacked them both on the head. Oh, no you don't. If you do anything reckless, you'll put them both in danger. The waters behind them swirled and Juvia's head poked above the surface. Juvia found a way into the tower's basement underwater. Naruto grinned and gave her a thumbs up. Oh, nice Juvia. The water woman smirked at Lucy. Juvia 1, Lucy 0. Lucy smiled awkwardly. What? How far is it? Gray asked to keep them on topic. It is about a 10-minute travel. Juvia replied before adding. You should have no problem holding your breath that long, yes? Of course that's not possible. Lucy bared when she saw the boys preparing to jump into the water. Then please, use this. A head-sized bubble formed in Juvia's hand. This water keeps oxygen in it so you can breathe underwater. Naruto took off his jacket and tied it around his waist, revealing his mesh undershirt. Okay, everyone ready? He asked while putting on a water bubble, courtesy of the water mage whose eyes were glued to the boys' skin-tight under armor. They all nodded and one by one jumped into the water. A hooded man sat in a throne with a chessboard in front of him. He moved a couple pieces behind a lone knight piece and grinned. Another man with long black hair walked up to the man. Jalal-sama, Urza has escaped and there are intruders in the basement. Jalal's grin grew wider. I take it you're already aware? But of course, this is all just a game. I'm curious to see its outcome. Gah! The last of the guards grunted in pain as he was quickly dealt with. Naruto laughed. It's funny that we were actually trying to be stealthy with these two with us. Says the one wearing bright orange. Gray retorted. Besides, it's because of this loudmouth that we were caught. Natsu growled in response. We wouldn't have been caught if it weren't for you getting in my way. Naruto laughed again as he squeezed the water out of his shirt. So, what are we going to do now? As if to answer his question, the door above a nearby ladder creaked open. Well that works. Naruto shrugged and walked over to the ladder, but he was stopped by Lucy. Wait, what if it's a trap? Lucy asked skeptically. Naruto waved her off and started climbing. We'll just power through everything they throw at us. Isn't that how we always do things? Natsu rushed up the ladder behind Naruto as Gray walked past her. He's got a point. Juvia walked past her and started climbing up as well. Seeing as they weren't going to change their minds, Lucy just sighed and followed everyone. Hopefully this wouldn't lead to too much trouble. After climbing up, Naruto did a quick scan around the new room. There's no one here, so come on up. Where are you blocky bastard oof? Naruto smacked Natsu onto the ground. I'd rather not have the enemy know where we are all of the time, thank you very much. Juvia looked at where they came in. It's probably already too late for that. Seeing as this door wasn't open from this side, it must have been opened magically. Meaning the enemy must have a way of knowing where we are. Naruto scratched his head in confusion. Magic was confusing? But he guessed there were sensory-type ninja in his world, not to mention the Yamanaka clan and their mind communication techniques. Gray looked around in thought before turning to Lucy and raising an eyebrow. Where did you get those clothes? Lucy smirked and showed off her new outfit, which consisted of a long green dress and a matching green bandana to keep her hair out of her eyes. I had Cancer bring me some clothes from the spirit world earlier. What do you think, Naruto? I can probably ask to get you some dry clothes as well. She completely deflated when she saw Juvia drying the shinobi's clothes with her magic. Here, Naruto-sama. Allow Juvia to get the water out of your clothes. Oh, thanks. They were getting kind of annoying too. Juvia looked over at Lucy with a smug look and put up a peace sign. Lucy got a little red in the face. Why am I getting so frustrated? She noticed Gray and Natsu holding back their laughter, causing her to turn even more red. What? Hey! There's the intruders. They heard shouting down the hall, and a group of guards started running their way. Crap, they're here already? Naruto got ready to fight again only to relax when he saw a familiar face. Well, there she is. Before anyone could ask what he was talking about, the guards started screaming and falling like flies. Urza! Lucy beamed upon seeing the beautiful knight. The redhead finished off the last enemy and looked up at them in shock. What are you guys doing here? Naruto walked up to her and grinned, happy to see the girl was alright. What, did you expect us to just let them take you and not do anything about it? Yeah, and they have Happy too. Natsu shouted in agreement. Go back. Urza suddenly said, surprising them all. Huh? I'll take care of Happy, you guys shouldn't get involved. No way. Do you even know where he is? The Dragon Slayer steamed. Urza looked away in shame. No. I don't. Okay then. Here I come Happy. Natsu yelled and ran off before Urza could stop him. Naruto shook his head. Man, that guy's louder than I was when I was a kid. Lucy sent the ninja an incredulous look. You're still loud. Hey! We should probably go after that idiot. Gray said and started to run after Natsu but was stopped by Urza. Hey, what gives? Leave, I'll get Natsu and Happy. I already told you I don't want you getting involved. Naruto was starting to get a little annoyed. Would you stop that already? Look, we came here to get you back and we're not gonna leave just because you tell us to. Like it or not, we were involved the moment those guys attacked us. Ow. Lucy elbowed Naruto in the side. I think what Naruto was trying to say is that we're your friends and we'll always be here to help you. Urza began to tremble a little. Come on Urza, this isn't like you. Just tell us to follow you like you always do and we'll help you out, it's as simple as that. Gray added coolly. Urza turned to look at them with a teary eye. Lucy elbowed Naruto again. Ow. Why? You sorry, Urza. Urza shook her head and wiped her tears. No, I'm sorry. Whether I win this fight or lose, I will disappear from this world. Naruto frowned. What are you talking about? It's unavoidable, so let me tell you about this place. The Tower of Heaven, otherwise known as the R system. So that is why I must be the one to stop Jalal. Urza finished after filling them in on her secret. Naruto clenched his fists. So, she wants to take care of this by herself because she feels responsible for her past comrades' actions. But there was something else that was bothering him. Who is that Zeref person you mentioned? I feel that guy's name keeps coming up. Urza looked at him in surprise. You don't know who Zeref is? He is the most notorious dark mage in history. He's also responsible for creating Lullaby and Deliora. Naruto blinked in surprise before looking down and thought. What does this mean? He could create monstrosities like that with little effort. Urza continued while gripping her arm. Then we can't let Jalal revive him at all costs. Naruto declared and thumped his chest. I don't know how to stop this R system thing, but I won't just stand around while knowing someone is trying to revive such an evil guy. Urza frowned and was about to tell them to leave again when a newcomer spoke up. Nei-san. What are you talking about? They turned around to see one of Urza's old comrades. He was a tan-skinned skin boy with blonde hair that seemed to be shaken up quite a bit, most likely from what he had just overheard. Sho? Urza muttered regrettably and looked down at the ground in shame. The now-named Sho took a step back. Jalal saved us from the ships you bombed because you went mad with power. She's telling the truth, Sho. The big guy with the iron jaw walked into the room. Came back for more, huh? Naruto said and cracked his knuckles, but he stopped when the man raised a hand. My name is Simon, and I had no intention of killing you at that time. The now-named Simon stated and bowed his head apologetically. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Then what are your intentions? Jalal has lied to all of us. I pretended to believe in him and bid my time. Simon looked at her sheepishly. I always believed in you, Urza. Urza looked at her old friend in bewilderment. Simon. Sho was beginning to freak out. How could you trust her just like that? Why don't I trust Nei-san like you? He slammed his fists to the floor. Damn it. Who do I believe in? Urza knelt next to the young boy. I'm sorry. I was too weak to do anything in the past. I never forgot about you guys. Simon walked over to them. You're ready now, right? His answer was a determined look from the female knight. Good, with all of these powerful mages, I'm sure we can defeat Jalal if we work together. Naruto raised a hand. We still gotta find Natsu and Happy. Gray rubbed the back of his head and sighed. Why'd that idiot have to run off like that? Urza stood up and took command. Okay, first we find Natsu and Happy. Then we'll fight our way to the top of the tower and stop Jalal. After seeing no objections, she nodded. Let's go. Jalal picked up a chess piece and knocked over two other pieces. Salamander has defeated Wally and Miliana. Simon and Sho have betrayed us. Things just keep getting interesting. The other man present spoke up. Jalal-sama, we should just capture Urza now and start the ceremony. The hooded man grinned. Perhaps you would like to go? Two other people walked into the light from the shadows. One was a tall man with an owl head wearing a jetpack, and the other was a woman in a pink kimono holding a sheathed katana. It's your turn now, Assassin's Guild Trinity Raven. Naruto and the others were following Simon down the halls of the tower when a bunch of creepy mouths started sprouting all over the place. Welcome to the Tower of Heaven. I am Jalal, the ruler of this tower. I believe it's time to begin our game. The Heaven's Game. Naruto looked at one of the mouths and grimaced. That's not creepy at all. Oh yes, I forgot to mention. I have selected 3 warriors for you to battle. It's their job to stop you from stopping me from using Urza as a sacrifice to revive the Dark Wizard Zeref. One last thing before we officially start, there is a chance that the council will use ether ion to destroy this place. So, without further ado, let the games begin. Ether ion? Naruto looked at his friends in confusion. What the heck is an ether ion? Gray sighed. Were you living under a rock until recently or something? While Naruto shot Gray an annoyed look, Urza began to explain. Ether ion is a magical weapon of mass destruction. It has a level of power that puts even the Jupiter cannon to shame. Naruto's eyes widened. We better hurry and get Natsu and Happy then. The swordswoman nodded. Yes. We should get going dash. She was cut off when suddenly disappeared in a plume of smoke, surprising everyone. Sho now held Urza in his hands in the form of a card and looked at her with determination. Don't worry, Nei-san. I'm not going to let anyone hurt you, he declared and took off running. Simon began to run after the fleeting boy, but not before looking back at the group. I'm going after Sho and Urza. You guys search for Natsu. Naruto sighed and looked at the remaining mages. I guess we have no choice. We should split into 2 teams to cover more ground. Gray nodded. I'm worried about Urza, so I want to go after her. Juvia looked at Lucy. Juvia will go with Naruto-sama, and Lucy will go with Gray-san. Lucy smiled bitterly when she saw that Naruto had already left with Gray. I take it we're going to go find Natsu then? She called out to the ninja while the water mage visibly deflated. Naruto grinned and shouted back. Yeah. I'm counting on you too. Gray gave him a worried look. Are you sure it's okay to leave those 2 alone? Naruto raised an eyebrow. Sure, why not? The ice mage just sighed and continued running. You might just be as dumb as Natsu. Naruto fumed. Hey, are you picking a fight with me or something today? Sometime later? Natsu. Natsu-san. Lucy and Juvia were looking around for Natsu, but they were having little to no luck. The place was like a maze, and it was hard to tell if they were making any progress. You would think that with his good hearing, he would have heard us by now. Lucy huffed as they turned around a corner. Her feet were starting to hurt, and her hair smelled like seawater. She couldn't wait to go home and take a bath. Just like Gajeel-kun. His nose as well. Gajeel-kun? Lucy remembered the scary-looking Iron Dragon Slayer. To think this girl referred to someone like that with such a carefree suffix. Why must Juvia look for Natsu-san with Lucy-san? Juvia bluntly complained, her shoulders slumping. Lucy shrugged. It couldn't be helped, Naruto and Gray left to find Urza. The water woman nodded in agreement. That's right, Naruto-sama is counting on Juvia. But to put Juvia with her rival in love, does Naruto-sama wish to start a fight? Lucy just looked at her dumbly. What are you talking about, rival in love? Naruto and I are just teammates. We're partners, nothing more. Juvia stared at her with disbelieving eyes. Growing uncomfortable under the dubious stare, Lucy quickly spoke again. It's true. Who would like that slob? He's a ramen addict, he snores, and tries to act mature when he's just as childish as Natsu. Why are you writing all of that down? Juvia hid the notebook in a flash. Juvia must learn how to make ramen then. Lucy's eye twitched before she suddenly cringed and covered her ears when a terribly loud noise rang throughout the halls. What is that? She looked at Juvia and the girl didn't seem to be affected by it. You can hear this, can't you? Juvia retained a neutral expression. It's a nice tune. Both of their attention was caught when they noticed a man walking towards them while twirling his long black hair. Heya, ladies. This is my concert of hell. Chapter 8, A New Bond. How far did that guy get? Gray shouted in frustration. I don't know, but be on guard. There are people up ahead. Naruto replied as they entered an open room. Coming to a stop, the 2 noticed a strange-looking man standing in front of a smoking Happy and an injured Simon. What are you doing? I thought you were going after Urza. Gray shouted angrily. Sorry, I got a little preoccupied. Simon replied, struggling to stand up. Naruto ran over to the burnt cat. Happy, are you okay? Naruto, that guy, he ate Natsu. Happy choked out. Naruto looked at the enemy and pointed at him in shock. That guy has a bird head. The bird-headed man looked at them in turn. More of them? Tastes the flames of justice. Hoo. He spit a large flame at Naruto and Happy, and the blonde picked up the exhausted feline and jumped out of the way. Landing next to Simon, he gently put Happy down. Be careful, he is absorbing Salamander's magic. Simon warned. Don't forget about me. Gray shouted as he bumped a fist in his hand. Ice make, Lance. Large streams of ice flew at the assassin. The Birdman fired another shot of flames, desecrating Gray's attack and covered him in flames. Gah! Gray! Naruto was about to jump in when the flames became frozen solid. Compared to Natsu's flames, these are nothing. The ice mage taunted and tossed the ice aside. Sighing in relief, Naruto turned back to Simon. Which way did that Shogai go? The large man pointed in the direction he last saw his friend go. Please, save Urza. Naruto nodded and gave him a thumbs up. I'll bring her back, it's a promise. Turning over to Gray, he shouted. Hey Gray. You take care of things here, I'm going on ahead. Jumping out of the way from being gobbled up, Gray yelled back. Yeah. We'll catch up shortly. Hoo-hoo. You think you can escape? The bird-headed assassin charged towards the fleeting ninja, but his path was blocked by a wall of ice. Gray smirked. After the stung Naruto pulled on Garna Island, it was time for his comeback. Your opponent is me. The owlman cocked his head to the side in an unnatural way. Very well. Hoo-hoo-hoo. As Naruto ran down the halls in the direction he was given, he couldn't help but worry about the others. I hope everyone's alright? Huh? Something started pulling at him from the back of his mind. The QB? What could that fox want right now? Coming to a stop, he closed his eyes and tapped into his mindscape. Opening his eyes again, he found himself in front of the nine-tailed fox. What do you want? I'm busy. The fox growled. Insolent human, and here I was trying to warn you of a very powerful energy. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Powerful energy? I believe your friends called it ether ion. Eh? They really are going to fire it? Is it being fired now? Naruto shouted, beginning to panic. Growing annoyed of his jailer's obnoxious screams, the QB shouted. Would you just shut up and let me finish? The fox's voice boomed, shaking the entire room. Now having the blonde's full attention, he continued. As I was saying, no, it is not firing, but I can faintly sense the magic being gathered. Do you have an estimate on when it will be done charging? The demon seemed to think about it for a second. If I were to guess, I would say about 15 to 20 minutes or so. Naruto was about to thank the fox before looking at his prisoner in suspicion. Why are you suddenly being so helpful? Because it wouldn't be beneficial for me to have you be killed in another dimension. Naruto didn't really understand the cryptic response, so he opted to shrug and waved back. Well, thanks, I guess. See ya. After hearing a loud grunt, he closed his eyes again and left his mindscape. I guess that fuzzball has a heart after all. Naruto mused to himself. With that done, Naruto stood up and took off running again. Well, now that I know that the council really is going to fire that thing, I gotta hurry and get everyone out. Nei-san. That's Sho. I better hurry. Picking up his pace, Naruto turned a corner and found Urza and Sho down the hall. There was a pink-haired woman lying on the floor talking to them, but he couldn't make out the words. Urza. The redhead turned her head in his direction. Naruto? Skidding to a stop in front of her, Naruto looked at the fallen assassin. Who's that? Wait, scratch that. The council is going to fire ether ion soon. We need to get out of here. Urza nodded curtly. Yes, that's why I want you and Sho to go look for Simon and the others and get everyone out of here. And what about you? Naruto asked with an even tone, already knowing the answer. Urza looked down the hallway fiercely. Jalal. Sighing, Naruto turned to Sho. Well, you heard the lady. The tan teen was hesitant at first before he ran off, but the ninja didn't move a muscle. Seeing this, Urza looked at Naruto with a slightly irritated look. You don't plan on going, do you? Laughing, Naruto crossed his arms and nodded. Sorry, but I promised everyone that I'd find you and make sure you got out in one piece. He pointed to his headband. I don't go back on my promises, you know? Urza turned and nodded, a slight smile on her lips. Very well. But I'll be the one to take down Jalal, he's my responsibility. Naruto rolled his eyes but nodded. Yeah. Let's go, we don't have that much time. How disappointing. The game is already over. Jalal crooned while knocking down some chess piece. At the same time, Urza stepped into the room. Is it really that fun playing with people's lives? The hooded man grinned and turned to face his guests. Hello, Urza. It has been a while. He then turned to the teen standing next to her. Welcome to you too, Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto frowned. How do you know my name? I don't think we've met, though I could have sworn I've heard your voice somewhere. Seeing the looks he was getting from the other two in the room, he fumed. I'm not talking about the mouth speaker things. Oh, you really are an interesting person. Jalal said while taking off his hood, revealing his face. Naruto pointed at him in surprise. Ah, you're that guy from the council. Urza held her hand out. I had the same reaction, Naruto. But no, that man you met in the council is Jalal's older brother. Seagrain. The blue-haired man expanded his arms. Well then, shall we begin, Urza? Naruto looked at Urza worriedly. She was covered in scratches, and only a couple bruises, but mostly looked okay. But what worried him the most was that she looked exhausted. Her magic power must be low. "Hey, are you sure you can still fight?" Urza nodded, not taking her eyes off her enemy for a second. "This is my fight. I will see it through." Still frowning, Naruto reluctantly stood back. Gripping her sword firmly, Urza yelled and she dashed towards her former comrade. "Jalal!" Dark magic swerved around Jalal's arms. "Come, Urza!" He shot his arm forward and fired a beam of magic at the swordswoman. She jumped out of the way just in time, but couldn't dodge the second blast that came after. Guh! It hit her directly in the stomach, knocking her through the wall and out of the tower. "Urza!" Naruto ran over to help. Thinking fast, Urza pushed off of the debris falling next to her and back into the tower. Catching her breath, she looked up to see a worried Naruto standing in front of her. "Are you sure you're okay? Look, I know that this is something you need to do, but if this goes on, you might actually die." She smiled at his concern for her. "Thank you, Naruto." "Huh?" Naruto was suddenly outside of the tower. "Eh?" He then began to fall. "What the hell, Urza?" Looking up at her and seeing her sad smile, Naruto knew exactly what was going through her mind. "Damn it. When get back up there, you better still be alive or I." Naruto's voice faded from her ears as the ninja descended. Jalal laughed maniacally. "That's just great. How does it feel to push your comrade to their death?" Urza glowered at the man. "He won't die from that. Let's finish this." Naruto's mind was thinking furiously for a way out of his current situation. "Come on. Think." Getting an idea, he summoned a shadow clone. The clone then proceeded to grab him and throw him precisely at one of the windows. With a crash, the blonde rolled a couple times and finally came to a stop. "Phew. That was close one." He then looked around and sighed. "Great, now I gotta run all the way back up there and make sure that idiot doesn't Naruto was forced to shield his eyes when a blinding light came out of nowhere and blinded him. "Is this ether ion?" There was a loud boom and everything went blank. Outside the tower. Boom! What was that just now? Lucy cried out as their boat shook violently. Thankfully, they had Juvia's magic to protect them from the violent waves. Otherwise their little boat wouldn't have stood a chance. After having met up with everyone, Lucy and the others had fallen back onto their small boat and were now floating away from the Tower of Heaven. With the inclusion of Urza's past comrades, it would be an understatement to say it was crowded. That was probably ether ion. Gray muttered, and looked down when he felt something squirm from underneath his foot. Urza. Blurg. Damn it. Natsu croaked while suffering from his motion sickness. Pardon me, a skin, but why did you subdue the Dragon Slayer? The blocky cowboy named Wally asked. I've experienced firsthand how powerful that boy is, and he surely would have been our best shot at defeating Jalal. This useless guy? Gray said and applied a little more pressure on Natsu's back when the teen tried to drag himself off the boat. We have another member that's still inside that place. Juvia hopes Naruto-sama is alright, Juvia said, and Lucy put a hand on the girl's shoulder. Don't worry, I'm sure he's fine. He's Naruto after all. Regardless of what she said, Lucy was still just as worried about her partner. Gray nodded. If there was anyone in their group who could end all of this, it was that guy. Ugh? Naruto slowly opened his eyes. Am I dead? Shaking the blurriness away, he looked around to find that he was surrounded by crystals. What the? The place looked like it was covered in ice, only it wasn't cold. I better hurry up and make sure Urza's okay. As soon as he reached the top floor, the sight was really something. What was once a throne room was now an open field of crystals. But Naruto was quickly pulled out of his astonishment when he heard Urza scream. Ah? Springing into action, Naruto ran to where the scream came from and saw that Urza was being pulled into the tower. It was like her body was slowly being fused into the crystals. Oh, great Zeruf. I offer this woman's body as a sacrifice to Jalal was cut off when Naruto punched him in the face. Gah! What? Naruto cracked his knuckles. Just you wait. There's a lot more where that came from. Urza looked at the shinobi in disbelief before growling. What are you doing here? I thought I told you to let me dash. Shut up! Naruto shouted, stopping Urza mid-sentence. You want to end all this by dying? You think you have to do all this by yourself because this guy was your friend? Naruto looked back at the girl and frowned. But what about us? The friends you have now? I? Urza looked away as he pulled her out of the lacrima, as if ashamed by his words. She then shook her head and grabbed onto Naruto's arm. Jalal is my responsibility. You just don't understand. Naruto was a nice guy, and she respected his strength. But they had only just met about 2 months ago, how could he understand her? I understand just fine. You want to protect us by shouldering all of this pain by yourself. Naruto said and turned back to face Jalal, who was watching them with a smirk on his face. But we don't need protecting. I don't need protecting. Urza shook her head defiantly, tears streaming down the side of her cheek. I appreciate how you feel, but he's too powerful. Then just watch me. Naruto replied and wiggled out of the girl's weak grip. Learn to rely on your friends. Kicking off the ground, Naruto dashed towards Jalal with a kunai in hand. You can't win. You don't understand him. Urza yelled and tried to get up to stop him, but found that she just didn't have any strength left. All Urza could do now was watch as her comrades, old and new, fought what would likely be to the death. Jalal grinned excitedly. The mysterious Naruto Uzumaki? Show me what you can do. Jalal. Naruto yelled and slashed at the mage, but Jalal was quick to jump back. Nevertheless, Naruto continued to attack. I'll teach you what happens when you mess with my friends. He's fast. Better not underestimate this one. Jalal mused to himself and activated one of his many magical abilities. Meteor. Naruto's eyes widened when Jalal suddenly disappeared from his sight. He got faster. He searched for his opponent and quickly spotted the man running around the crystallized room at an almost blinding speed. Ha! You'll never be able to hit me while I'm using this speed. Jalal taunted but was instantly caught off guard when Naruto intercepted him. The shinobi landed a spinning kick to Jalal's side and sent the mage straight into a lacrima wall. Guh. But how? I'll admit you're fast, but I've fought faster. Naruto taunted back. Urza was dumbfounded by how fast the two were, wondering if she'd even be able to keep up them. Her eyes could barely keep up. Jalal ground his teeth in anger. He had been running as fast as he could. How could someone be so fast without using any magical enhancement? Naruto couldn't help but chuckle at the mage's frustration. It was always funny when villains acted all high and mighty, because he always caught them by surprise. The looks on their faces never got old. Jalal calmed himself. Getting worked up over something as trivial as this was not something the one chosen by Zeref himself would do. Humph. It seems that you're faster than me. Well, no matter. A bright aura began to shine around Jalal's form, making him hard to look at directly. I'll just have to overwhelm you with my heavenly magic. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Naruto created a couple clones and they all charged forward. Charge. Speed and clone magic? A strong foe indeed. However, Jalal thought and ran right past the clones. Sidestepping punches, jumping over kicks, Jalal finally made it to the other end of the ninja and his doppelgangers. What, you just gonna dodge all day? Naruto asked, his clones shouting out childish insults. A chuckle slipped past the blue-haired mage's lips. Naruto, look down. Urza warned. Huh? Naruto and his clones looked down just in time to see a series of lights in a constellation-like pattern. Jalal put his hands in front of him and activated his spell. Grand Chariot. Naruto. Urza screamed as the whiskered teen and his clones were consumed by the explosive spell. She wanted to take care of Jalal by herself, but that was clearly no longer an option, and Naruto needed her help. With a new resolve, Urza mustered the strength to stand. But when the smoke cleared, she gasped. Naruto was nowhere to be seen. Ahaha. All that talk and he gets incinerated. What a fool. Jalal said between laughs. Urza growled and turned to face the man. But upon noticing something, she smirked. I wouldn't be so sure. Jalal frowned. What are you dash? Man. That would have hurt if it weren't for Sage Mode. Jalal whirled around and there stood Naruto, the now aching thorn inside. But there was something different about him. His eyes were now orange with slit pupils, reminiscent of a toad. You. How did you survive that attack? I get one heck of a boost in endurance when I'm in this mode. Naruto simply replied before folding his arms. Though I'm glad I left a couple shadow clones behind to gather nature energy, otherwise that attack could have been the end. He may be able to enter Sage Mode faster in this world, but it never hurt to be too careful. Losing control of his anger, Jalal lashed out with a burst of magic, but his eyes widened when Naruto simply swatted the magical attack out of the air as if it were a bug. Naruto folded his arms again. You're lucky I'm holding back, otherwise I might knock you off the tower. It's kinda hard to hold back while in Sage Mode, but I'm tired of all this pointless bloodshed, so let's just stop. Pointless. Holding back. A tick mark formed on Jalal's forehead. I decided to see how powerful you were because you interested me. But now I think I'll just destroy you here and now. He screamed and flung himself at the sage. Naruto waited for Jalal to close the distance between them before striking him into the air with an uppercut. Gah! Jalal gasped in pain as he saw stars, and not the kind that could be seen in the open sky. Naruto created two shadow clones. They formed a Rasengan in each of his hands. He then jumped into the air above the stunned man. He was about to make contact when Jalal caught himself on the ground and slid away, the twin Razengans drilling right through the lacrima floor. "Oh, you dodged? Stop, you fool. You're damaging the R system," Jalal demanded when he noticed the damage the blue spheres had done to the tower. Naruto raised an eyebrow before a lightbulb went off in his head. "What? You mean like this?" Smash! Jalal quivered with anger when Naruto began to destroy more parts of the tower. "You little..." Naruto crossed his fingers, intent on finishing the job with a couple clones. Now for the finishing touch. What the? Naruto noticed his arm was beginning to grow, and toad-like warts were popping up all over his body. "What the hell?" Jalal noticed the teen's changes and barked with laughter. "It seems that power of yours is overtaking your body." Naruto was too busy trying to figure out why he was turning into a toad to listen to anything else. "Why is this happening? I drew in the surrounding natural energy just like I always do, so why? Could something be interfering?" Even if there was, he didn't have time to figure out what it could be right now. "I finally have enough strength back," Urza thought as she stumbled her way over to the blonde. "Naruto, what's wrong?" Noticing the redhead walking towards him, Naruto dropped into a meditative position. "I don't know why this is happening, but it's going to take me a second to fix my arms." He frowned. "I know I said that I'd take care of everything, but I need you to buy me some time." Without Fukasaku and his wicking stick, it was going to take Naruto some time to change his body back to normal. Why did Sage Mode have to do this to him now of all times? Flash. The two covered their eyes as blindingly bright light lit up the area. "What now?" Naruto groaned internally. "I think it's time I end this," Jalal declared and crossed his arms upwards. "That stance," Urza thought with wide eyes. "Do you plan to destroy the whole tower?" Jalal grinned maniacally. "It's no matter, I'll just build another. Now, die." Naruto cursed. He couldn't move or he'd turn into statue. "Guess there was only one thing I can do," he thought, and prepared to push Urza out of the way. Since they were both going to die anyway, he'd rather give the girl a chance at beating Jalal. Who knew? Maybe he'd even survive being hit by the attack and not turn into a statue. But before Naruto could move a muscle, someone brushed past him, and he could faintly hear the words, "Take care of Urza for me. Alt Iris." Boom. When things finally calmed, Naruto opened his eyes and saw Simon standing in front of him and Urza protectively. The man had taken the full brunt of Jalal's attack in their stead. Urza gasped, refusing to believe what she was seeing. Simon." The man looked back and smiled before falling to the floor, dead. "No." Urza's cries echoed in Naruto's ears. Never in his right mind did he think he would ever hear the girl scream like that. Nor did he want to. But here he was, listening to one of the strongest women he'd ever met wailing in pain over the death of one of her dear friends. "Ha ha ha. Now that's what I call dying in vain." Jalal wheezed as he laughed in uncontrolled bursts. Naruto slowly closed his eyes and dug deep into his mind. "Hey, Fox. Help me out for a second." Regaining control over himself, Jalal sighed. "Now then, shall we end this?" "What are you doing?" Wondering what Jalal was talking about, Urza turned to where he looking at. Naruto. That form again. Just like how she'd seen him during their battle with Phantom Lord, Naruto's body was covered by an eerie red aura. Jalal gulped at the sight of the blonde's ferocious appearance, unconsciously taking a step back. For the first time in 8 years, he felt fear. This power? This must be the power you used to defeat former wizard Saint Jose, am I right? Naruto just continued to glare at him with his soul-piercing red eyes. The fox had just finished purging the rest of the sage chakra from his system. Jalal almost flinched from the tone Naruto was using, but managed to keep his composure. In fact, he faked a smirk. "What? I'm giving you one last chance to give up. I can't guarantee you'll live when I'm like this." Feeling his anger rise again, Jalal clicked his teeth and shot his hand up. A ball of dark magic swelled in his palm before he thrust it forward. Dark mass. Several tentacles of dark energy shot out of the ball in his hand and they homed onto Naruto. But the blonde suddenly vanished. Jalal blinked as time seemed to slow down at that moment. He could see his dark mass traveling through the air, but their target was gone. Then he sensed it. It came at him in an instant. Behind him. A killing intent so powerful that it made Jalal come to a realization. He was a fool to have challenged this monster. Crack. Jalal gasped as every bit of air was knocked out of his lungs, and he was flung into and through a lacrima formation. He would have fallen off the tower, but Naruto appeared right above him and landed a dropkick that sent Jalal crashing down several stories of the tower. Urza blinked as Jalal's dark mass finally hit the ground. Naruto had moved so fast, she couldn't even tell what had just happened. Naruto landed on the ground, his eyes never leaving the gaping hole in the floor. He didn't know if that had finished Jalal or not, but now wasn't the time to worry about his enemy. Because the tower began to shake tremendously. The tower was in shambles because of the damage it had taken during the fight, and Naruto didn't need Urza to tell him what was going to happen next. The Tower of Heaven was going to explode. So, doing what he did best, Naruto sprang into action. He dashed over to Urza and picked her up bridal style, causing the girl to yelp in surprise. Urza was about to ask what he was doing when the world around her changed and they were suddenly hundreds of feet above the rumbling tower. Her eyes shot wide open and her grip on the boy tightened when he let go and brought his hands up. Urza looked up at the whiskered teen with a confused and frightened expression. Because not only were they several hundred feet above a raging ocean, but there was also a tower made of ether ion that was about to explode right below them. But when she looked at his face, and brown eyes met blue, she suddenly felt at ease. Because in the time Urza had come to know Naruto, she had come to know what that grin of his meant. Naruto had a plan. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. And just like that, over 1,000 copies of Naruto, all armed with big ball Razengans, lit the sky around them. It was like the heavens themselves joined the fight, as the clones began to fall towards the tower like shooting stars. Urza felt herself smiling. It was at that moment she felt that she could truly trust Naruto with not only her life, but with the lives of their comrades. Even as the tower detonated, and the world around her began to fade, she could see it in his eyes. They were truly precious to him. Urza fluttered her eyes open. What? So, you're finally awake? As her vision cleared, Urza noticed Naruto was still carrying her, and that they were on the beach. Naruto. How? Was all she could say. Naruto just grinned his fox-like grin. I told you I'd help you, so I did. Urza's eyes widened, remembering everything he had said back then. She then turned away and began to chuckle. What? What's so funny? Naruto fumed, seemingly ready to fight again. Urza shook her head at the childish answer before she gave him a genuine smile, and for the first time in years, tears fell from both of her eyes. Thank you, Naruto. Well, it's only natural to help your friends out when they're in trouble, you know. Naruto replied rather sheepishly, flustered by the beautiful girl's smile. Her true smile. Urza closed her eyes. Yes. I understand that now. While Urza wasn't looking, Naruto frowned. There wasn't any orange pigment around my eyes when I was in sage mode earlier. That's not a good sign. Naruto decided that he'd summon Fukasaku when they got back to Fairy Tail. Hopefully the old toad sage would be able to figure out what was going on. Thank you, everyone. Urza thought as she wiped the tears from both of her eyes. She would never forget what Naruto and the others had done for her, and never again would she think dying was the only option. From now on she would do everything in her power to live. Not just for her own sake, but for the sake of her comrades. Urza. Naruto-sama. Naruto, still carrying Urza, turned them towards the people who were running towards them. Their friends. Hey guys, what's up? Kitty man. Ack. Get off of me, you crazy cat lady. Everyone was now relaxing and enjoying a party together, and because Naruto had whisker-like birthmarks, Miliana was all over him. Kitty, kitty, kitty. Someone. Help me. Naruto croaked as the cat girl hugged him to death. Urza sighed happily. Miliana, why don't you go see if Happy wants to play? Happy-chan? Okay. Dropping Naruto like a rag doll, the cat girl ran off to find the already hiding blue cat. Lucy crouched down next to Naruto. Are you okay? That girl is crazy. Naruto mumbled in response. Natsu laughed at the whiskered teen. Ha! You look like you just got off a train. That only applies to you? Lucy thought with a bitter smile on her face. Naruto got up and looked around the room. Hey, where did Juvia go? She was just here, wasn't she? You would like to know, wouldn't you? Lucy huffed and stormed off. Did he say something wrong? Naruto gestured towards himself while looking between the fleeting Lucy and the rest of the group. Gray sighed and pat the confused boy on the back sympathetically. I almost feel sorry for you, man. I'm seriously gonna kick your ass, Gray. Naruto barked, and everyone laughed. Mongolia town. Whoa! They finished it while we were gone. Everyone stared at the new guild building in awe. It looked just like a castle. Max, a youth with ivory hair who specialized in sand magic if Naruto wasn't mistaken, waved at them from inside a little shop that was located in the new entrance. Hey guys. Welcome back. Naruto walked over to the boy and looked around. What is this? A shop? Yeah, it's a souvenir shop. Check it out. Fishing for something in the back, Max handed him something. Is this me? Naruto was now holding a mini Naruto figure. It looked just like him, down to the last detail. I don't know what to think of this. Gray muttered when Max handed him 2 figures of himself, one with and without a shirt. I think they're charming. Urza said as she looked at a collection of Urza figures, one for each suit of armor she had. Hey, there's one for Lucy too, Happy called out. Lucy snatched the toy from Happy. Don't go making things like this without permission. It's embarrassing. Naruto laughed. I don't see why not, these things are awesome. He poked the Lucy figure in the face and all the clothes popped off, minus the underwear. The ninja held his nose as Lucy turned scarlet and scrambled to put the clothes back on the figurine. Kana, who was standing by the entrance to the building, noticed them and waved. Hey guys. Welcome back. You've gotta come inside. They followed her inside the guild. The bar was a lot bigger than before, with waitresses walking around in flashy fairy tale style outfits. Laughing at their surprised faces, Kana pointed to the back. That's not all, follow me. Walking to the back of the bar, they went through a pair of doors to find an indoor swimming pool. No way. A pool? Natsu balked, and the others had to keep the boy from jumping into the water. Their tour was far from over. Kana continued to show them around the interior until finally making it back to the bar. The new guild looks amazing. Naruto commented when someone suddenly jumped onto his back. Naruto-sama. Juvia. Hearing a cough, everyone turned around and looked down to see Makarov. Welcome back you guys. I'd like you to meet our newest member, Juvia. Though it seems you already know her. Getting off Naruto's back, Juvia stood in front of the group and bowed. Thank you all. Juvia will work hard. She chirped before staring at Lucy. Rival in love? I am not. Lucy mumbled while smiling bitterly. Naruto grinned. See? I told you the old man would let you join. Juvia stopped staring at Lucy and smiled at Ninja brightly. Coughing again to get their attention, the master pointed to one of the tables. There is also another new member you should meet. Hey, come introduce yourself. Oh, another new member? Naruto asked before snarling at who it was. Gajeel, the Iron Dragon Slayer, got up from a table and turned around to look at them. What's he doing here? Naruto demanded, with Gray and Urza holding him back from attacking. Makarov sighed. Calm down, Naruto. He was only acting on Jose's orders. Besides, yesterday's enemies are tomorrow's allies. Naruto settled down but continued to glare at the ex-phantom mage. I don't like this. Gajeel walked past him and grunted. I don't like it either, but work is work. Even if I have to be in a pathetic guild like this one. Natsu got up in the guy's face. What did you say about fairy tale? You wanna fight? You? Don't waste my time, salamander. Gajeel remarked with a grunt before looking at Naruto again. I got bigger fish to fry. With that said, he stalked away. What a jerk. Naruto thought and looked at Makarov. Are you sure about this? You know what he did. Sighing again, Makarov nodded. It's an old man's job to guide young men like that back onto the right path. Naruto looked at Urza, and she nodded as well. Sighing in defeat, Naruto sat down at a table. Fine, whatever. Lucy sat next to her partner and placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. Don't let it worry you, the master knows what he's doing. Suddenly, all the lights in the guild went black. Why did it get so dark all of a sudden? Kana shushed him. Shoo, the main event is about to start. Grumbling something about demanding women, Naruto noticed the curtains in the back of the bar open, revealing a stage. Mira-chan? Everyone in the guild started cheering. Mira-chan. This is what we've been waiting for. Mira Jane was sitting in the spotlight, holding a guitar with a microphone standing in front of her face. Strumming it once, she began to play a tune and started singing. Naruto stared at the girl with wide eyes. Whoa! Was she always this good at singing? Elfman leaned over. Nei-chan's songs are the best. They listened to her sing for a little longer until they heard a crash. Oof! What's the big idea? Natsu was on the floor next to the table Gajeel was sitting at. Huh? What do you want? You tripped me on purpose. The Fire Dragon Slayer fumed. They butted heads and growled at each other until people started throwing their mugs at them. Shut up! We want to listen to Mira-chan. Natsu flipped a table over. Who's the wise guy who threw that? As a switch had been flipped, everything was thrown into chaos and the bar became a battlefield. Naruto and Lucy ducked behind a table for cover. How did it turn out like this? Lucy whined while covering her head. Her fellow blonde just laughed. This just means things are back to normal, right? Naruto replied before jumping out to join the fray. Mira Jane was now playing rock music to pump things up while Makarov was crying over the destruction of his new guild. Watching her partner throw some people around the bar, Lucy couldn't help but smile. Yup, this is fairy tale. Chapter 9, Sage Mode and a Healthy Competition. Naruto yawned as he stepped out of the bathroom. He raised an eyebrow when he noticed something odd about his roommate. "Hey Lucy, what's with the flashy clothes?" Lucy was doing various poses in front of a mirror. "Didn't you hear? Someone from the Weekly Sorcerer magazine is coming to Fairy Tale today." She turned to him and winked. "I know, I am just too cute today." Naruto snorted and rolled his eyes. "What's the big deal? It's just a magazine, right, and didn't you already pose as a model for them?" Lucy gave him a flat look. "Yeah, and I remember you and the others destroying the shooting site." Naruto rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. "Oh yeah. Sorry about that." Clamping her makeup kit shut, Lucy turned towards the door. "Shall we head to the guild then?" "Nah, I'm going out to train." Seeing the girls pout, Naruto continued. "Don't worry, I'll go there after I finish up." Naruto then grabbed his headband and tied it to his forehead. "Tell everyone at the guild I said hi." With that, he waved goodbye and jumped out the window. "Use the door like a normal person." Lucy yelled and huffed when he waved back at her. Honestly, boys and their training. After finding a suitable field to train, Naruto bit his thumb and did some hand signs before slapping his hand onto the ground. Summoning Jutsu. In a burst of smoke, an old toad with bushy white eyebrows appeared in front of him. "Naruto boy, what can I do for ya?" "Hey Pa, I'm having a little trouble with Sage Mode." Fukasaku gave him a blank stare. "You didn't forget how to do it, did ya?" "I'm not that stupid." Naruto barked, earning a laugh from the old toad. "I was only teasing boy. Now, tell me what's wrong." "I see. So this world not only has natural energy, but this magic as well." Fukasaku pondered aloud, earning a nod from the teen. "Yeah, that's what everyone uses here instead of chakra." Fukasaku processed the information in his head before speaking. "Call it a hunch, but I think I might know what the problem is. Here, let me try first." He hopped over to a large boulder and drew in some natural energy. The toad then proceeded to grasp the boulder and began to lift it up. "Guh, I can see what you mean." He dropped the boulder back down and caught his breath. "So, what's wrong?" Naruto asked hopefully. "I think this magic you mentioned is interfering, so you can't use Sage Mode to its full potential." "Eh? How?" the blonde yelled, causing the toad to cover his ears. "Calm down and let me finish explaining. Now, remember how I told you that in order to use Sage techniques, you have to have a perfect balance between spiritual, physical, and natural energies, yes?" Seeing the young ninja nod, he continued. "Well, here in this world, you're also absorbing magic as well as natural energy, and it's messing things up. So in order to bring out the best in Sage Mode here, you're gonna have to master mixing magic into the blend. You're lucky you didn't turn into a toad statue because of this." Seeing Naruto's questioning look, the old toad sighed. "To put it simply, now that you have an extra flavor, and you need to blend your ice cream more." Realization dawned on Naruto's face. "Oh, I get it now. This kid." Now knowing what he had to do, Naruto sat down and looked at Fukasaku. "So how do I learn to mix magic with the other energies?" The blonde frowned when his teacher shook his head. "I'm not from this world, so I'm afraid I can't help you there. You're gonna have to figure that out on your own. Maybe try asking some of your friends for help." Jumping back up on his feet, Naruto thanked Fukasaku and ran off. "Good luck, child of prophecy." Fairy Tale? Kolul. Ah crap, this guy again? Naruto cringed when a certain reporter ran up to him the moment he entered the guild. "Naruto Uzumaki from Fairy Tale, we meet again. Mind if I ask you some questions?" Jason asked with a steam pumping out of nostrils. The blonde began to sweat. No, I dash. What are some names you go by, other than your actual name of course?" Naruto sighed and thought about it for a second. "Well, my friends back home used to call me unpredictable. Or a one-man army." "Cool. One-man army, is this because of your rumored clone magic? How many clones can you spawn at a time?" I don't really know for sure, but easily over 1,000 dash." "Cool. Cool. Cool." Backing up from the overly excited man, the ninja looked around. "You know, I gotta go look for my friend Lucy." The reporter stopped at the unfamiliar name. "Lucy? Naruto?" Lucy noticed her partner and walked over to him. "You're back earlier than I thought you'd be. How was your wa?" She didn't get to finish her sentence because Naruto snatched her up, bridal style, and made a mad dash for the exit. "Hey Lucy, I need your help with something," Naruto said as she was scrambling in his arms. Okay, I get it. Just put me down," the embarrassed woman pleaded. Jason watched the scene with a gleam in his eye. Is there an upcoming couple in the makes? Cool. Now in the training field, Lucy put her hands on her hips. "So? What did you need me for so badly that you had to carry me all the way here?" She shivered. "And who travels like that? Jumping from building to building? That was scary. Naruto rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. Hee, sorry about that. So, you remember my ability Sage Mode, right? Lucy nodded. That's when your eyes turn frog-like and you get stronger, right? A toad, but yeah. What I'm actually doing is taking in the natural energy around me and combining it with my chakra. Lucy beamed. She always loved learning about stuff from Naruto's world. That's so cool. You literally become one with nature. But what do you need me for? Naruto put up a hand. Hold on, I'm getting to that. When I enter Sage Mode, I get stronger, faster, and things don't hurt me as much. There are other things too, but I can't really explain it all too well. Lucy seemed to be in thought. So, you absorb the natural energies from around you and turn it into power, so that must mean you're also absorbing magic too. Seeing Naruto's surprised face, she laughed. What? Did I say something funny? Naruto shook his head. How did you know I was absorbing magic? The celestial spirit mage puffed out her chest with pride. It just so happens that I know a lot about magic. I used to read books about it all the time as a kid. The magic in the air is actually called ether nano and is all around us because it's a part of nature. I figured since you were absorbing natural energies you must have been absorbing magic as well, albeit unintentionally it seems. We mages do something similar to your Sage Mode, except the ether nano is drawn into us naturally when our magic power is low. Naruto was completely baffled. Wow, I didn't know you were so smart. Lucy fumed. Hey, what's that supposed to mean? Laughing at her irked state, Naruto apologized and continued. But yeah, I'm absorbing magic too, and since I don't know how to tell the difference between the energies, it's messing with my Sage Mode and making it weaker. He also almost turned into a toad, but Lucy didn't need to know that yet. Lucy tried to think of a solution. Have you even tried feeling the difference between the two while in that form? Naruto raised a finger as if to answer, but dropped it and shook his head. Lucy rubbed the bridge of her nose. Okay then, let's start with that. They both sat down on the grass, Naruto going into his meditative position and entering Sage Mode in a matter of seconds. Man, I can never get over how fast I can gather natural energy here. Lucy playfully smacked her partner on the head. Focus. Now, can you tell the difference between the two? Rubbing his head in annoyance, Naruto closed his eyes and focused. She was right, it would suck if he lost focus and turned into a toad statue all of a sudden. Naruto could feel the grass swaying with the light breeze, the leaves on the trees, and even some wildlife not too far from here. All of the natural energy in this world truly amazed him. If he were to compare this place with the elemental nations, it would be like comparing a lake to an ocean. Wait, maybe it wasn't all just natural energy. Lucy did say that magic ether nano was all around them. He tried feeling out the energy to find any differences. There. Lucy watched him patiently as she waited for a response, but then noticed something in the corner of her eye. Looking to see what it was, she raised an eyebrow when she saw Naruto's guild mark glowing. I think I'm starting to feel the difference between them. Naruto opened his eyes to find himself in his mindscape. Eh? When did I get here? He turned around to find two giant red orbs staring down at him accusingly. Why must you contaminate my prison with all these filthy energies? The fox spat. The blonde raised an eyebrow. What are you talking about? The Kyuubi rolled its massive eyes. Just look around you, fool. Frowning at the disrespect, Naruto looked around the sewer and was surprised at what he saw. So this is what this place looks like when I'm in Sage Mode. He didn't notice it before, but the room was now well lit. It almost felt peaceful, minus the creepy sewer setting and the giant angry demon trapped behind bars of course. I hate the feeling of this energy, even more so than your sage chakra. The demon grumbled. Naruto looked up at his prisoner. You mean magic? Do you know how I can use it? Maybe the fox could help him learn how to control it. And why should I help you? What's in it for me? The Jinchuriki smirked. Because you have nothing better to do? Grunting at its host, the demon fox yawned and turned its massive head to the other side of the cage. Very well. Have you tried focusing the magic to that little guild stamp of yours? If I'm not mistaken, and I'm not, magic was used to mark you in the first place. Was it not? My guild mark? Naruto looked at the stamp on his hand and was surprised to see it glowing. There, now be gone. Your obnoxious self has drained me. Without my influence, you really would have turned into a statue. Be grateful, human. Naruto's eyes widened at the fox's help. You know, you're not so bad once you get past all those angry words of yours and stuff. He joked and the Kyuubi growled. Do not mistake my help as kindness. I will escape this prison and destroy all that you hold dear. The teen just waved off the idle death threats. Yeah. I'll talk to you later. Thanks again for the help. With that, he disappeared from sight. The QB just stared at where Naruto was just at for a few seconds before letting out a dry chuckle. This brat? Opening his eyes and looking around, Naruto found Lucy staring at him worriedly. What's wrong? Finally. I've been trying to get your attention but it was like you couldn't hear me. Are you okay? Lucy asked in concern. Naruto laughed awkwardly. Yeah, sorry about that. But good news. I think I found a way to use magic. She tilted her head. Really? How? The hyperactive blonde grinned and pointed to his hand. Lucy looked at it and realized what he was thinking. Your guild mark? It was glowing earlier now that I think about it. Nodding his head, Naruto bit his thumb and did a few hand seals. Summoning jutsu. In a puff of smoke, Fukasaku reappeared. Naruto boy, that was quick. I take it you already found out what you needed to do. Nodding eagerly, Naruto gestured to his friend. You bet. This is Lucy by the way. And nice to meet you. Lucy said with a short bow. She knew exactly who this toad was, having heard a couple stories about him from Naruto. Fukasaku, the old toad sage who taught Naruto sage mode along with the fight style that went along with it. Returning the bow, Fukasaku gave her a troubled look. I apologize for any trouble he's caused ya. Lucy shook her head frantically. No, not at all. Hey, can we get back to my training please? Naruto interrupted impatiently. Fukasaku chuckled and summoned his whacking stick. Right. Shall we get started? It was beginning to get late, so the two were walking back home for the day. Ugh. Naruto groaned as he dragged his feet across the ground. Lucy looked at her fellow blonde in concern. Are you okay? I know you're a fast healer but, you look pretty bad. Naruto was covered in bruises, and one of his eyes was swollen shut. He had almost turned into statue 15 times. Yeah, I'm just glad I'm making progress. Though I don't know why I'm starting to turn into a toad now. The fox was probably behind this, and he could almost hear him snickering. Stupid furball? Is that what that stick Fukasaku-san was using for? Lucy asked, smiling bitterly at the memory of all the times the old toad had whacked her partner. Nodding, the ninja walked up to the apartment building and opened the door for Lucy. If I don't control the natural energy correctly, I'll turn into a toad statue. Lucy walked in and raised an eyebrow at the strange information. That sounds pretty risky. Naruto shrugged. Meh, once I master it again it'll be worth it. I wonder if I'll be stronger now that I'll be using magic too. It only made sense to him that if he was adding a fourth energy to the mix, he'd be stronger. Now walking into their apartment, Lucy couldn't help but wonder just how powerful the complete sage mode was. Naruto had already proven to be one of the strongest people she knew even without it. It boggled her when she imagined how strong he might become in the future. Hey Naruto, hey Lucy. Natsu and Happy greeted when they opened the door. They were both resting on Lucy's bed. Yo! Naruto casually replied and hopped onto the couch, ready to fall asleep right then and there. Lucy had a completely different reaction. What are you doing here? Both Naruto and Natsu groaned. Ugh, keep it down. Yeah, what are you yelling for anyway? The only female in the room threw her hands up in defeat. I give up. Do what you want. With that, she walked into the bathroom and slammed the door shut. A couple days later. Smack. Ouch. Naruto screamed in pain upon taking another whack from the stick of doom. Fukasaku sighed. You're getting better at mixing them, but you still have a ways to go before it's perfect. Naruto was still training with Fukasaku to remaster Sage Mode. He was starting to get the hang of it and was almost balancing the four energies completely. But he was still beginning to turn into a statue after a couple of minutes. The only problem was that Naruto was beginning to turn into a statue faster than before. Fukasaku theorized it was probably because his body was becoming more sensitive to ether nano, which made him more susceptible to absorbing it over time. It would certainly explain why he'd nearly turned into a statue on top of the Tower of Heaven. There had been a lot of ether nano present due to the surrounding lacrima crystals. Lucy walked up to the two with a box in her hands. How about we take a break and eat lunch? The duo nodded and they sat down to eat. Man, I almost had it that time. Mixing 4 different types of energy sure is tough. Naruto complained between bites. It's pretty amazing how fast you're learning. Lucy commented. It had only been a couple of days, and Naruto was almost able to maintain his perfected Sage Mode for a couple minutes without turning into a statue. Natsu snorted. I could probably learn how to do it my first try. They all looked at the Dragon Slayer who was casually munching on one of the sandwiches Lucy had brought. Natsu swallowed and stared back at them. What? What the heck are you doing here? Lucy barked while skillfully maneuvering the basket to her other side. Natsu picked at his ear from being yelled at. I was bored and Happy said he had some stuff to do today, so I came here looking for you guys. What are you doing all the way out here anyways? I'm getting tons stronger by remastering my Sage mode, that's why. Naruto boasted while gesturing to himself. Natsu sent him a challenging stare. Oh yeah? Wanna fight and test it out? Naruto returned the look. I'm ready when you are. Lucy chopped Naruto on the head. You're not fighting with the way you are now. You're all bruised up and have been training since this morning. She scolded, causing both teens to flinch. Fukasaku smiled wryly. It seems women in this world are just as scary. Sulking from being scolded, Naruto looked over to Natsu. What's everyone been up to lately? Natsu shrugged. Everyone's been doing a bunch of jobs so the guild's empty, except for that Juvia person. She's been hanging around Mira a lot lately. This piqued Lucy's interest. What's that girl doing with Mira-san? At the guild. Thanks again for teaching Juvia how to make ramen, Mira-san. Juvia chirped happily as she cooked. Mira-Jane giggled. Don't worry about it. You're learning this for Naruto's sake, right? She teased, causing the water mage to blush. Oh, you're just too cute. Here, now we have to cut up the vegetables. As Juvia did as she was instructed, Mira-Jane giggled to herself. Sorry Lucy, but I don't see the harm in a healthy competition. Fufufu. Lucy looked at the request board in search for a suitable job for her. Ugh. If I don't do a job soon I'll have to ask Naruto to pay for my half again. Hey Nab, help me out. She pleaded to the person who was almost always standing here. The man looked at her and shook his head. No can do, I'm looking for a solo job myself. He explained, causing Lucy to smile bitterly. Seriously? Where's Naruto? Don't you two usually go on missions together? Nab asked before he gained a sly grin. Oh wait, don't tell me. You two are having a lover's quarrel. Lucy blushed. What? No. Naruto's completely absorbed in his training right now. She said, then stomped away. And we're just partners. Partners. Walking over to the bar, the celestial spirit mage sat down and rested her head on her arms. Why is everyone so mean? Why so down, Lucy? Did you and Naruto get into a fight? Lucy groaned and rested her head back down on the bar. Not you too, Mira-san. Mira-Jane giggled. I'm only teasing. So, what's the matter? I want to go on a mission to pay for my half of the rent, but Naruto is still training and everyone else is already doing one. She explained, pointing at the empty guild hall to prove her point. The barmaid pointed at Natsu and Happy who were sleeping on one of the tables. Have you tried asking Natsu and Happy? The blonde didn't even look up. Yeah, but Natsu's waiting for Naruto to finish training so they can fight. Mira-Jane tapped her chin in thought when an idea came to her. Why don't you ask Juvia if she wants to go with you? Lucy shot straight up, startling the silver-haired beauty. She's not on a mission? Where is she now? Recovering from the minor shock, Mira-Jane pointed towards the door. I think she said something about going to see Naruto. Getting up from her seat, Lucy dashed towards the door in a flash. Thanks Mira-san. Mira-Jane smiled and waved, internally giggling to herself. I wonder what will happen. Oh, I'm so bad. Lucy made her way back to the training field in hopes to find her water-wielding friend. Were they friends? Juvia seemed to view her as a rival in love for whatever reason. But I can't keep asking Naruto for help, I can get the rent money by myself. With a little help from someone other than Naruto, of course. As she got closer to her destination, Naruto and Juvia came into view. What the? The two were sitting on a checkered mat in the middle of the field having a picnic. Lucy quickly hid behind a tree. Wait, why am I hiding? Thanks for bringing me lunch, Juvia. This ramen is delicious. Naruto happily said as he wolfed down the noodles. Oh, it was nothing really. Juvia looked away and blushed. Naruto-sama is enjoying Juvia's food. It's almost like we are on a DD date. Her wild imagination was cut short when she suddenly turned serious. Naruto-sama, we're being watched. Naruto agreed with his mouth full, his expression equally serious. Lucy panicked. Crap. They noticed me? Thunk. Eek. She yelped when a shuriken embedded itself in the tree in front of her. Naruto slurped an excessively long noodle. Come on out. We know you're there. Juvia almost squealed. Naruto-sama is so cool. Wait. It's just me. Lucy yelled and jumped out with her hands in the air. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Lucy? What are you doing sneaking around like that for? Lucy pointed an accusing finger at him. What about you? Throwing sharp pointy objects at a harmless maiden. He sent her a deadpan expression. I'm a ninja, we throw sharp pointy objects for a living. Lucy nearly tripped on her own 2 feet from the boy's response. Naruto walked over to the tree and pulled the shuriken from the bark. So? What's up? Shaking her head, Lucy turned over to Juvia, who was still fawning over Naruto's last statement. Actually, I'm here to talk to Juvia. At hearing her name, Juvia stopped fawning over Naruto and turned serious again. Is this a declaration of war? A love war? Her arm morphed into a very sharp-looking water blade. Lucy shook her hands in a panic. No. I just wanted to ask you something. Her arm reverting back to normal, Juvia nodded. Seeing as this had nothing to do with him, not really, Naruto started walking away. Well, I'm going back to my training. Thanks again for the ramen, Juvia. The water mage waved at him cheerfully and then walked over to her rival in love. So? What do you need from Juvia? Lucy sighed. This girl couldn't be more curt. Long story short, I need money for rent and I wanted to ask if you could help me with a job. Juvia stared at her for a moment, her face ever neutral. What is in it for Juvia? Lucy had to take a moment to think. What would a powerful mage like Juvia want? Surely she didn't have a money problem, then what? Smiling sweetly as an idea formed, Lucy spoke. If you help me, I'll let you cook lunch for Naruto when he's training. No complaints. Juvia's eyes widened at the thought, knowing full well how much Naruto trained. Juvia agrees to these terms. Sweet. Lucy chirped and cheered internally. Yes. This saves me a ton on our food budget as well. What mission shall we be taking? Juvia asked as the two girls stood in front of the request board. Lucy looked over the posts and rubbed her chin in thought. How about this one? Taking the paper off of the wall, she handed it to Juvia. The blue-haired mage read the job description aloud. Help wanted. Please help build a moat around property. Water mage not required but preferred. Reward, 150,000 jewels. Juvia nodded in approval. Yes, this rather suits Juvia. Lucy pulled out Virgo's key. And with Virgo's help, this should be no problem at all. The location of the client wasn't all that far from Magnolia Town, only a couple hours by train. The client lived in a small town in what seemed to be the middle of nowhere. The two mages walked up to the house with the address that was in the job description. It was an old wooden cot that sat across a second seemingly identical house. Lucy knocked on the door. Hello? We're mages from Fairy Tale. We came for the job about the moat. They heard a series of footsteps before the door finally opened, revealing an old man. He was short, not as short as Makarov, but short nonetheless. He was wearing blue overalls with a red striped undershirt. The old man lifted his old hat to get a better look at the girls. Eh? You the mages I sent for? They nodded, but cringed when he yelled all of a sudden. Then what are you waitin' for? Build my moat. Lucy strained a smile, but nodded her head. Oh boy. Sir, if Juvia may, is it you want a moat around your house? Juvia asked, seemingly unaffected by the man's tone. The old man looked at her like she'd grown a second head. Because I need to protect this here establishment from my brother. He pointed behind them and they turned around to find a nearly identical house with a similar-looking old man sitting in the front porch. What did you say, Abraham? The now-named Abraham pulled out a rifle. I ain't said nothin', Ethan, you crazy nut. Ethan pulled out a rifle of his own. Don't make me shoot. I'll do it. Lucy and Juvia, being in the middle of the arguing brothers, had long since ducked for cover behind a couple of barrels. Hey, Juvia, the blonde asked, getting the water woman's attention. Yes? This is going to be a long day, isn't it? Yes, Juvia believes so. Phew. Lucy wiped the sweat off her forehead. After the siblings' argument, they had begun working on the moat and were just finishing things up. Thanks, Virgo, we couldn't have done it without you. The maid bowed. Of course, princess. Is it punishment time now? I was thanking you. Lucy barked from her spirit's nonsensical response. Then I'll take my leave. With that, Virgo disappeared in a flash of golden light. Juvia turned to her rival. Juvia wonders, why is it that the brothers hate each other so? Lucy had been wondering same thing, but she was just too scared to ask. Hey, mages. The girls turned to see the client's brother gesturing for them to go over to him. Walking over to the strange old man, they saw that he was holding a package. What's the package for? His response surprised them. I'll pay you double to build me a moat like my brothers. I can't let him one-up me like that. Lucy looked at the package and saw dollar signs. Double? She asked happily but stopped when Juvia put an arm in front of her. Juvia? I'm sorry, sir, but if you want help from Fairy Tale, then you'll have to submit your request through our system. Ethan sucked his teeth. TCH. Stingy women. Fine. I'll pay triple. Take it or leave it. Lucy looked at Juvia with pleading eyes, but the water mage didn't budge. Good day, sir. She said and walked away with Lucy in tow. Tears streamed down the celestial spirit mage's face. He was offering triple too. Hey, are you done with my moat yet? They both stiffened at the loud voice of their client. Why yes sir. Abraham examined the moat before nodding approvingly. Okay, looks good enough to me. Now get. He yelled and disappeared into his home, slamming the door shut. Mission accomplished. Juvia said and turned to leave. Wait a second. He didn't pay us. Lucy stormed across the bridge they built and knocked on the door. Upon opening it, the old man looked up at the angry teen. What do you want? I thought I told you to leave me in peace. Lucy put a hand out expectantly and tapped her foot. We built your moat, where's our reward? I ain't got any money. He mumbled and shut the door on her face. Lucy just stared at the door in disbelief. PTTs. The girls turned around to find the brother once again. Lucy walked over to the other old man. What do you want this time? Ethan looked around suspiciously before whispering. I heard my stupid brother didn't pay you. Well, I'll cut you a deal. You build me a moat, I'll pay you for both jobs. Lucy looked over to Juvia, who just stared at her blankly. They didn't get paid for their other job, so they might as well take the other brother's offer. Juvia didn't seem to mind this time, so Lucy nodded. Okay, we're in. Lucy and Juvia were now riding on the train back to Magnolia Town. I'm so tired. The blonde complained. Juvia shrugged. At least we were paid. Pulling out the package they were given, Lucy nodded. That's true, I guess it was all worth it in the end. She opened the package and looked at its contents. Inside the package were a bunch of crumpled pictures of the brothers laughing and sharing drinks together, as well as a note that said, "Fools," written on it. Lucy threw the photos on the ground. We've been had. It was just a prank and they were in on it together. She fumed and looked at Juvia, who seemed to be daydreaming. Why aren't you upset about this? We did all that work for nothing. Lucy yelled, but none of her words seemed to reach the water mage. In Juvia's mind. Naruto-sama. Juvia brought lunch. Juvia was skipping across a field holding a box of food. A shirtless Naruto stopped training and looked over at her with a toothy grin. Oh. Thanks Juvia. While they were eating, Naruto suddenly pulled her into an embrace. Naruto-sama? His cerulean eyes bored deep into her own. Juvia. I want to eat your food every day for the rest of my life. He whispered as he leaned in closer. Juvia slowly closed her eyes. Naruto-sama. Back to reality. Juvia. When Lucy got no response from the blushing water mage, she sat down in defeat. I give up, I'm too tired to care anymore. Chapter 10, Festival Gone Sour. Fukasaku sat still as he watched his subordinate focus, a smile slowly raising on his face. I think you finally got it. How does it feel to have remastered Sage Mode, Naruto boy? Naruto smiled, his eyes still closed. Feels great. The toad noticed the color around Naruto's eyes was now a brighter tinge of orange than usual. That's odd. When the ninja opened his eyes, the old sage gasped. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Huh? What's wrong? Why your eyes? Fukasaku stuttered as he took in the blonde's new appearance. My eyes? Naruto repeated while tilting his head in confusion. Fukasaku blinked a few times. Naruto's eyes were colored dark red with a golden aura outlining the irises. What shocked him the most was the vertical slits over his toad-like pupils, making a cross. Your eyes are different than before. He stroked his beard a few times and thought. Maybe because of the magic? Naruto grew excited. Really? What do they look like? Are they cool? Chuckling at the blonde's childish behavior, Fukasaku pulled out a scroll. You can look in a mirror later, here. Releasing the natural energy and changing back to normal, Naruto took the scroll. What's this? We made you a new sage cloak to replace the one you lost during your fight with Pain. Quickly opening the scroll and channeling some chakra into it, a familiar red cloak with black flames appeared in a puff of smoke. Sweet, thanks. Fukasaku watched with pride as Naruto put the cloth on over his normal attire. What will you do now that you remastered Sage Mode? After looking at his new cloak with a fond smile, Naruto rubbed his chin and thought. I don't really know. I suppose I should start finding a way back to Konoha. This place is great, and I've made a lot of friends here. He said before frowning. But I can't help but feel a little homesick. Fukasaku nodded understandingly. Do what you think is best for yourself. The toads will always be just a summon away. Naruto grinned. Of course. Naruto. Fight me. Natsu yelled as he ran up to the two sages. Natsu? A smirk made its way onto the shinobi's face. Okay then, I wanted to test how powerful my new sage mode is. He said and cracked his knuckles in anticipation. Raising a flaming fist, Natsu roared and charged straight at Naruto. He growled in anger when the blonde didn't so much as move and even closed his eyes. What the? Skidding to a stop, Natsu sniffed the air. What's that smell? What are you doing? Naruto opened his eyes and Natsu gawked at his new features. Whoa! That's so cool. The sage grinned. What does it look like? He was cut off when Natsu suddenly closed the distance between them. You let your guard down. Take this. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. He yelled and rammed his fist into the blonde's stomach. He smirked as a gust of wind picked up from the impact, but it quickly became a frown when he saw the blonde didn't seem to be fazed by it. Huh? Naruto raised a hand and flicked Natsu in the forehead. Twack. Ack. Natsu yelped in pain as he was forced to the ground. Quickly jumping to his feet, the mage stomped a foot in frustration. What was that? I hit you as hard as I could. Fukasaku nodded in approval. That's more than enough proof to say that you did it right. With this, I can leave without worry. Naruto waved goodbye. See ya, Pa. Thanks again for the help. The toad nodded again, disappeared in a puff of smoke. Naruto then looked down at Natsu and grinned evilly, causing the boy to sweat. Now then, it's my turn. Lucy and Juvia were walking towards the guild from the train station when there was a sudden tremor. Boom! The girls, and everyone around them, looked around in confusion. What was that? An earthquake? Must have been the mages at Fairy Tail. At the mentioning of Fairy Tail, everyone went back to their own business. The two girls looked at each other and nodded, both thinking the same thing. Naruto/Naruto-sama. Natsu looked at the devastation around him in complete awe. Naruto had punched the ground next to the Dragon Slayer and everything around them was completely desecrated. In fact, they were standing in a crater that was easily bigger than the guild itself. Naruto whistled at his handiwork. Sage mode was definitely back to normal. No, it was even better now. He felt like he could even take on Tsunade in terms of raw strength. Good thing I didn't hit you, that would have sucked. Natsu jumped up on his feet. Naruto, were you always this strong? He asked excitedly, his desire to fight Naruto for real only growing stronger. Of course, the ninja said with a playful smirk. He then took another look at the destruction around them and scratched at his whisker marks. Though, not this powerful. I really need to learn how to control this soon. Naruto. The boys turned to see Lucy and Juvia running up to them. What happened here, and what's with your eyes? Lucy balked when she got a better look at her partner. Naruto struck his late master's sage pose. Pretty cool, huh? This is the power of sage mode. Naruto-sama is so cool. Juvia squealed as she all but danced around the shinobi. Natsu looked at the ninja's new red attire, as if noticing it for the first time. Hey, where'd you get that cloak? He took a whiff and his face scrunched up. It smells like toads. Oh, this? Pa gave it to me right before you showed up. Naruto replied and turned around to show off the sage symbol on the back. Isn't it cool? This shows that I'm an official sage of Mount Myaboku. He noticed Lucy was staring at him. What? Lucy blinked and blushed when she realized she had been staring. And no, it's nothing. Seeing the strange look from Naruto, the cold glare from Juvia, and the amused look from Natsu, she reddened even further. Okay, fine. I just thought you looked kinda cool wearing that. Naruto scratched his cheek. Heh, you really think so? Juvia pouted and raised her hand, jealous that her rival managed to get such a reaction out of the boy. Juvia thinks so too. Naruto put his arms behind his head and grinned. Then I guess I should wear this more often if you guys think so. Unknowing to them, a man in a coat watched in the distance with a smirk on his face. Naruto Uzumaki. You might actually be worth something after all. Lucy walked out of the bathroom with her hair in a towel, having just finished taking a bath. Nothing beats a hot bath after a long day. Naruto burst out laughing, gaining her attention. He was sitting on the couch in his pajamas reading a magazine. Lucy blinked. For as long as she'd known the ninja, he just didn't seem to be the reading type. Wow, you're actually reading. I'm surprised. Naruto lowered the magazine just enough to show his eyes, giving her dull look. Sitting down on the couch next to her roommate, Lucy took a closer look at what he was reading. Sorcerer magazine? Let me see, am I in it? She asked excitedly and leaned over to get a better look, and into the boy's personal bubble. Naruto pushed her away. Hey, you're too close. Lucy ignored his complaints and pushed on. Come on, let me see. Leaning a little too far in, her hand slipped off the couch. Wah! She fell and grabbed onto Naruto in an attempt to catch herself, but only caused him to fall on top of her. The door opened and Natsu with Happy on his shoulder walked in. Hey guys, what's dash? They slapped their hands to their mouths when they saw Lucy laying on the ground, with Naruto on top of her. The blondes both looked up and blushed furiously. Sorry to have bothered you. Slam. There was an awkward silence in the room, the only thing that could be heard was fading laughter. Naruto jumped off of Lucy and spun around. Sorry. Lucy slowly sat up, a hand to her thumping chest. It's fine. But why was her heart beating so fast? Naruto picked up the magazine, sat back on the couch. There was an article about me in here. They're calling me Fairy Tail's one-man army. Pretty weird, huh? If you want to know what I was laughing at earlier, I was reading the article about Natsu. There's some pretty funny stuff in here. Finally calming herself, Lucy sat next to the boy again. This time at a reasonable distance, really? Like what? Moving the magazine over to show her, Naruto pointed to the page he was referring to. See? Natsu punched that Jason guy in the face. Isn't that hilarious? He burst out laughing again, dropping the magazine onto the ground. Picking it back up, Lucy flipped through the pages in hopes of finding something about her. Come on. There should be at least one thing about me in here. Finally finding something, she became petrified. There was a picture of when Naruto had picked her up bridal style and ran out of the guild. Underneath it was a short paragraph titled, Fairy Tail's Newest Couple? She gulped and began to read the article, a growing blush making its way onto her face. Hello viewers, Jason here again to spread the latest gossip regarding Fiori Greatest Guild, Fairy Tail. As you can see in the picture above, that is Fairy Tail's Naruto Uzumaki affectionately carrying another member out of the guild. Could there be love in the air? Stay tuned as I find out more of the details. Lucy shrieked and nearly tore the magazine in half. Naruto stopped laughing and wiped a stray tear out of his eye. What? Did you find anything about yourself? Lucy hid the magazine behind her back. Nope. Nothing at all. She laughed nervously as the ninja stared at her. Naruto narrowed his eyes suspiciously. Is that so? Smiling weakly, Lucy nodded meekly. To her relief, Naruto shrugged and began to stretch. If you say so. I think I'm gonna go to sleep, I'm starting to really feel the effects of today's training. Lucy stretched and yawned as well. Yeah, me too. Good night. She said as she crawled into her bed and turned off the light. Good night. Lucy's eyes shot open. How can I sleep after reading that? The next day. Naruto yawned as he made his way towards the guild, occasionally waving to passing townsfolk. People were really starting to recognize him recently. I never did finish that magazine, I guess Lucy really liked it. Naruto? Hearing his name, the blonde turned to find Mira-Jane and Makarov carrying grocery bags. Oh, hey Mira-chan. Hey Gramps. Makarov faltered in his steps. Why can't you all just call me by my title? Kids have no respect these days. The teens laughed at the grumbling old man. What's up with the bags? Naruto asked and made a gesture to what they were holding. Mira-Jane smiled cheerfully. These are supplies for the upcoming harvest festival next week. Naruto tilted his head. What's that? Her eyes widened slightly. Oh yeah, you're still pretty new to Magnolia, around you? The Harvest Festival is an annual event here in Magnolia Town that is hosted by our guild. There is also the Miss Fairy Tail contest and to finish it off, there's the Fantasia Parade. The blonde raised an eyebrow. Miss Fairy Tail? It's a beauty contest among the females of Fairy Tail. The wizard saint explained with a sly expression. Master. The Strauss sibling said sweetly. Makarov coughed in his hand, avoiding any eye contact with the barmaid. The winner gets 500,000 jewels. That's a lot of money. Naruto balked and rubbed his chin in thought. A beauty contest, huh? When they reached the guild, Makarov handed Mira-Jane his bags. Mira-chan, could you put these away for me please? It seems my old age really is catching up to me. He complained, rubbing his back to emphasize his statement. She giggled. No worries master, I'll take care of it. Thank you. He waited until she was out of hearing range before closing his eyes and speaking. So, when are you going to tell everyone about your complications? Naruto leaned against the door and crossed his arms. I don't know. Maybe after the festival, just to be safe. The old man opened an eye and looked up at the blonde and chuckled. To be safe of what? After all you've been through with us, you still think they'd reject you? Naruto frowned, but didn't say anything further. He had been through a lot with these people. But deep down, he was still afraid of being rejected. How could he not? The first 12 years of his life were filled with loneliness, all because people were afraid of the demon sealed inside of him. Naruto had made so many new friends here at Fairy Tail, and he was afraid of losing them. It must have been hard for you. Makarov suddenly said, snapping the teen out of his thoughts. Huh? Naruto watched as the old man skipped over to the bar and hopped up onto the counter. Mira-chan, can I get a drink? I'm thirsty. Makarov whined childishly. Yes master. Mira-Jane chirped before she glanced over at Naruto and smiled. The usual? Naruto chuckled to himself and walked over to the bar. You know it. Welcome to the Miss Fairy Tail contest. Max spoke through a microphone to the huge crowd in front of him. Now, for what all of you all been waiting for. Let the contest begin. The crowd cheered. Sand twirled around the announcer in a spiral. I, Max Arose the Sand Mage, will be your host. Naruto was sitting with Gray, Natsu, and Happy in the reserved seats for the guild members. That guy really likes to talk. Yeah, to think he'd want to stand in front of all these people willingly. Gray agreed before looking at Naruto slyly. So, who are you going to vote for? Naruto raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? I thought everyone gets to vote. Why are you asking me? Besides, the contest hasn't even started yet. Gray sent the blonde a flat look. Dude, seriously? What's the point of this contest? They're not even going to fight. Natsu mumbled to himself. A real Miss Fairy Tale contest should be a tournament, where the girls would duke it out to find out who the strongest is. Wouldn't Urza just win that every time then? Gray asked, and Natsu opened his mouth to argue with his rival, but closed it when he couldn't think of anything. Urza was Urza. Naruto laughed. It's because men are perverts, and I have little reason to doubt they're all here to see the girls who will most likely be wearing revealing outfits. What are you talking about? There are girls in the crowd too. Natsu argued and looked back, and a bead of sweat trailed down his face when he saw that the crowd was in fact dominated by men who were shouting and screaming for the contest to start. In fact, he could hardly see any girls in the crowd. Huh? Naruto nodded his head sagely. See what I mean? So he says, but he's just as clueless in another way. Happy commented while shaking his head, and Naruto bristled with anger when the three started laughing at him. Their attention was brought back to the stage when Max announced the first woman. May I introduce you to our first contestant, Miss Kana Alberona. The crowd roared as the brunette walked onto the stage and posed. She took out a deck of cards and they started floating around the stage. Everyone watched as the cards covered her form. They then came off to reveal Kana now wearing a swimsuit. Naruto nodded his head approvingly. That was a nice use of her card magic. The second contestant. Miss Juvia Loxer. Max announced as Juvia walked onto the stage. Watch me, Naruto-sama. She said as her body turned into water. The liquid went up to her neck and came back down to reveal her wearing a blue polka-dotted swimsuit. Naruto gave her a thumbs up. The water goes well with your swimsuit, nice Juvia. He said, and the girl blushed, which caused some of the men in the crowd to glare at him with jealousy. Gray smiled wryly at the ninja's commentary remarks. What are you, an expert? And now for our third contestant, the one and only, Mira Jane. Elfman, who was sitting in the seat behind Naruto, nudged the blonde seat. Nei-chan's got this in the bag. Mira Jane waved to the crowd cheerfully as she made her way onto the stage. Hello everyone. Today I'm going to be showing you my transformation magic. First, I'll perform. Her face transformed into a familiar cat. The face of Happy. Naruto and Happy both fell onto the floor laughing their heads off. Oh man. That's great, Mira-chan. Their sides began to hurt when her face proceeded to morph into Gajeel's. Nei-chan. Elfman mustered, mortified by his sister's unexpected performance. Max quickly recovered and spoke. Now, for our fourth contestant. Fairy Tale's strongest female mage, Urza Scarlet. The audience roared as Urza marched onto the stage. There she is. It's Urza. After finishing his laughter, Naruto sat back onto his seat and raised an eyebrow. Urza? I wonder what she's gonna do. The redhead smirked. Now I'll show you. Her body began to glow in a golden light, indicating her requip magic. My requip that I've been reserving for this. The light faded, revealing her now wearing a cute black skirt dress with a bow on her hair. She hummed confidently. I've won. Naruto looked over the outfit with a thoughtful expression. Huh, not bad. The ice mage sent him a deadpan look. Seriously, what are you going on about? Max pulled out the next card with the name of the next contestant. And now, Air. He hesitated and glanced at Makarov, who gave him a short nod. I present to you. Naruto Uzumaki. Our fifth contestant. Huh, isn't that a guy? Gray staggered in his seat and whirled his head to look at the blonde next to him. Naruto grinned at him and put up a peace sign before bursting into a cloud of smoke. He was then seen walking onto the stage next to Max. Laughing internally at all the strange looks he was getting, the shinobi smirked and made a hand seal. Transform. A plume of smoke covered Naruto's form and dispersed to reveal a busty woman with long blonde hair held in twin pigtails. The only thing blocking their eyes from seeing her modesty was a slightly see-through trail of smoke twirling around her body. The woman pursed her full lips seductively. Vote. For. Me. The male members of the audience all flew back in a trail of blood, minus the surprised Happy and Natsu. Turning back to normal, Naruto snickered. Huh. Works every time. He then walked to the back of the stage and passed a surprised Lucy. Good luck out there. How? What? She sputtered with saucers for eyes. Naruto just laughed and kept walking towards the backstage. Wiping a stray tear from his eye, he suddenly felt someone's presence. Turning around, he found a woman with light brown hair in a green dress staring at him. That was quite a show you put on. Naruto Uzumaki, I believe? She asked as she walked towards him with swaying hips. Who are you? Naruto asked defensively. The woman put her hands up in mock defense. Oh my, is that how people greet their comrades these days? Seeing the fairy tale mark on her chest, Naruto lowered his guard. Sorry, I still don't know all the members yet. But you shouldn't sneak up on people like that. Something felt off about this woman, but he just could put his finger on it. She giggled and continued her advance towards the blonde. Coming from a supposed ninja? My name is Evergreen. Stopping right in front of him, she gave him a once-over. You know, you're not bad. For a kid. Naruto fumed. I'm not a kid. I'll have you know I just turned 17 last week. He was cut short when the lady took off her glasses, and the last thing he saw before blacking out was Evergreen's shining eyes. Naruto awoke in a familiar sewer. Huh? How pathetic. To fall for such a simple trap. The Kyuubi stared down at its host and sent him a pitiful look. If it weren't for me, you would have died a long time ago. Naruto waved a lazy hand. Nice to see you two, and in my defense, I wasn't expecting to be attacked by someone else in the guild. He crossed his arms. So? Why'd you call me here? You've been awfully chatty since I came to this world. Are you finally going to tell me something? The fox grunted. I'll talk when I want to talk, not that it would do you any good. A tick mark grew on the teen's forehead. Fine then. He turned to leave. If you're not going to say anything, then there's a girl with glasses outside that needs to be questioned. An unnoticed grin formed on the Kyuubi's mouth, though it quickly disappeared when he spoke. I have found that chakra is more dense than this world's ether nano. Use some of my power, just a small burst and that woman's spell will be broken. Now it was Naruto's turn to grunt. Humph, I could break out of it without your power. He turned around, waved a hand. Later, Furball. With a small burst of the nine-tailed fox's chakra, Naruto burst out of the stone covering his body. Where's that Evergreen lady? He yelled angrily. Looking around, he noticed the bar was mostly empty, except for Makarov and Natsu. The Dragon Slayer was trying to run out of the guild, but he crashed into an invisible wall. Makarov turned and saw that Naruto had broken out. Naruto. Thank goodness, we might still have a chance. The ninja walked over to the old man with a raised eyebrow. Hey, what's going on here? The master gave him a brief explanation on what their current situation was. At the mentioning of the girls being petrified in stone the same way he was, Naruto whirled around and looked at the stage. There, lined up one by one, were the other participants of the Miss Fairy Tale contest. Naruto ran up to the statues. What happened to them? Makarov sighed. The same thing that happened to you. Evergreen. Naruto looked at the surprised expression on Lucy's face and frowned. How do we get them out? Stroking his beard in thought, the wizard saint pointed out the door. I suppose if you defeat her, the spell will be broken. How did you get out anyway? I used some of the fox's power. The whiskered teen answered nervously. I don't think I'd be able to use it to get them out, though. I see. Makarov said solemnly. Hearing Natsu's rage-filled screams, Naruto pointed over at him. Why can't he get out? Makarov shook his head. Because of Freed's runes. People over the age of 80 can't leave the guild. Naruto looked at Natsu incredulously. Natsu's over 80 years old? Natsu spun his head. Like hell I am. Stupid runes, let me out. I want to fight too. Glancing at the petrified girls one last time, the shinobi turned to leave. I'm heading out. First, I'll find Evergreen and make her undo her spell. Then I'll take care of Laxus. Makarov nodded thankfully. The guild is in your hands. Good luck. Right. Naruto kicked off the ground and dashed through the entrance. Or at least that's what he planned to do, but smacked his face into an invisible wall. Natsu stared at him blankly. You're over 80? Of course not. Naruto barked and punched the barrier with an angry fist. Makarov stared at the two in disbelief. Why can't you brats get out? We don't know. They both yelled. They all stopped yelling at each other when a chunk of metal flew over the bar. Gajeel rose up from behind the counter, munching on a metal snack. Gajeel. The master gained a hopeful look. Would you help us out? The Iron Dragon Slayer stared at them for a couple seconds before jumping over the bar. Che? I wanted to fight that guy anyways. Gajeel made his way to the door to leave, but was also stopped by the barrier, causing the group's jaws to drop to the floor. Letters formed in the air in front of them, causing Makarov to gasp. Only 3 members remain? Damn it! Why can't I get out? Naruto yelled and punched the invisible wall again. Wait, can't I just break through? If I hit it hard enough with ninjutsu, then maybe it'll dash. The power required to break quality runes is tremendous. Considering these are runes made by Freed, a mage who excels in rune magic. You would likely destroy the guild in the process. Makarov explained and Naruto sucked his teeth. Natsu growled and stormed towards the back of the bar. I guess there's no other option than to revive Urza. Wait, how do you plan to do that? Naruto and Makarov asked fearfully, and the fire wielder glanced back and shrugged. If I burn it, the stone will come off, right? No. Naruto shouted and pounced on Natsu. Makarov watched in horror as the boys fought over the burning statue that was Urza. But they both stopped dead when the petrified woman dropped to the floor, her face cracking upon impact. Natsu lost all the color in his face. Ah! It cracked. I'm sorry, Urza. Gajeel snickered. Well, that sucks. You fools. The master yelled. The statue cracked a little more and Naruto cringed. This can't be good. When they all thought Urza would shatter, the stone broke off of her like a shell. The redhead looked around the room, then narrowed her gaze upon Natsu. I feel hot, was that you, Natsu? The teen didn't have a chance to defend himself when she sent the dragon slayer flying into a table. Naruto sighed in relief as Natsu sailed above him. Glad to see you're okay, Urza. Makarov had a confused look, most likely trying to figure out how Urza broke free. What happened? Urza brought a hand to her face. Maybe because of my right eye. Your eye? What's wrong with it? Naruto asked while squinting as he tried to see if there was anything wrong with the woman's eye. I lost my right eye during a battle at the Tower of Heaven when I was little. This is an artificial. Urza explained while placing a hand over her artificial orb. Oh, I see. Naruto didn't want to ask anything more about her past, as it was a touchy subject. Though, he had to wonder. Since illusions didn't work on that eye, did that mean it would be immune to visual genjutsu as well? So, do you know what's going on? Makarov asked. Urza nodded. Yes, I could hear everything. She then turned to Naruto. I'm curious though. What was that fox you were talking about with the master earlier? Naruto flinched and seemed hesitant with his response. It's a part of the complications. Seeing her hard stare, he sighed. Don't worry, I'm going to tell you all after this is over. Nodding in acceptance, Urza noticed some new words that appeared on the barrier at the entrance. It seems there are now 4 members remaining. The number then changed to 5, causing further confusion. Urza smirked in realization. It seems that man has joined as well. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Wait, who? She didn't answer and took off running. Naruto fumed. Hey! Wait a second. Makarov smiled and cheered internally. With Urza revived and Mystigan back, we now have a chance. He looked over at the raging ninja and the 2 dragon slayers. If only these 3 could get out there. Sometime later, Naruto sat at one of the tables, poking a sleeping Happy to pass the time. He suddenly slammed his fist on the table, waking the cat. I can't believe the only thing we can do is wait. Makarov sighed. We're just going to have to believe in Urza and Mystigan. Crack. They all turned to see the stone crumbling off the girls. Huh? What was Juvia doing again? Naruto ran up to the girls and beamed. Guys, you're okay. Lucy blinked. Naruto? What's going on? The Battle of Fairy Tail? After the shinobi explained the situation, Lucy and the others gasped while voicing their disapproval. Naruto nodded. Now that you're all free, the game is over. He turned over to Makarov. Laxus isn't getting out of this scot-free, I hope? The old man shook his head. He will be getting a severe punishment, don't you worry. A bunch of screens showing a skull with a lightning bolt across its eye socket started popping up all around the guild. Do you hear me, Gramps? And everyone else from the guild. Naruto clenched his fists. Laxus. In order to keep the game going, since we lost one of the rules, I decided to make up a new one. I've activated the Thunder Palace. Makarov's eyes widened. The Thunder Palace? You have only 1 hour to defeat us, or will you retire, Master? Ha 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 ha. The screens disappeared. Veins bulged on the old man's head as his anger grew. What are you thinking, Laxus? Do you plan to hurt innocent people? NGHH. He held his chest in pain. Old man. Naruto ran to his side. Mira Jane ran up the stairs. This is bad, he needs his medicine. A few moments later she came back with a troubled face. Everyone. Look outside. While everyone ran outside, Naruto picked up Makarov and followed the barmaid to the clinic room. Placing him down onto one of the beds, Mira-Jane treated the elderly man. Is he going to be okay? Naruto asked with a concerned expression. Mira-Jane shook her head, tears forming in her eyes. I don't know, he was still recovering from the battle with Phantom. There was a sudden sound of thunder that was followed by screams. I better see if they're okay. Naruto said and turned to leave, but was stopped when Mira-Jane pulled on his sleeve. He turned back to look at her. Please, stop Laxus. She pleaded with tears streaming down her face. The shinobi nodded and left, leaving the weeping barmaid alone with Makarov. Once Naruto arrived at the balcony, he noticed a woman with long green hair wearing Western-themed clothing lying on the floor and ran over to her. If he recalled correctly, the woman's name was Biska. What happened? She shot down the lighting lacrima, then was struck by lightning. They must have a magic lifelink on them. Kana explained, her expression grim. Looking up into the sky, Naruto was baffled to see dozens upon dozens of crystals floating around the town. So, this is the Palace of Thunder. What's gonna happen if the time runs out? Levi had a grim expression on her face. The entire city would suffer countless lightning strikes. Naruto sucked his teeth. And if we try to attack them, we'll only hurt ourselves. What the hell are you thinking, Laxus? In the meantime, we have to go out there and stop them. Kana said and started making her way towards the stairs. Juvia will help. I'll try and get the citizens to evacuate. Lucy offered as she followed the other two girls. Be careful, you guys. Naruto called out after them. Ah. Naruto-sama is worried about Juvia. The water mage sighed dreamily. Lucy smiled wryly. Is that all you think about? Happy flew right next to the celestial spirit mage. She likes him. Are you jealous? Shut it, cat. Lucy growled and took a swing at the giggling feline. Naruto pounded his fist on a wall in frustration. Why can't I get out of here? Naruto. The blonde turned to see Levi smiling at him. I think I can help. Levi offered, earning a questioning look from the shinobi. You guys are all trapped in here because of an enchantment, right? I might be able to get you out. She explained while brandishing a magical pen. A bright smile etched across Naruto's face. Sweet. Then let's not waste any more time. Lucy, watch out. Happy yelled as he tackled the surprised mage out of the way from an explosion. Kaya. What was that? Lucy screamed as the cat flew her to safety. It's Bixlow. A tall man was standing on top of one of a nearby building. Are you the newbie I've been hearing so much about? Bixlow asked as he watched them land. Lucy looked up at the man and sighed. I don't think I want to know what you've been hearing. You and that Uzumaki guy are a really popular subject, are you guys? Bixlow raised a pinky and wiggled it. The celestial spirit mage flushed furiously. And no. Those are just stupid rumors. The tall man sneered. Then what's that outfit supposed to be? Trying to impress him. Lucy looked at the dress she'd worn for the Miss Fairy Tale competition then stamped her foot. Again, no. This was supposed to be for the Miss Fairy Tale contest, until you guys ruined it. Now I'll have to ask Naruto to pay for my half of the rent again. Bixlow cackled like a madman as little objects started floating around his form. I'll take care of that Naruto guy after I'm finished with you. Get her babies. Sometime later at the guild. Naruto sat next to Levi as she deciphered Freed's runes, though he didn't understand a thing she was doing. So, runes are a lot like Fuinjutsu, huh? Too bad I suck at it. The most I can do is use a basic sealing scroll. He also knew how to use the key to the seal on his gut, but that was just tightening and loosening it. Though he liked to think he could be good at his if he dedicated himself to learning it. Levi hummed absent-mindedly as she continued to work. Their attention was drawn to the front door when some new words appeared. Lucy versus Bixlow. Winner, Lucy. Naruto pumped a fist. Way to go, Lucy. That's Luchan for you. I have to my best too. Levi commented and went back to work. She was using her magic pen to try and decipher the runes in the magic barrier. If she could figure out the writing, then she would theoretically be able to change it and allow the boys to get out. That girl could actually fight? Gajeel asked with an incredulous tone. He just couldn't see it. Naruto smirked. Lucy's pretty strong. In fact, she probably would have kicked your ass back then if she had her keys. The Iron Dragon Slayer growled and stomped over to the shinobi. Huh? You calling me weak? You wanna fight? Naruto stood up and sent him a challenging glare. Sure thing, I'll beat your ass again anytime. Natsu, feeling left out, joined the fray. I wanna fight too. I've got it. Levi happily announced. The three boys turned to see the petite girl making some final adjustments to the barrier. You solved it? Naruto asked with wide eyes. Levi stepped outside and pumped a fist. Yup. You guys ready to enter the Battle of Fairy Tail? Naruto, Natsu, and Gajeel all cracked their knuckles in anticipation. Yeah. They walked to the door, and to their delight, passed right through with no problems. All right. Thanks Levi, you're awesome. Naruto praised and turned to take off running. Wait. Freed probably still has traps laid out throughout the town. Levi warned. So you should all split up and stay apart. If you guys end up having to fight each other, it won't end well. Naruto and the two dragon slayers all looked at each other before nodding. Okay, let's go. Naruto ran along the rooftops, hopping from building to building. So far, no traps. Okay, where are you Laxus? He stopped abruptly when a sudden wave of energy hit him. It felt demonic, but familiar at the same time. Better go check that out. He thought as he maneuvered in the direction he felt the evil energy come from. Coming to a stop on a bridge, he saw a fallen elfman, Juvia, and Kana on the grass. Guys! Naruto ran over and checked each one of them for injuries. Luckily, they all seemed okay and were just unconscious. His attention was caught by a bright light followed by an explosion. Mira-chan? Mira-Jane's appearance had drastically changed. Her hair was now floating straight up in a wild fashion, and her ears were long and pointy. Her arms were covered in scaly gauntlets, complete with sharp claws. Instead of her usual dress, she was wearing a one-piece suit that revealed most of her belly. Crack-like lines ran along parts of her skin. All in all, she straight up looked like a demon. That's Nei-chan's Satan soul. Elfman grumbled, now awake, and Naruto helped him up. I never thought I would see it again, that power. Naruto watched in astonishment as Mira-Jane pummeled her foe, who was a man with long green hair that also had demonic features himself. Seeing the blonde's bewildered expression, Elfman explained. Satan's soul is a magic that allows the user to take over the form, power, and abilities of a demon. The ninja's eyes widened. A demon? They continued to watch the seemingly one-sided match until Mira-Jane ended up on top of the green-haired man, ready to finish him off with a fist reared back. Naruto was about to interfere, but he was stopped by Elfman. What are you dash? He stopped when the man shook his head and just watched. Doing the same, Naruto watched as the white-haired beauty reverted back to her normal self. Kana had long since woken up and limped over to the two boys, leaning onto Naruto's shoulder when she couldn't walk anymore. There's just no stopping that girl, is there? That was the last of them, right? Now all that's left is Laxus himself. Naruto slammed a fist into his hand. Time to teach that guy a lesson. He then walked over to Juvia, who was still unconscious. But first, he picked the girl up, bridle. We should get you guys back to the guild.